Section 24 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 24. Street Sellers of Green Stuff. Under this head I class the street purveyors of watercresses, and of the chickweed, groundsel, plantain, and turf required for cage birds. These purveyors seem to be on the outskirts, as it were, of the costermonger class, and indeed the regular costers look down upon them as an inferior caste. The greenstuff trade is carried on by very poor persons, and generally by children or old people, some of the old people being lame or suffering from some infirmity, which, however, does not prevent their walking about with their commodities. To the children and infirm class, however, the turf cutters supply an exception. The costermongers, as I have intimated, do not resort, and do not let their children resort, to this traffic. If reduced to the last shift, they will sell nuts or oranges in preference. The old hands have been reduced, as a general rule, from other avocations. Their homes are in the localities I have specified as inhabited by the poor. I was informed by a seller of birds that he thought fewer birds were kept by poor working people, and even by working people who had regular, though perhaps diminished earnings, than was the case 6 or 8 years ago. At one time it was not uncommon for a young man to present his betrothed with a pair of singing birds in a neat cage. Now such a present, as far as my informant's knowledge extended, and he was a sharp, intelligent man, was but rarely made. One reason this man had often heard advanced for poor persons not renewing their birds, when lost or dead, is pitiful in its plainness. They eat too much. I do not know that in such a gift as I have mentioned there was any intention on the part of the lover to typify the beauty of cheerfulness, even in a very close confinement to home. "I can't tell, sir," was said to me, "how it may have been originally, but I never heard such a thing said much about, though there's been joking about the matter, as when would the birds have young ones, and such like. No, sir, I think it was just a fashion." Contrary to the custom in more prosperous establishments, I am satisfied that among the labouring classes birds are more frequently the pets of the men than of the women. My bird-dealing informant cited merely his own experience, but there is no doubt that cage birds are more extensively kept than ever in London. Consequently, there is a greater demand for the green stuff the birds require. Of watercress selling in Farringdon Market. The first coster cry heard of a morning in the London streets is that of "fresh watercresses." Those that sell them have to be on their rounds in time for the mechanic's breakfast, or the day's gains are lost. As the stock money for this calling need only consist of a few halfpence, it is followed by the very poorest of the poor, such as young children who have been deserted by their parents, and whose strength is not equal to any great labour, or by old men and women crippled by disease or accident, who, in their dread of a workhouse life, linger on with the few pence they earn by street selling. As winter draws near, the Farringdon Cress Market begins long before daylight. On your way to the city to see this strange sight, the streets are deserted. In the squares the blinds are drawn down before the windows, and the shutters closed, so that the very houses seem asleep. All is so silent that you can hear the rattle of the milkmaids' cans in the neighbouring streets, or the noisy song of 3 or 4 drunken voices breaks suddenly upon you, as if the singers had turned a corner, and then dies away in the distance. On the cab-stands but 1 or 2 crazy cabs are left, the horses dozing with their heads down to their knees, and the drawn-up windows covered with the breath of the driver sleeping inside. At the corners of the streets the bright fires of the coffee stalls sparkle in the darkness, and as you walk along, the policeman, leaning against some gas lamp, turns his lantern full upon you, as if in suspicion that one who walks abroad so early could mean no good to householders. At one house there stands a man with dirty boots and loose hair, as if he had just left some saloon, giving sharp single knocks, and then going into the road and looking up at the bedrooms to see if a light appeared in them. As you near the city, you meet, if it be a Monday or Friday morning, droves of sheep and bullocks tramping quietly along to Smithfield, and carrying a fog of steam with them, while behind, with his hands in his pockets and his dog panting at his heels, walks the sheep drover. At the principal entrance to Farringdon Market there is an open space running the entire length of the railings in front, and extending from the iron gates at the entrance to the sheds down the centre of the large paved court before the shops. In this open space the cresses are sold, by the salesmen or saleswomen to whom they are consigned. In the hampers they are brought in from the country. The shops in the market are shut. The gas lights over the iron gates burn brightly, and every now and then you hear the half-smothered crowing of a cock, shut up in some shed or bird fancier's shop. Presently a man comes hurrying along with a can of hot coffee in each hand and his stool on his head, and when he has arranged his stand by the gates and placed his white mugs between the railings on the stone wall, he blows at his charcoal fire, making the bright sparks fly about at every puff he gives. By degrees the customers are creeping up, dressed in every style of rags. They shuffle up and down before the gates, stamping to warm their feet, and rubbing their hands together till they grate like sandpaper. Some of the boys have brought large hand baskets, and carry them with the handles round their necks, covering the head entirely with the wickerwork, as with a hood. Others have their shallows fastened to their backs with a strap, and one little girl, with the bottom of her gown tattered into a fringe like a blacksmith's apron, stands shivering in a large pair of worn-out vestris boots, holding in her blue hands a bent and rusty tea-tray. A few poor creatures have made friends with the coffee-man, and are allowed to warm their fingers at the fire under the cans, and as the heat strikes into them, they grow sleepy and yawn. The market, by the time we reach it, has just begun. One dealer has taken his seat, and sits motionless with cold, for it wants but a month to Christmas, with his hands thrust deep into the pockets of his grey driving coat. Before him is an opened hamper, with a candle fixed in the centre of the bright green cresses, and as it shines through the wicker sides of the basket, it casts curious patterns on the ground, as a nightshade does. 2 or 3 customers, with their shallows slung over their backs, and their hands poked into the bosoms of their gowns, are bending over the hamper, the light from which tinges their swarthy features, and they rattle their halfpence and speak coaxingly to the dealer to hurry him in their bargains. Just as the church clocks are striking 5, a stout saleswoman enters the gates, and instantly a country-looking fellow in a waggoner's cap and smock-frock arranges the baskets he has brought up to London. The other ladies are soon at their posts, well wrapped up in warm cloaks over their thick shawls, and sit with their hands under their aprons, talking to the loungers, whom they call by their names. Now the business commences. The customers come in by 2s and 3s, and walk about, looking at the cresses, and listening to the prices asked. Every hamper is surrounded by a black crowd, bending over till their heads nearly meet, their foreheads and cheeks lighted up by the candle in the centre. The saleswomen's voices are heard above the noise of the mob, sharply answering all objections that may be made to the quality of their goods. "They're rather spotty, mum," says an Irishman as he examines one of the leaves. "No more spots than a newborn babe, Dennis," answers the lady tartly, and then turns to a newcomer. At one basket, a street seller in an old green cloak has spread out a rusty shawl to receive her bunches, and by her stands her daughter in a thin cotton dress, patched like a quilt. "Ah, Mrs. Dulland," cried the saleswoman in a gracious tone, "can you keep yourself warm? It bites the fingers like boiling water, it do." At another basket, an old man with long grey hair streaming over a kind of policeman's cape is bitterly complaining of the way he has been treated by another saleswoman. He bought a lot of her the other morning, and by daylight they were quite white, for he only made 3d on his best day. "Well, Joe," returns the lady, "you should come to them as knows you, and all as treats you well." These saleswomen often call to each other from one end of the market to the other. If any quarrel takes place at one of the hampers, as frequently it does, the next neighbour is sure to say something. "Pinch him well, Sally," cried one saleswoman to another. "Pinch him well. I do, when I've a chance." "It's no use," was the answer. I might as well try to pinch a elephant." One old wrinkled woman, carrying a basket with an oilcloth bottom, was asked by a buxom rosy dealer, "Now, Nancy, what's for you?" But the old dame was surly with the cold, and sneering at the beauty of the saleswoman, answered, "Why don't you go and get a sweetheart? Such as you ain't fit for such as we." This caused angry words, and Nancy was solemnly requested to draw it mild like a good soul. As the morning twilight came on, the paved court was crowded with purchasers. The sheds and shops at the end of the market grew every moment more distinct, and a railway van laden with carrots came rumbling into the yard. The pigeons, too, began to fly on to the sheds, or walk about the paving stones, and the gasman came round with his ladder to turn out the lamps. Then everyone was pushing about, the children crying as their naked feet were trodden upon, and the women hurrying off with their baskets or shawls filled with cresses, and the bunch of rushes in their hands. In one corner of the market, busily tying up their bunches, were 3 or 4 girls seated on the stones, with their legs curled up under them, and the ground near them was green with the leaves they had thrown away. A saleswoman, seeing me looking at the group, said to me, "You should come here of a summer's morning, and then you'd see 'em sitting tying up, young and old, upwards of 100, poor things, as thick as crows in a ploughed field." As it grew late and the crowd had thinned, none but the very poorest of the cress sellers were left. Many of these had come without money. Others had their halfpence tied up carefully in their shawl ends, as though they dreaded the loss. A sickly-looking boy of about 5, whose head just reached above the hampers, now crept forward, treading with his blue naked feet over the cold stones, as a cat does over wet ground. At his elbows and knees his skin showed in gashes through the rents in his clothes, and he looked so frozen that the buxom saleswoman called to him asking if his mother had gone home. The boy knew her well, for without answering her question he went up to her, and, as he stood shivering on one foot, said, "Give us a few old cresses, Ginny," and in a few minutes was running off with a green bundle under his arm. All of the saleswomen seemed to be of kindly natures, for at another stall an old dame, whose rags seemed to be beyond credit, was paying for some cresses she had long since been trusted with, and excusing herself for the time that had passed since the transaction. As I felt curious on the point of the honesty of the poor, I asked the saleswoman, when she was alone, whether they lost much by giving credit. "It couldn't be much," she answered, "if they all of them decamped." But they were generally honest, and paid back, often reminding her of credit given that she herself had forgotten. Whenever she lost anything, it was by the very, very poor ones. "Though it ain't their fault, poor things," she added in a kindly tone, "for when they keeps away from here, it's either the workhouse or the churchyard as stops them." As you walk home, although the apprentice is knocking at the master's door, the little watercress girls are crying their goods in every street. Some of them are gathered round the pumps, washing the leaves and piling up the bunches in their baskets that are tattered and worn as their own clothing. In some of the shallows the holes at the bottom have been laced up or darned together with rope and string, or twigs and split laths have been fastened across, whilst others are lined with oilcloth or old pieces of sheet tin. Even by the time the cress market is over, it is yet so early that the maids are beating the mats in the road, and mechanics with their tool baskets swung over their shoulders are still hurrying to their work. To visit Farringdon Market early on a Monday morning is the only proper way to judge of the fortitude and courage and perseverance of the poor. As Douglas Jerrold has beautifully said, there is goodness like wild honey, hived in strange nooks and corners of the earth. These poor cress sellers belong to a class so poor that their extreme want alone would almost be an excuse for theft, and they can be trusted paying the few pence they owe, even though they hunger for it. It must require no little energy of conscience on the part of the lads to make them resist the temptations around them, and refuse the luring advice of the young thieves they meet at the low lodging-house. And yet they prefer the early rising, the walk to market with naked feet along the cold stones, the pinched meal, and the day's hard labour to earn the few halfpence, to the thief's comparatively easy life. The heroism of the unknown poor is a thing to set even the dullest marvelling, and in no place in all London is the virtue of the humblest, both young and old, so conspicuous as among the watercress buyers at Farringdon Market. Of the street sellers of watercress. The dealers in watercresses are generally very old or very young people, and it is a trade greatly in the hands of women. The cause of this is that the children are sent out by their parents to get a loaf of bread somehow, to use the words of an old man in the trade, and the very old take to it because they are unable to do hard labour, and they strive to keep away from the workhouse. Note, I'd do anything before I go there, sweep the crossings or anything, but I should have had to have gone to the house before if it hadn't been for my wife. I'm 62, said one who had been 16 years at the trade. End note. The old people are both men and women. The men have been sometimes one thing and sometimes another. I've been a porter myself, said one, jobbing about in the markets or wherever I could get a job to do. Then there's one old man goes about selling watercresses who's been a seafaring man. He's very old, he is. Older than what I am, sir. Many a one has been a good mechanic in his younger days, only he has got too old for labour. The old women have, many of them, been laundresses, only they can't now do the work, you see, and so they're glad to pick up a crust anyhow. Nellie, I know, has lost her husband, and she hasn't nothing else but a few creases to keep her. She's as good, honest, hard-working a creature as ever were for what she can do, poor old soul. The young people are most of them girls. There are some boys, but girls are generally put to it by the poor people. There's Mary MacDonald, she's about 14. Her father is a bricklayer's labourer. He's an Englishman, and he sends little Mary out to get a halfpenny or two. He gets sometimes a couple of days' work in the week. He don't get more now, I'm sure, and he's got 3 children to keep out of that. So all on 'em that can work are obligated to do something. The other 2 children are so small they can't do nothing yet. Then there's Louisa. She's about 12, and she goes about with creases like I do. I don't think she's got near a father. I know she's a mother alive, and she sells creases like her daughter. The mother's about 50 odd, I dare say. The sellers generally go about with an arm basket, like a greengrocer's, at their side, or a shallow in front of them, and plenty of them carry a small tin tray before them, slung around their neck. Ah, it would make your heart ache if you was to go to Farringdon Market early, this cold weather, and see the poor little things there, without shoes and stockings, and their feet quite blue with the cold. Oh, that they are, and many on 'em don't know how to set one foot before the t'other, poor things. You would say they wanted something give to 'em. The small tin tray is generally carried by the young children. The cresses are mostly bought in Farringdon Market. The usual time to go to the market is between 5 and 6 in the morning, and from that to 7, said one informant. Myself, I'm generally down in the market by 5. I was there this morning at 5, and bitter cold it was, I give you my word. We poor old people feel it dreadful. Years ago I didn't mind cold, but now I feel it cruel bad, to be sure. Sometimes when I'm turning up my things I don't hardly know whether I've got 'em in my hands or not. Can't even pick off a dead leaf. But that's nothing to the poor little things without shoes. Why, bless you, I've seen 'em stand and cry 2 and 3 together with the cold. Oh, my heart has ached for 'em over and over again. I've said to 'em, I wonder why your mother sends you out. That I have. And they said they was obligated to try and get a penny for breakfast. We buy the watercresses by the hand. One hand will make about 5 halfpenny bundles. There's more call for 'em in the spring of the year than what there is in the winter. Why, they're reckoned good for sweetening the blood in the spring. But for my own eating, I'd sooner have the crease in the winter than I would have it in the spring of the year. There's an old woman sits in Farringdon Market of the name of Burrows that's sot there 24 years, and she's been selling out creases to us all that time. The sellers goes to market with a few pence. I myself goes down there and lays out sometimes my 4pence. That's what I laid out this morning. Sometimes I lay out only 2pence and 3pence, according as how I has the halfpence in my pocket. Many a one goes down to the market with only 3 halfpence, and glad to have that to get a halfpenny, or anything, so as to earn a mouthful of bread. a bellyful that they can't get nohow. Many a time I walked through the streets and picked a piece of bread that the servants chucked out of the door, maybe to the birds. I've gone and picked it up when I've been right hungry. Thinks I can eat that as well as the birds. None of the sellers ever goes down to the market with less than a penny. They won't make less than a penn'orth, that's one hand, and if the little thing sells that, she won't earn more than 3 halfpence out of it. After they've brought the creases, they generally take them to the pump to wet them. I generally pump upon mine in Hatton Garden. It's done to make them look nice and fresh all the morning, so that the wind shouldn't make them flag. You see, they've been packed all night in the hamper and they get dry. Some ties them up in ha'porths as they walks along. Many of them sit down on the steps of St. Andrew's Church and make them up into bunches. You'll see plenty of them there of a morning between 5 and 6. Plenty. Poor little dear souls, sitting there, said the old man to me. There the hand is parcelled out into 5 halfpenny bunches. In the summer the dealers often go to market and lay out as much as 1 shilling. On Saturday morning, this time of year, I buys as many as 9 hands. There's more call for 'em on Saturday and Sunday morning than on any other days, and we always has to buy on Saturdays what we want for Sundays. There ain't no market on that day, sir. At the market, sufficient creases are bought by the sellers for the morning and afternoon as well. In the morning some begin crying their creases through the streets at 6:30, and others about 7. They go to different parts, but there is scarcely a place but what some goes to. There are so many of us now. There's 20 to 1 to what there used to be. Why, they're so thick down at the market in the summer time that you might bowl balls along their heads, and all are fighting for the creases. There's a regular scramble, I can assure you, to get at them, so as to make a halfpenny out of them. I should think in the spring mornings there's 400 or 500 on 'em down at Farringdon Market all at one time, between 4 and 5 in the morning, if not more than that, and as fast as they keep going out, others keep coming in. I think there is more than 1,000, young and old, about the streets in the trade. The working classes are the principal of the customers. The bricklayers and carpenters and smiths and plumbers, leaving work and going home to breakfast at 8 o'clock, purchase the chief part of them. A great many are sold down the courts and mews and by-streets, and very few are got rid of in the squares and the neighbourhood of the more respectable houses. Many are sold in the principal thoroughfares, a large number in the city. There is a man who stands close to the post office at the top of Newgate Street, winter and summer, who sells a great quantity of bunches every morning. This man frequently takes between 4 shillings and 5 shillings of a winter's morning, and about 10 shillings a day in the summer. 16 years ago, said the old man who gave me the principal part of this information, I could come out and take my 18 shillings of a Saturday morning, and 5 shillings on a Sunday morning as well. But now I think myself very lucky if I can take my 1 shilling and 3pence, and it's only on 2 mornings in the week that I can get that. The hucksters of watercresses are generally an honest, industrious, striving class of persons. The young girls are said to be well behaved, and to be the daughters of poor, struggling people. The old men and women are persons striving to save themselves from the workhouse. The old and young people generally travel 9 and 10 miles in the course of the day. They start off to market at 4 and 5, and are out on their morning rounds from 7 till 9, and on their afternoon rounds from 2:30 to 5 in the evening. They travel at the rate of 2 miles an hour. If it wasn't for my wife, I must go to the workhouse outright, said the old watercress man. I don't know what I should do without her, I can assure you. She earns about 1 shilling and 3pence a day. She takes in a little washing and keeps a mangle. When I'm at home, I turn the mangle for her. The mangle is my own. When my wife's mother was alive, she lent us the money to buy it, and as we earned the money, we paid her back so much a week. It is that what has kept us together, or else we shouldn't have been as we are. The mangle we give 50 shillings for, and it brings us in now 1 shilling and 3pence a day for the washing. My wife is younger than I am. She is about 35 years old. We have got 2 children. One is 13 and the other 15. They've both got learning and are both in situations. I always sent them to school. Though I can't neither read nor write myself, I wished to make them some little schollards. I paid a penny a week for 'em at the school. Lady M has always given me my Christmas dinner for the last 5 years, and God bless her for it. That I do say, indeed. Watercress Girl. The little watercress girl who gave me the following statement, although only 8 years of age, had entirely lost all childish ways, and was indeed in thoughts and manner a woman. There was something cruelly pathetic in hearing this infant, so young that her features had scarcely formed themselves, talking of the bitterest struggles of life with the calm earnestness of one who had endured them all. I did not know how to talk with her. At first I treated her as a child, speaking on childish subjects, so that I might, by being familiar with her, remove all shyness, and get her to narrate her life freely. I asked her about her toys, and her games with her companions, but the look of amazement that answered me soon put an end to any attempt at fun on my part. I then talked to her about the parks, and whether she ever went to them. "The parks?" she replied in wonder. "Where are they?" I explained to her, telling her that they were large open places with green grass and tall trees, where beautiful carriages drove about, and people walked for pleasure, and children played. Her eyes brightened up a little as I spoke, and she asked, half doubtingly, "Would they let such as me go there, just to look?" All her knowledge seemed to begin and end with watercresses and what they fetched. She knew no more of London than that part she had seen on her rounds, and believed that no quarter of the town was handsomer or pleasanter than it was at Farringdon Market or at Clerkenwell, where she lived. Her little face, pale and thin with privation, was wrinkled where the dimples ought to have been, and she would sigh frequently. When some hot dinner was offered to her, she would not touch it, because if she eat too much it made her sick, she said, and she wasn't used to meat only on a Sunday. The poor child, although the weather was severe, was dressed in a thin cotton gown, with a threadbare shawl wrapped round her shoulders. She wore no covering to her head, and the long rusty hair stood out in all directions. When she walked she shuffled along, for fear that the large carpet slippers that served her for shoes should slip off her feet. "I go about the streets with water-creases, crying, 4 bunches a penny, water-creases. I am just 8 years old, that's all, and I've a big sister, and a brother and a sister younger than I am. On and off I've been very near a 12-month in the streets. Before that I had to take care of a baby for my aunt. No, it wasn't heavy, it was only 2 months old, but I minded it for ever such a time, till it could walk. It was a very nice little baby, not a very pretty one, but if I touched it under the chin it would laugh. Before I had the baby I used to help mother, who was in the fur trade, and if there was any slits in the fur I'd sew them up. My mother learned me to needlework and to knit when I was about 5. I used to go to school too, but I wasn't there long. I forgot all about it now. It's such a time ago, and mother took me away because the master whacked me, though the missus usedn't to never touch me. I didn't like him at all. What do you think? He hit me 3 times ever so hard across the face with his cane, and made me go dancing downstairs. And when mother saw the marks on my cheek, she went to blow him up, but she couldn't see him. He was afraid. That's why I left school. The creases is so bad now that I haven't been out with them for 3 days. They're so cold people won't buy 'em, for when I goes up to them they say they'll freeze our bellies. Besides, in the market they won't sell a halfpenny handful now. They're riz to a penny and 2pence. In summer there's lots, and most as cheap as dirt, but I have to be down at Farringdon Market between 4 and 5, or else I can't get any creases, because everyone almost, especially the Irish, is selling them, and they're picked up so quick. Some of the saleswomen, we never calls them ladies, is very kind to us children, and some of them altogether spiteful. The good ones will give you a bunch for nothing when they're cheap, but the others, cruel ones, if you try to bait them a farden less than they ask you, will say, "Go along with you, you're no good." I used to go down to market along with another girl, as must be about 14, 'cause she does her back hair up. When we've bought a lot, we sits down on a doorstep and ties up the bunches, We never goes home to breakfast till we've sold out, but if it's very late, then I buys a pen'orth of puddin', which is very nice with gravy. I don't know hardly one of the people as goes to Farringdon to talk to. They never speaks to me, so I don't speak to them. We children never play down there, 'cause we're thinking of our living. No, people never pities me in the street, excepting one gentleman, and he says he, "What do you do out so soon in the morning?" But he gave me nothink, he only walked away. It's very cold before winter comes on regular, especially getting up of a morning. I gets up in the dark by the light of the lamp in the court. When the snow is on the ground, there's no creases. I bears the cold, you must, so I puts my hands under my shawl, though it hurts 'em to take hold of the creases, especially when we takes 'em to the pump to wash 'em. No, I never see any children crying. It's no use. Sometimes I make a great deal of money. One day I took 1 shilling and 6pence, and the creases cost 6pence. But it isn't often I get such luck as that. I oftener makes 3pence or 4pence than a shilling, and then I'm at work crying, "Creases, 4 bunches a penny, creases," from 6 in the morning to about 10. What do you mean by mechanics? I don't know what they are. The shops buys most of me. Some of 'em says, "Oh, I ain't a-going to give a penny for these," and they want 'em at the same price as I buys 'em at. I always give mother my money. She's so very good to me. She don't often beat me, but when she do, she don't play with me. She's very poor, and goes out cleaning rooms sometimes, now she don't work at the fur. I ain't got no father, he's a father-in-law. No, mother ain't married again, he's a father-in-law. He grinds scissors, and he's very good to me. Now, I don't mean by that he says kind things to me, for he never hardly speaks. When I gets home after selling creases, I stops at home. I puts the room to rights. Mother don't make me do it, I does it myself. I cleans the chairs, though there's only 2 to clean. I takes a tub and scrubbing brush and flannel, and scrubs the floor. That's what I do 3 or 4 times a week. I don't have no dinner. Mother gives me 2 slices of bread and butter and a cup of tea for breakfast, and then I go till tea, and has the same. We has meat of a Sunday, and of course I should like to have it every day. Mother has just the same to eat as we has, but she takes more tea, 3 cups sometimes. No, I never has no sweet stuff. I never buy none. I don't like it. Sometimes we has a game of honeypots with the girls in the court, but not often. Me and Carrie H. carries the little uns. We plays too at Kissing the Ring. I knows a good many games, but I don't play at 'em, 'cause going out with creases tires me. On a Friday night, too, I goes to a Jew's house till 11 o'clock on Saturday night. All I has to do is to snuff the candles and poke the fire. You see, they keep their Sabbath then, and they won't touch anything, so they gives me my wittles and a penny halfpenny, and I does it for 'em. I have a reg'lar good lot to eat. Supper of Friday night, and tea after that, and fried fish of a Saturday morning, and meat for dinner, and tea and supper, and I like it very well. Oh yes, I've got some toys at home. I've a fireplace, and a box of toys, and a knife and fork, and 2 little chairs. The Jews gave 'em to me, where I go to on a Friday, and that's why I said they was very kind to me. I never had no doll, but I miss his little sister. She's only 2 years old. We don't sleep in the same room, for father and mother sleeps with little sister in the one pair, and me and brother and other sister sleeps in the top room. I always goes to bed at 7, 'cause I has to be up so early. I'm a capital hand at bargaining, but only at buying water creases. They can't take me in. If the woman tries to give me a small handful of creases, I says, "I ain't a-going to have that for a ha'porth," and I go to the next basket, and so on all round. I know the quantities very well. For a penny I ought to have a full market hand, or as much as I could carry in my arms at one time without spilling. For 3pence I has a lapful, enough to earn about a shilling, and for 6pence I gets as many as crams my basket. I can't read or write, but I knows how many pennies goes to a shilling. Why, 12, of course, but I don't know how many halfpence there is, though there's 2 to a penny. When I've bought 3pence of creases, I ties them up into as many little bundles as I can. They must look biggish, or the people won't buy them. Some puffs them out as much as they'll go. All my money I earns I puts in a club, and draws it out to buy clothes with. It's better than spending it in sweet stuff, for them as has a living to earn. Besides, it's like a child to care for sugar sticks, and not like one who's got a living and victuals to earn. I ain't a child, and I shan't be a woman till I'm 20. but I'm past 8, I am. I don't know nothing about what I earns during the year. I only know how many pennies goes to a shilling, and 2 halfpence goes to a penny, and 4 fardens goes to a penny. I knows too how many fardens go to 2pence. 8. That's as much as I wants to know for the markets. The market returns I have obtained show the following result of the quantities vended in the streets, and of the receipts by the cress sellers. A table showing the quantity of watercresses sold wholesale throughout the year in London, with the proportion retailed in the streets. Reader's note: the table has 3 columns, headed Market, Quantity sold wholesale, and Proportion retailed in the streets. End reader's note. Covent Garden Market: 1,578,000 bunches sold wholesale, 1/8 retailed in the streets. Farringdon Market: 12,960,000 bunches sold wholesale, 1/2 retailed in the streets. Borough Market: 180,000 bunches sold wholesale, 1/2 retailed in the streets. Spitalfields Market: 180,000 bunches sold wholesale, 1/2 retailed in the streets. Portman Market: 60,000 bunches sold wholesale, 1/3 retailed in the streets. Total: 14,958,000 bunches sold wholesale. From this sale the street cress sellers receive: Farringdon, 6,480,000 bunches, a halfpenny per bunch. Receipts, £13,500. Covent Garden, 16,450 bunches, a halfpenny per bunch. Receipts, £34. Borough, 90,000 bunches, a halfpenny per bunch. Receipts, £187. Spitalfields, 90,000 bunches, a halfpenny per bunch. Receipts, £187. Portman, 20,000 bunches, a halfpenny per bunch. Receipts, £41. Total receipts, £13,949. The discrepancy in the quantity sold in the respective markets is to be accounted for by the fact that Farringdon is the watercress market to which are conveyed the qualities, large-leaved and big-stalked, that suit the street folk. Of this description of cress they purchase 1/2 of all that is sold in Farringdon. Of the finer and smaller and brown-leaved cress sold there they purchase hardly any. At Covent Garden only the finer sorts of cress are in demand, and consequently the itinerants buy only 1/8 in that market, and they are not encouraged there. They purchase half the quantity in the Borough, and the same in Spitalfields, and 1/3 at Portman. I have before mentioned that 500 might be taken as the number supported by the sale of creases, that is 500 families, or at least 1,000 individuals. The total amount received is nearly £14,000, and this apportioned among 1,000 street sellers gives a weekly receipt of 5 shillings and 5pence, with a profit of 3 shillings and 3pence per individual. The discrepancy is further accounted for because the other market salesmen buy cresses at Farringdon, but I have given under the head of Farringdon all that is sold to those other markets to be disposed to the street sellers, and the returns from the other markets are of the cresses carried direct there, apart from any purchases at Farringdon. End of section 24. Section 25 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 25. Of Groundsel and Chickweed Sellers. On a former occasion, in the Morning Chronicle, I mentioned that I received a letter informing me that a woman residing in one of the courts about Saffron Hill was making braces and receiving only 1 shilling for 4 dozen of them. I was assured she was a most deserving character, strictly sober, and not receiving parochial relief. Her husband, my informant added, was paralysed, and endeavoured to assist his family by gathering green food for birds. They are in deep distress, but their character is irreproachable. I found the couple located up a court, the entrance to which was about as narrow as the opening to a sentry box, and on each side lolled groups of labourers and costermongers with short black pipes in their mouths. As I dived into the court, a crowd followed me to see whither I was going. The bracemaker lived on the first floor of a crazy, fetid house. I ascended the stairs, and the banisters, from which the rails had all been purloined, gave way in my hands. I found the woman, man, and their family busy at their tea dinner. In a large broken chair beside the fireplace was the old paralysed man, dressed in a ragged, greasy fustian coat, his beard unshorn and his hair in the wildest disorder. On the edge of the bed sat a cleanly-looking woman, his wife, with a black apron on. Standing by the table was a blue-eyed, laughing and shoeless boy, with an old camlet cape pinned over his shoulders. Next him was a girl in a long grey pinafore, with her hair cut close to her head, with the exception of a few locks in front, which hung down over her forehead like a dirty fringe. On a chair near the window stood a basket half full of chickweed and groundsel, and 2 large cabbages. There was a stuffed linnet on the mantelpiece, and an empty cage hanging outside the window. In front of the window-sill was the small imitation of a gate and palings, so popular among the work-people. On the table were a loaf, a few mugs of milkless tea, and a small piece of butter in a saucer. I had scarcely entered when the mother began to remove the camlet cape from the boy's shoulders, and to slip a coarse clean pinafore over his head instead. At present I have only to deal with the trade of the husband, who made the following statement. "I sell chickweed and groundsel, and turfs for larks. That's all I sell, unless it's a few nettles that's ordered. I believe they're for tea, sir. I gets the chickweed at Chalk Farm. I pay nothing for it. I gets it out of the public fields. Every morning about 7 I goes for it. The groundsel a gentleman gives me leave to get out of his garden. That's down Battle Bridge way in the chalk road leading to Holloway. I gets there every morning about 9. I goes there straight. After I've got my chickweed I generally gathers enough of each to make up a dozen halfpenny bunches. The turfs I buys. A young man calls here with them. I pay 2d. a dozen for 'em to him. He gets them himself. Sometimes he cuts them at Kilburn Wells, and Notting Hill he goes to sometimes, I believe. He hires a spring barrow weekly to take them about. He pays 4d. a day, I believe, for the barrow. He sells the turfs to the bird shops and to such as me. He sells a few to some private places. I gets the nettles at Highgate. I don't do much in the nettle line. There ain't much call for it. After I've gathered my things, I puts them in my basket and slings them at my back, and starts round London. Low Marylebone I goes to always of a Saturday and Wednesday. I goes to St Pancras on a Tuesday. I visit Clerkenwell and Russell Square and round about there on a Monday. I goes down about Covent Garden and the Strand on a Thursday. I does High Marylebone on a Friday, 'cause I ain't able to do much on that day, for I gathers my stuff on the Friday for Saturday. I find Low Marylebone the best of my beats. I cry chickweed and groundsel as I go along. I don't say for young singing birds. It is usual, I know, but I never did. I've been at the business about 18 year. I'm out in usual till about 5 in the evening. I never stop to eat. I'm walking all the time. I has my breakfast afore I starts and my tea when I comes home." Here the woman shivered. I turned round and found the fire was quite out. I asked them whether they usually sat without one. The answer was, "We most generally raise a pennyworth somehow, just to boil the kettle with." I inquired whether she was cold, and she assured me she wasn't. "It was the blood," she said, "that ran through her like ice sometimes." "I am a-walking 10 hours every day, wet or dry," the man continued. "I don't stand nice much about that. I can't go much above 1.5 miles an hour, owing to my right side being paralysed. My leg and foot and all is quite dead. I goes with a stick." Note. The wife brought the stick out from a corner of the room to show me. It was an old, peculiarly carved one, with a bird rudely cut out of wood for the handle, and a snake twisting itself up the stick. End note. I walk 15 miles every day of my life. That I do, quite that, excepting Sunday, in course. I generally sell the chickweed and groundsel and turfs all to the houses, not to the shops. The young man has cut the turf, gathers groundsel as well, for the shops. They're tradespeople and gentlefolks' houses together that I sells to, such as keeps canaries or goldfinches or linnets. I charge a halfpenny a bunch for chickweed and groundsel together. It's the regular charge. The nettles is ordered in certain quantities. I don't get them unless they're ordered. I sells these in 3 penn'orths at a time. Why, Saturday is my best day, and that's the reason why I can't spare time to gather on that day. On Saturday I dare say I gets rid on 24 bunches of chickweed and groundsel. On the other days, sometimes I goes out and don't sell above 5 or 6 bunches. At other times I get rid on a dozen. That I call a tidy day's work for any other day but a Saturday. And some days I don't sell as much as a couple of bunches in the whole day. Wednesday is my next best day after Saturday. On a Wednesday sometimes I sell 12.5. In the summer I does much better than in winter. They gives it more to the birds then and changes it oftener. I've seed a matter of 8 or 9 people that sell chickweed and groundsel like myself in the fields where I goes to gather it. They mostly all goes to where I do to get mine. There are a great many that sells groundsel about the streets in London like I do. I dare say there is 100, and far more nor that, taking one place with another. I takes my nettles to ladies' houses. They consider the nettles good for the blood, and drinks them at tea, mostly in the spring and autumn. In the spring I generally sells 3 penn'orths of them a week, and in the autumn about 2-3 penn'orths. The ladies I sell the nettles to are mostly sickly, but sometimes they ain't, and has only a breaking out in the skin or in their face. The nettles are mostly taken in Low Marylebone. I gathers more than all for Great Titchfield Street. The turfs I sell mostly in London Street in Marylebone, and John Street, and Carburton Street, and Portland Street, and Berners, and all about there. I sells about 3 dozen of turfs a week. I sells them at 3 and 4 a penny. I charges them at 3 a penny to gentlefolks, and 4 a penny to tradespeople. I pays 2d a dozen for 'em, and so makes from a penny to 2d a dozen out of 'em. I does trifling with these in the winter, about 2 dozen a week, but always 3 dozen in the summer. Of the chickweed and groundsel I sells from 6 to 7 dozen bunches a week in the summer, and about 4 or 5 dozen bunches in the winter. I sells mostly to regular customers, and a very few to chance ones that meet me in the street. The chance customers come mostly in the summer times. Altogether, I should say, with my regular and chance customers, I make from 4 shillings to 5 shillings a week in the summer, and from 3 shillings to 4 shillings in the winter. That's as near as I can tell. Last Monday I was out all day, and took a penny halfpenny. Tuesday I took about 5d halfpenny. Wednesday I got 9d halfpenny. Thursday I can't hardly recollect, not to tell the truth about it. But, oh dear me, yes, I wasn't allowed to go out on that day. We was given to understand nothing was allowed to be sold on that day. They told us it was a Thanksgiving day. I was obliged to fast on that day. We did have a little in the morning, a trifle, but not near enough. Friday I came home with nigh upon 6d, and Saturday I got a shilling, and 3d after when I went out at night. I goes into Leather Lane every Saturday night, and stands with my basket there, so that altogether last week I made 3 shillings and a penny halfpenny. But that was a slack week with me, owing to my having lost Thursday. If it hadn't been for that, I should have made near upon 4 shillings. We felt the loss very severely. Prices have come down dreadful with us. The same bunches as I sell now for a halfpenny, I used to get a penny for 9 or 10 years ago. I dare say I could earn then, take one day with another, such a thing as 7 shillings a week, summer and winter through. There's so many at it now, to what there was afore, that it's difficult to get a living, and the ladies are very hard with a body. They tries to beat me down, and particular in the matter of turfs. They tell me they can buy 6 dozen for a penny, so I'm obligated to let 'em have 3 or 4. There's a many women at the business. I hardly know which is the most, men or women. There's pretty nigh as much of one as the other, I think. I'm a bed-sacking weaver by trade. When I worked at it, I used to get 15 shillings a week regularly, but I was struck with paralysis nearly 19 years ago, and lost the use of all one side, so I was obliged to turn to somewhat else. Another groundseller told me on the business, and what he got, and I thought I couldn't do no better. That's a favourite linnet. We had that one stuffed there. A young man that I knew stuffed it for me. I was very sorry when the poor thing died. I've got another little linnet up there. I'm particular fond of little birds, said the wife. I never was worse off than I am now, I pays 2 shillings a week rent, and we has, take one time with another, about 3 shillings for the 4 of us to subsist upon for the whole 7 days. Yes, that, take one time with another, is generally what I do have. We very seldom has any meat. This day week we got a pound of pieces. I gave 4pence for 'em. Everything that will pledge I've got in pawn. I've been obliged to let them go. I can't exactly say how much I've got in pledge, but you can see the tickets. Note: the wife brought out a tin box full of duplicates. They were for the usual articles: coats, shawls, shirts, sheets, handkerchiefs, indeed almost every article of wearing apparel and bedding. The sums lent were mostly 6pence and 9pence, while some ran as high as 2 shillings. The dates of many were last year, and these had been backed for 3 months. End note. I've been paying interest for many of the things there for 7 years. I pay for the backings 2pence halfpenny, that is a penny for the backing, and a penny halfpenny for the 3 months' interest. I pay 6pence a year interest on every one of the tickets. If it's only 3pence, I have to pay a halfpenny a month interest, just the same, but nothing for the ticket when we put it in. The number of duplicates was 26, and the gross sum amounted to £1 4 shillings and 8pence. One of the duplicates was for 4pence, 9 were for 6pence, 2 for 9pence, 9 were for a shilling, 2 for 1 shilling and 6pence, 1 for 1 shilling and 3pence, 1 for 1 shilling and 7pence, and 2 for 2 shillings. The greatest comfort I should like to have would be something more on our beds. We lay dreadful cold of a night on account of being thin clad. I have no petticoats at all. We have no blankets. Of late years I haven't had any. The warm clothing would be the greatest blessing I could ask. I'm not at all discontented at my lot. That wouldn't mend it. We strive and do the best we can, and may as well be contented over it. I think it's God's will we should be as we are. Providence is kind to me, even badly off as we are. I know it's all for the best. There are no pitches or stands for the sale of groundsel in the streets, but from the best information I could acquire, there are now 1,000 itinerants selling groundsel, each person selling, as an average, 18 bunches a day. We thus have 5,616,000 bunches a year, which, at a halfpenny each, realise £11,700, about 4 shillings and 2pence per week per head of sellers of groundsel. The oldest hand in the trade is the man whose statement and likeness I give. The sale continues through the year, but the groundsel season extends from April to September. In those months, 24 bunches per individual seller is the extent of the traffic. In the other months, half that quantity, giving the average of 18 bunches. The capital required for groundsel selling is 4pence for a brown wicker basket, leather strap to sling it from the shoulder 6pence, in all 10pence. No knife is necessary. They pluck the groundsel. Chickweed is only sold in the summer, and is most generally mixed with groundsel and plantain. The chickweed and plantain together are but half the sale of groundsel, and that only for 5 months, adding to the total amount £2,335. But this adds little to the profits of the regular itinerants, for when there is the best demand, there are the greatest number of sellers, who in winter seek some other business. The total amount of green stuff expended upon birds, as supplied by the street sellers, I give at the close of my account of the trade of those purveyors. Many of the groundsel and chickweed sellers, for the callings are carried on together, who are aged men, were formerly brimstone match sellers, who didn't like to take to the lucifers. On the publication of this account in the Morning Chronicle, several sums were forwarded to the office of that journal for the benefit of this family. These were the means of removing them to a more comfortable home, of redeeming their clothing, and in a measure realizing the wishes of the poor woman. Of turf cutting and selling. A man long familiar with this trade, and who knew almost every member of it individually, counted for me 36 turf cutters to his own knowledge, and was confident that there were 40 turf cutters and 60 sellers in London. The addition of the sellers, however, is but that of 10 women who assist their husbands or fathers in the street sales, but no women cut turf, and of 10 men who sell but buy of the cutters. The turf is simply a sod, but it is considered indispensable that it should contain the leaves of the small Dutch clover. the shamrock of the Irish, the most common of all the trefoils. The turf is used almost entirely for the food and roosting place of the caged skylarks. Indeed, one turf cutter said to me, "It's only people that don't understand it that gives turf to other birds. But of course if we're asked about it, we say it's good for every bird, pigeons and chickens and all, and very likely it is if they choose to have it." The principal places for the cutting of turf are at present Shepherd's Bush, Notting Hill, the Caledonian Road, Hampstead, Highgate, Hornsey, Peckham and Battersea. Chalk Farm was an excellent place, but it is now exhausted, fairly flayed of the shamrocks. Parts of Camden Town were also fertile in turf, but they have been built over. Hackney was a district to which the turf cutters resorted, but they are now forbidden to cut sods there. Hampstead Heath used to be another harvest field for these turf purveyors, but they are now prohibited from so much as sticking a knife into the heath. But turf cutting is carried on surreptitiously on all the outskirts of the heath, for there used to be a sort of feeling, I was told, among some real Londoners, that Hampstead Heath yielded the best turf of any place. All the commons and greens, Paddington, Camberwell, Kennington, Clapham, Putney, and so on, are also forbidden ground to the turf cutter. "Oh, as to the parks and Primrose Hill itself, round about it's another thing. Nobody," it was answered to my inquiry, "ever thought of cutting their turf there. The people about, if they was only visitors, wouldn't stand it, and right too. I wouldn't, if I wasn't in the turf cutting myself." The places where the turf is principally cut are the fields or plots in the suburbs, in which may be seen a half illegible board inviting the attention of the class of speculating builders to an eligible site for villas. Some of these places are open, and have long been open, to the road. Others are protected by a few crazy rails, and the turf cutters consider that outside the rails, or between them and the road, they have a right to cut turf, unless forbidden by the police. The fact is that they cut it on sufferance, but the policeman never interferes, unless required to do so by the proprietor of the land or his agent. One gentleman, who has the control over a considerable quantity of land eligible for building, is very inimical to the pursuits of the turf cutters, who, of course, return his hostility. One man told me that he was required, late on a Saturday night some weeks ago, to supply 6 dozen of turfs to a very respectable shopkeeper by 10 or 11 on the Sunday morning. The shopkeeper had an aristocratic connection, and durst not disappoint his customers in their demands for fresh turf on the Sunday, so that the cutter must supply it. In doing so he encountered Mr. Blank, the gentleman in question, who was exceedingly angry with him. "You D. poaching thief," said the gentleman. "If this is the way you pass your Sunday, I'll give you in charge." One turf cutter, I was informed, had, within these 8 years, paid £3 15s. Fines for trespassing, besides losing his barrow and so on every conviction. "But he's a most outdacious feller," I was told by one of his mates, "and won't mind spoiling anybody's ground to save himself a bit of trouble. There's too many that way, which gives us a bad name." Some of the managers of the land to be built upon give the turf cutters free leave to labour in their vocation. Others sell the sods for garden plots, or use them to set out the gardens to any small houses they may be connected with, and with them the turf cutters have no chance of turning a sod or a penny. I accompanied a turf cutter to observe the manner of his work. We went to the neighbourhood of Highgate, which we reached a little before 9 in the morning. There was nothing very remarkable to be observed, but the scene was not without its interest. Although it was nearly the middle of January, the grass was very green and the weather very mild. There happened to be no one on the ground but my companion and myself, and in some parts of our progress nothing was visible but green fields with their fringe of dark-coloured leafless trees, while in other parts, which were somewhat more elevated, glimpses of the crowded roof of an omnibus, or of a line of fleecy white smoke, showing the existence of a railway, testified to the neighbourhood of a city, but no sound was heard, except now and then a distant railway whistle. The turf cutter, after looking carefully about him, the result of habit, for I was told afterwards by the policeman that there was no trespass, set rapidly to work. His apparatus was a sharp-pointed table knife of the ordinary size, which he inserted in the ground and made it rapidly describe a half-circle. He then, as rapidly, ran his implement in the opposite half-circle, flung up the sod, and after slapping it with his knife, cut off the lower part so as to leave it flat, working precisely as does a butcher cutting out a joint or a chop and reducing the fat. Small holes are thus left in the ground, of such shape and size as if deep saucers were to be fitted into them, and in the event of a thunder shower in droughty weather, they become filled with water and have caused a puzzlement, I am told, to persons taking their quiet walk when the storm had ceased, to comprehend why the rain should be found to gather in little circular pools in some parts and not in others. The man I accompanied cut and shaped 6 of these turfs in about a minute, but he worked without intermission, and rather to show me with what rapidity and precision he could cut, than troubling himself to select what was saleable. After that we diverged in the direction of Hampstead, and in a spot not far from a temporary church found 3 turf cutters at work, but they worked asunder and without communication one with another. The turfs, as soon as they are cut and shaped, are thrown into a circular basket, and when the basket is full it is emptied onto the barrow, a costermonger's barrow, which is generally left untended at the nearest point. "We can trust one another, as far as I know," said one turfman to me, "and nobody else would find it worth while to steal turfs." The largest number of men that my most intelligent informant had ever seen at work in one locality was 14, and that was in a field just about to be built over, and where they had leave. Among the turf purveyors there is no understanding as to where they are to cut. Wet weather does not interfere with turf procuring. It merely adds to the weight, and consequently to the toil of drawing the barrow. Snow is rather an advantage to the street seller, as purchasers are apt to fancy that if the storm continues, turfs will not be obtainable, and so they buy more freely. The turfman clears the snow from the ground in any known locality, the cold pinching his ungloved hands, and cuts out the turf, as green, I was told, as an April sod. The weather most dreaded is that when hoarfrost lies long and heavy on the ground, for the turf cut with the rime upon it soon turns black and is unsaleable. Foggy dark weather is also prejudicial, for then, one man said, the days clipsed uncommon short, and people won't buy by candlelight, no more will the shops. Birds has gone to sleep then, and them that's fondest on them says, we can get fresher turf tomorrow. The gatherers cannot work by moonlight, for the clover leaves then shuts up, I was told by one who said he was a bit of a botanist, like the lid of a box, and you can't tell them. One of my informants told me that he cut 25 dozen turfs every Friday, the great working turf day, of the year, on an average. He sometimes cut on that day upwards of 30 dozen, 17 dozen on a Tuesday, and 6 dozen on the other days of the week, more or less, as the demand justified, but 6 dozen was an average. He had also cut a few turfs on a Sunday morning, but only at long intervals, sometimes only thrice a year. Thus one man will cut 2,496 dozen, or 29,952 turfs in a year, not reckoning the product of any Sunday. From the best information I could acquire, there seems no doubt but that 1/2 of the turf cutters, 20, exert a similar degree of industry to that detailed, and the other 20 procure a moiety of the quantity cut and disposed of by their stronger and more fortunate brethren. This gives an aggregate, for an average year, of 598,560 turfs, or, including Sunday turf cutting, of 600,000. Each turf is about 6 inches diameter at the least, so that the whole extent of turf cut for London birds yearly, if placed side by side, would extend 56 miles, or from London to Canterbury. In wet weather, 6 dozen turfs weigh, on an average, 100 weight. In dry weather, 8 dozen weigh no more. If, therefore, we take 7 dozen as the usual hundredweight, A turf cutter of the best class carries in basket loads to his barrow, and when his stock is completed, drags into town from the localities I have specified, upwards of 3½ hundredweight every Friday, nearly 2½ every Tuesday, and about 7 hundredweight in the course of a week. The smaller traders drag half the quantity, and the total weight of turf disposed of for the cage birds of London every year is 546 tons. Of the supply of turf, obtained as I have described, at least 3/4 is sold to the bird shops, who retail it to their customers. The price paid by these shopkeepers to the labourers for their turf trade is 2d. and 2d. halfpenny a dozen, but rarely 2d. halfpenny. They retail it at from 3d. to 6d. a dozen, according to connection and locality. The remainder is sold by the cutters on their rounds from house to house, at 2 and 3 a penny. None of the turf cutters confine themselves to it. They sell in addition groundsel, chickweed, plantain very generally, and a few supply nettles, dandelion, ground ivy, snails, worms, frogs, and toads. The sellers of groundsel and chickweed are far more numerous, as I have shown, than the turf cutters. Indeed, many of them are incapable of cutting turf or of dragging the weight of the turfs. Of the experience and customers of a turf cutter. A short but strongly built man of about 30, with a very English face and dressed in a smock frock, wearing also very strong unblacked boots, gave me the following account. "My father," he said, "was in the Earl of 's service, and I was brought up to stable work. I was employed in a large coaching inn in Lancashire when I was last employed in that way. But about 10 years ago a railway line was opened, and the coaching was no go any longer. It hadn't a chance to pay, so the horses and all was sold, and I was discharged, with a lot of others. I walked from Manchester to London, for I think most men, when they don't know what in the world to do, come to London, and I lived a few months on what little money I had, and what I could pick up in an odd job about horses. I had some expectations when I came up that I might get something to do through my lord, or some of his people. They all knew me, but my lord was abroad and his establishment wasn't in town, and I had to depend entirely on myself. I was beat out 3 or 4 times, and didn't know what to do, but somehow or other I got over it. At last, it's between 8 and 9 years ago, I was fairly beat out. I was taking a walk. I can't say just now in what way I went, for it was all one which way. But I remember I saw a man cutting turf, and I remembered then that a man that lived near me lived pretty middling by turf cutting. So I watched how it was done, and then I inquired how I could get into it. And as I'd paid my way, I could give reference to show I might be trusted. So I got a barrow on hire and a basket, and bought a knife for 3d. At a marine shop, and set to work. At first I only supplied shops, but in a little while I fell into a private round, and that pays better. I've been at it almost every day, I may say, ever since. My best customers are working people that's fond of birds. They're far the best. It's the ready penny with them, and no grumbling. I've lost money by trusting noblemen. Of course I blame their servants. You'd be surprised, sir, to hear how often at rich folks' houses, when they've taken their turf or what they want, they'll take credit and say, "Oh, I've got no change," or "I can't be bothered with halfpence," or "You must call again." There's one great house in Cavendish Square always takes a month's credit, and pays 1 month within another. Note, pays the first month as the second is falling due. End note. And not always that very regular. They can't know how poor men has to fight for a bit of bread. Some people are very particular about their turfs and look very sharp for the small clover leaves. We never have turfs left on hand. In summer we water them to keep them fresh. In wet weather they don't require it, they'll keep without. I think I make on turf 9 shillings a week all the year round. The summer's half as good again as the winter. Suppose I make 3 shillings a week on groundsel and chickweed, and snails and other things. That's 12 shillings. But look you here, sir, I pay 3 shillings and 6pence a week for my rent. It's a furnished room, and 1 shilling and 6pence a week for my barrow. That's 5 shillings off the 12 shillings, and I've a wife and 1 little boy. My wife may get a day, at least every week, at charing. She has 1 shilling for it and her board. She helps me when she's not out, and if she is out, I sometimes have to hire a lad, so it's no great advantage, the shilling a day. I've paid 1 shilling and sixpence a week for my barrow. It's a very good and big one, for 4 years. Before that, I paid 2 shillings a week. Oh yes, sir, I know very well that at 1 shilling and sixpence a week I've paid nearly £14 for a barrow worth only £2 2 shillings, but I can't help it. I really can't. I've tried my hardest to get money to have one of my own, and to get a few sticks, note, furniture, end note, of my own too. It's no use trying any more. If I have ever got a few shillings ahead, there's a pair of shoes wanted, or there's something else, or my wife has a fit of sickness, or my little boy has, or something sure to happen that way, and it all goes. Last winter was a very hard time for people in my way. From hoarfrost and fogs, I ran nearly £3 into debt, greater part of it for house rent and my barrow. The rest was small sums borrowed of shopkeepers that I served. I paid all up in the summer, but I'm now 14 shillings in debt for my barrow. It always keeps me back. The man that owns it calls every Sunday morning, but he don't press me if I haven't money. I would get out of the life if I could, but will anyone take a groom out of the streets? And I'm not master of anything but grooming. I can read and write. I was brought up a Roman Catholic and was christened one. I never go to Mass now. One gets out of the way of such things, having to fight for a living as I have. It seems like mocking going to chapel when you're grumbling in your soul. Of plantain sellers. Plantain is sold extensively and is given to canaries, but watercress is given to those birds more than any other green thing. It is the ripe seed, in a spike, of the great and the ribbed plantain. The green leaves of the last mentioned plant used to be in demand as a styptic. Shenstone speaks of plantain ribbed, that heals the reaper's wound. I believe that it was never sold in the streets of London. The most of the plantain is gathered in the brick fields, wherever they are found, as the greater plantain, which gives 3/4 of the supply, loves an arid situation. It is sold in hands to the shops, about 60 heads going to a hand, at a price, according to size and so on, from 1 penny to 4p. On a private round, 5 or 6 are given for a halfpenny. It is, however, generally gathered and sold with chickweed, and along with chickweed I have shown the quantity used. The money value of the several kinds and quantities of green stuff annually purchased in the streets of London is as follows: 6,696,450 bunches of watercresses at a halfpenny per bunch, £13,950. 5,616,000 bunches of groundsel at a halfpenny, £11,700. 1,120,800 bunches of chickweed and plantain, £2,335. 660,000 turfs at 2p halfpenny per dozen, £572. Total, £28,557. Of the above amount, it may be said that upwards of £14,000 are spent yearly on what may be called the bird food of London. End of section 25. Section 26 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 26. Of the Street Sellers of Eatables and Drinkables. These dealers were more numerous, even when the metropolitan population was but half its present extent. I heard several causes assigned for this, such as the higher rate of earnings of the labouring people at that time, as well as the smaller number of shopkeepers who deal in such cheap luxuries as penny pies, and the fewer places of cheap amusement, such as the penny gaffs. These places, I was told, run away with the young people's pennies, which were, at one period, expended in the streets. The class engaged in the manufacture or in the sale of these articles are a more intelligent people than the generality of street sellers. They have nearly all been mechanics, who, from inability to procure employment at their several crafts, from dislike to an irksome and perhaps sedentary confinement, or from an overpowering desire to be their own masters, have sought a livelihood in the streets. The purchase and sale of fish, fruit, or vegetables require no great training or deftness, but to make the dainties in which street people are critical, and to sell them at the lowest possible price, certainly requires some previous discipline to produce the skill to combine and the taste to please. I may here observe that I found it common enough among these street sellers to describe themselves and their fraternity not by their names or callings, but by the article in which they deal. This is sometimes ludicrous enough. "Is the man you're asking about a pickled whelk, sir?" was said to me. In answer to another inquiry, I was told, "Oh yes, I know him. He's a sweet stuff." Such ellipses or abbreviations are common in all mechanical or commercial callings. Men and women, and most especially boys, purchase their meals day after day in the streets. The coffee stall supplies a warm breakfast. Shellfish of many kinds tempt to a luncheon. Hot eels or pea soup, flanked by a potato all hot, serve for a dinner. And cakes and tarts, or nuts and oranges, with many varieties of pastry, confectionery, and fruit, woo to indulgence in a dessert, while for supper there is a sandwich, a meat pudding, or a trotter. The street provisions consist of cooked or prepared victuals, which may be divided into solids, pastry, confectionery, and drinkables. The solids, however, of these three divisions are such as only regular street buyers consider to be sufficing for a substantial meal, for it will be seen that the comestibles accounted good for dinner are all of a dainty rather than a solid character. Men whose lives, as I have before stated, are alternations of starvation and surfeit, love some easily swallowed and comfortable food better than the most approved substantiality of a dinner table. I was told by a man who was once foodless for 38 hours that in looking into the window of a cook shop he longed far more for a basin of soup than for a cut from the boiled round or the roasted ribs of beef. He felt a gnawing rather than a ravenous desire, and some tasty semi-liquid was the incessant object of his desires. The solids, then, according to street estimation, consist of hot eels, pickled whelks, oysters, sheep's trotters, pea soup, fried fish, ham sandwiches, hot green peas, kidney puddings, boiled meat puddings, beef, mutton, kidney, and eel pies, and baked potatoes. In each of these provisions the street poor find a midday or midnight meal. The pastry and confectionery which tempt the street eaters are tarts of rhubarb, currant, gooseberry, cherry, apple, damson, cranberry, and so-called mince pies, plum duff and plum cake, lard, currant, almond, and many other varieties of cakes, as well as of tarts, gingerbread nuts and heart cakes, Chelsea buns, muffins and crumpets. Sweet stuff includes the several kinds of rocks, sticks, lozenges, candies, and hard bakes, the medicinal confectionery of cough drops and horehound, and lastly the more novel and aristocratic luxury of street ices and strawberry cream at a penny a glass in Greenwich Park. The drinkables are tea, coffee and cocoa, ginger beer, lemonade, Persian sherbet, and some highly coloured beverages which have no specific name but are introduced to the public as cooling drinks, hot elder cordial or wine, peppermint water, curds and whey, water, as at Hampstead, rice milk, and milk in the parks. At different periods there have been attempts to introduce more substantial viands into the street provision trade, but all within these 20 years have been exceptional and unsuccessful. One man, a few years back, established a portable cook shop in Leather Lane, cutting out portions of the joints to be carried away or eaten on the spot, at the buyer's option, but the speculation was a failure. Black puddings used to be sold, until a few years back, smoking from cans not unlike potato cans, in such places as the New Cut, but the trade in these rather suspicious articles gradually disappeared. Mr. Albert Smith, who is an acute observer in all such matters, says, in a lively article on the Street Boys of London, "The Curb is his club, offering all the advantages of one of those institutions without any subscription or ballot. Had he a few pence, he might dine equally well as at Blackwall, and with the same variety of delicacies, without going 20 yards from the pillars of St. Clement's churchyard. He might begin with a water souchet of eels, varying his first course with pickled whelks, cold fried flounders, or periwinkles. Whitebait, to be sure, he would find a difficulty in procuring, but as the more cunning gourmands do not believe these delicacies to be fish at all, but merely little bits of light pie crust fried in grease, and as, moreover, the brown bread and butter is after all the grand attraction, the boy might soon find a substitute. Then would come the potatoes, apparently giving out so much steam that the can which contains them seems in momentary danger of blowing up. Large, hot, mealy fellows, that prove how unfounded were the alarms of the bad cropites. And he might next have a course of boiled feet of some animal or other, which he would be certain to find in front of the gin shop. Cider cups, perhaps, he would not get, but there would be ginger beer from the fountain at 1 penny per glass, and instead of mulled claret, he could indulge in hot elder cordial, whilst for dessert he could calculate upon all the delicacies of the season, from the salads at the corner of Wych Street to the baked apples at Temple Bar. None of these things would cost more than a penny apiece. Some of them would be under that sum, and since, as at Very's and some other foreign restaurateurs, there is no objection to your dividing the portions, the boy might, if he felt inclined to give a dinner to a friend, get off under 6pence. There would be the digestive advantage, too, of moving leisurely about from one course to another, and above all there would be no fee to waiters." After alluding to the former glories of some of the street stands, more especially of the kidney pudding establishments, which displayed rude transparencies, one representing the courier of St. Petersburg riding 6 horses at once for a kidney pudding, Mr. Smith continues, "But of all these eating stands, the chief favourite with the boys, the potato can. They collect around it as they would do on 'Change, and there talk over local matters or discuss the affairs of the adjacent cab stand, in which they are at times joined by the waterman whom they respect, more so perhaps than the policeman. Certainly more than they do the street keeper, for him they especially delight to annoy, and they watch any of their fellows eating a potato with a curiosity and an attention most remarkable, as if no 2 persons fed in the same manner, and they expected something strange or diverting to happen at every mouthful." A gentleman who has taken an artist's interest in all connected with the streets, and has been familiar with their daily and nightly aspect from the commencement of the present century, considers that the great change is not so much in what has ceased to be sold, but in the introduction of fresh articles into street traffic, such as pineapples and Brazil nuts, rhubarb and cucumbers, ham sandwiches, ginger beer, and so on. The coffee stall, he represents, has but superseded the saloop stall, of which I have previously spoken, while the class of street customers who supported the saloop dealer now support the purveyor of coffee. The appearance of the 2 stalls, however, seen before daybreak with their respective customers on a bleak winter's morning, was very different. Round the saloop stall was a group, hardly discernible at a little distance in the dimly lighted streets, the prominent figures being of 2 callings now extinct, the climbing boy and the old hackney coachman. The little sweep would have his saloop smoking hot, and there was the common appliance of a charcoal grate, regaling himself with the savoury steam, until the mess was cool enough for him to swallow, whilst he sought to relieve his naked feet from the numbing effects of the cold by standing now on the right foot and now on the left, and swinging the other to and fro, until a change of posture was necessitated. His white teeth, the while, gleamed from his sooty visage as he gleefully licked his lips at the warm and oily breakfast. The old hackney coachman was wrapped up in a many-caped greatcoat, drab when it left the tailor's hand some years before, but then worn and discoloured, and perhaps patched or tattered. Its weight alone, however, communicated a sort of warmth to the wearer. His legs were closely and artistically wisped with hay bands, and as he kept smiting his chest with his arms to keep the cold out while his salop was cooling, he would in no very gentle terms express his desire to add to its comforting influence the stimulant of a flash of lightning, a go of rum, or a glass of Max, for so a dram of neat spirit was then called. The old watchman of that day, too, almost as heavily coated as the hackneyman, would sometimes partake of the street "Salop, loop, loop, salop." The woman of the town, in looped and windowed raggedness, the outcast of the very lowest class, was at the salop, as she is now and then at the coffee stall, waiting until daylight drove her to her filthy lodging-house. But the climbing boy has happily left no successor. The hackneyman has been succeeded by the jauntier cabman, and the taciturn old watchman by the lounging and trim policeman. Another class of street sellers, no longer to be seen, were the barrow women. They sold fruit of all kinds, little else, in very clean white barrows, and their fruit was excellent and purchased by the wealthier classes. They were for the most part Irish women, and some were remarkable for beauty. Their dress was usually a good chintz gown, the skirt being tidily tucked or pinned up behind. "In a way," said one informant, "now sometimes seen on the stage when correctness of costume is cared for." These women were prosperous in their calling, nor was there any imputation on their chastity, as the mothers were almost always wives. Concerning the bygone street cries, I had also the following account from the personal observation of an able correspondent. First among the old musical cries may be cited the "Tiddy-doll," immortalised by Hogarth. Then comes the last person who, with a fine bass voice, coaxed his customers to buy sweets with "Quack, quack, 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 Browns, 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 have you got any mouldy Browns?" There was a man, too, who sold tripe and so on in this way, and to some purpose. He was as fine a man as ever stepped, and his deep, rich voice would ring through a whole street. "Dog's meat, cat's meat, nice tripe, neat's feet, come by my trotters." The last part would not have disgraced Lablache. He discovered a new way of pickling tripe, got on, made contracts for supplying the Navy during the war, and acquired a large property. One of our most successful artists is his grandson. Then there was that delight of our childhood, the 8 o'clock "Hot spiced gingerbread, hot spiced gingerbread, buy my spiced gingerbread, smoking hot." Another informant remembered a very popular character among the boys whose daily cry was "Hot spiced gingerbread, nuts, 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 if one'll warm you, what'll a pound do? What'll a pound do?" Gingerbread was formerly in much greater demand than it is now. Of the street sellers of pea soup and hot eels. Two of the condiments greatly relished by the chilled labourers and others who regale themselves on street luxuries are pea soup and hot eels. Of these tradesmen there may be 500 now in the streets on a Saturday. As the two trades are frequently carried on by the same party, I shall treat of them together. The greatest number of these stands is in Old Street, St. Luke's, about 20. In warm weather these street cooks deal only in hot eels and whelks, as the whelk trade is sometimes an accompaniment of the others, for then the soup will not sell. These dealers are stationary, having stalls or stands in the street, and the savoury odour from them attracts more hungry-looking gazers and longers than does a cook-shop window. They seldom move about, but generally frequent the same place. A celebrated dealer of this class has a stand in Clare Street, Clare Market, opposite a cat's meat shop. He has been heard to boast that he wouldn't soil his hands at the business if he didn't get his 30 shillings a day, and his £2 10 on a Saturday. Half this amount is considered to be about the truth. This person has mostly all the trade for hot eels in the Clare Market district. There is another hot eel purveyor at the end of Windmill Street, Tottenham Court Road, that does a very good trade. It is thought that he makes about 5 shillings a day at the business, and about 10 shillings on Saturday. There was, before the removals, a man who came out about 5 every afternoon, standing in the New Cut, nearly opposite the Victoria Theatre, his girl always attending to the stall. He had 2 or 3 lamps with hot eels painted upon them, and a handsome stall. He was considered to make about 7 shillings a day by the sale of eels alone, but he dealt in fried fish and pickled whelks as well, and often had a pile of fried fish a foot high. Near the Bricklayers' Arms, at the junction of the old and new Kent roads, a hot eel man dispenses what a juvenile customer assured me was as spicy as any in London, as if there was gin in it. But the dealer in Clare Market does the largest trade of all in the hot eel line. He is the head man. On one Saturday he was known to sell 100 pounds of eels, and on most Saturdays he will get rid of his 4 drafts of eels, a draught being 20 pounds. He and his son are dressed in Jenny Lind hats, bound with blue velvet, and both dispense the provisions, while the daughter attends to wash the cups. On a Sunday, anybody, said my informant, would think him the first nobleman or squire in the land, to see him dressed in his white hat with black crape round it, and his drab paletot and mother-of-pearl buttons, and black kid gloves with the fingers too long for him. I may add that even the very poorest, who have only a halfpenny to spend, as well as those with better means, resort to the stylish stalls in preference to the others. The eels are all purchased at Billingsgate early in the morning. The parties themselves, or their sons or daughters, go to Billingsgate, and the watermen row them to the Dutch eel vessels moored off the market. The fare paid to the waterman is 1 penny for every 10 pounds purchased and brought back in the boat, the passenger being gratis. These dealers generally trade on their own capital, but when some have been having a flare-up, and have broke down for stock, to use the words of my informant, they borrow £1 and pay it back in a week or a fortnight at the outside, and give 2 shillings for the loan of it. The money is usually borrowed of the barrow, truck, and basket lenders. The amount of capital required for carrying on the business, of course, depends on the trade done, but even in a small way the utensils cost £1. They consist of 1 fish kettle and 1 soup kettle, holding upon an average 3 gallons each. Besides these, 5 basins and 5 cups and 10 spoons are required, also a wash-hand basin to wash the cups, basins, and spoons in, and a board and trestle on which the whole stand. In a large way, it requires from £3 to £4 to fit up a handsome stall. For this, the party would have 2 fine kettles, holding about 4 gallons each, and 2 patent cast-iron fireplaces. Note: the £1 outfit only admits of the bottoms of 2 tin saucepans being used as fireplaces, in which charcoal is always burning to keep the eels and soup hot. The whelks are always eaten cold. End note. The crockery and spoons would be in no way superior. A small dealer requires over and above this sum 10 shillings to go to market with and purchase stock, and the large dealer about 30 shillings. The class of persons belonging to the business have either been bred to it or taken to it through being out of work. Some have been disabled during their work and have resorted to it to save themselves from the workhouse. The price of the hot eels is a halfpenny for 5 or 7 pieces of fish and 3 parts of a cupful of liquor. The charge for a half pint of pea soup is a halfpenny, and the whelks are sold according to the size from a halfpenny each to 3 or 4 for the same sum. These are put out in saucers. The eels are Dutch, and are cleaned and washed and cut in small pieces of from a half to an inch each. Note: the daughter of one of my informants was busily engaged, as I derived this information, in the cutting of the fish. She worked at a blood-stained board, with a pile of pieces on one side and a heap of entrails on the other. End note. The portions so cut are then boiled, and the liquor is thickened with flour and flavoured with chopped parsley and mixed spices. It is kept hot in the streets and served out, as I have stated, in halfpenny cupfuls, with a small quantity of vinegar and pepper. The best purveyors add a little butter. The street boys are extravagant in their use of vinegar. To dress a draught of eels takes 3 hours, to clean, cut them up, and cook them sufficiently, and the cost is now 5 shillings and twopence, much lower in the summer, for the draught, the twopence being the expense of shoring, 8d. for 4 pounds of flour to thicken the liquor, twopence for the parsley to flavour it, and 1 shilling and 6d. for the vinegar, spices, and pepper. Note, about 3 quarts of vinegar and 2 ounces of pepper. End note. This quantity, when dressed and seasoned, will fetch in halfpennyworths from 15 shillings to 18 shillings. The profit upon this would be from 7 shillings to 9 shillings and 6d., but the cost of the charcoal has to be deducted as well as the salt used while cooking. These 2 items amount to about 5d. The pea soup consists of split peas, celery, and beef bones. 5 pints at 3 halfpenny a quart are used to every 3 gallons. The bones cost 2d, carrots a penny, and celery a halfpenny. These cost 1 shilling and a farthing, and the pepper, salt, and mint to season it about 2d. This, when served in halfpenny basinfuls, will fetch from 2 shillings and 3d to 2 shillings and 4d, leaving 1 shilling and a penny profit. But from this the expenses of cooking must be taken, so that the clear gain upon 3 gallons comes to about 11d. In a large trade, 3 kettles, or 12 gallons, of pea soup will be disposed of in the day, and about 4 draughts, or 80 pounds, of hot eels on every day but Saturday, when the quantity of eels disposed of would be about 5 draughts, or 100 pounds weight, and about 15 gallons of pea soup. Hence the profits of a good business in the hot eel and pea soup line united will be from £7 to £7 10s. Per week, or more. But there is only one man in London does this amount of business, or rather makes this amount of money. A small business will do about 15 pounds of eels in the week, including Saturday, and about 12 gallons of soup. Sometimes credit is given for a halfpennyworth or a pennyworth at the outside, but very little is lost from bad debts. Boys who are partaking of the articles will occasionally say to the proprietor of the stall, "Well, master, they are nice. Trust us another ha'porth, and I'll pay you when I comes again." But they are seldom credited, for the stall-keepers know well they would never see them again. Very often the stock cooked is not disposed of, and then it is brought home and eaten by the family. The pea soup will seldom keep a night, but what is left the family generally use for supper. The dealers go out about 10:30 in the morning, and remain out till about 10 at night. Monday is the next best day to Saturday. The generality of the customers are boys from 12 to 16 years of age. Newsboys are very partial to hot eels. Women prefer the pea soup. Some of the boys will have as many as 6 halfpenny cupfuls consecutively on a Saturday night, and some women will have 3 halfpenny basins full of soup. Many persons in the cold weather prefer the hot soup to beer. On wet, raw, chilly days, the soup goes off better than usual, and in fine weather there is a greater demand for the hot eels. One dealer assured me that he once did serve 2 gentlemen's servants with 28 halfpenny cupfuls of hot eels, one after another. One servant had 16 and the other 12 cupfuls, which they ate all at one standing. And one of these customers was so partial to hot eels that he used to come twice a day, every day, for 6 months after that, and have 8 cupfuls each day, 4 at noon and 4 in the evening. These 2 persons were the best customers my informant ever had. Servants, however, are not generally partial to the commodity. Hot eels are not usually taken for dinner, nor is pea soup, but throughout the whole day, and just at the fancy of the passers-by. There are no shops for the sale of these articles. The dealers keep no accounts of what their receipts and expenditure are. The best time of the year for the hot eels is from the middle of June to the end of August. On some days during that time a person in a small way of business will clear, upon an average, 1 shilling and 6d. a day, on other days 1 shilling, on some days during the month of August as much as 2 shillings and 6d. a day. Some cry out, nice hot eels, nice hot eels, or warm your hands and fill your bellies for a halfpenny. One man used to give his surplus eels, when he considered his sale completed on a night, to the poor creatures refused admission into a workhouse, lending them his charcoal fire for warmth, which was always returned to him. The poor creatures begged cinders, and carried the fire under a railway arch. The general rule, however, is for the dealer to be silent, and merely expose the articles for sale. "I likes better," said one man to me, "to touch up people's noses than their eyes or their ears." There are now in the trade almost more than can get a living at it, and their earnings are less than they were formerly. One party attributed this to the opening of a couple of penny pie shops in his neighbourhood. Before then he could get 2s. 6d. a day clear, take one day with another, but since the establishment of the business in the penny pie line, he cannot take above 1s. 6d. a day clear. On the day the first of these pie shops opened, it made as much as £10, or half a draught, of eels difference to him. There was a band of music and an illumination at the pie shop, and it was impossible to stand against that. The fashionable dress of the trade is the Jenny Lind, or wide awake, hat, with a broad black ribbon tied round it, and a white apron and sleeves. The dealers usually go to Hampton Court or Greenwich on a fine Sunday. They are partial to the pit of Astley's. One of them told his waterman at Billingsgate the other morning that he and his good lady had been very amused with the 'osses at Hashley's last night. Of the experience of a hot eel and pea soup man. "I was a coal heaver," said one of the class to me, as I sat in his attic up a close court, watching his wife thicken the liquor. "I was a-going along the plank from one barge to another, when the swell of some steamers throwed the plank off the horse and chucked me down and broke my knee agin the side of the barge. Before that I was yearning upon an average my 20s. to 30s. a week. I was 7 months and 4 days in King's College Hospital after this. I found they was a-doing me no good there, so I come out and went over to Bartholomew's Hospital. I was in there 19 months altogether, and after that I was a month in Middlesex Hospital, and all on 'em turned me out uncurable. You see, the bone's decayed. 4 bits of bone had been taken from it. The doctor turned me out 3 times because I wouldn't have it off. He asked my wife if she would give consent, but neither she nor my daughter would listen to it, so I was turned out on 'em all. How my family lived all this time is hard to tell. My oldest boy did a little, got 3 and 6d. a week as an errand boy, and my daughter was in service, and did a little for me, but that was all we had to live upon. There was 6 children on my hands, and however they did manage I can't say. After I came out of the hospital, I applied to the parish and was allowed 2s. 6d. a week and 4 loaves, but I was anxious to do something, so a master butcher, as I knowed, said he would get me a pitch (note, the right to fix a stall) if I thought I could sit at a stall and sell a few things. I told him I thought I could, and would be very thankful for it. Well, I'd heard how the man up in the market was making a fortune at the hot eel and pea soup line. (Note, a paviour, as left his barrow and 2 shovels with me, told me to-day, said the man by way of parenthesis, that he knowed for a fact he was clearing £6 a week regular. So I thought I'd have a touch at the same thing. But you see, I never could rise money enough to get sufficient stock to make a do of it, and never shall, I expect. It don't seem like it, however. I ought to have 5s. to go to market with to-morrow, and I ain't got above 1 and 6d. And what's that for stock money, I'd like to know? Well, as I was saying, the master butcher lent me 10s. to start in the line. He was the best friend I ever had. But I've never been able to do anything at it, not to say to get a living. "He can't carry anything now, sir," said his wife, as the old man strove to get the bellows to warm up the large kettle of pea soup that was on the fire. "I can't go without my crutch. My daughter goes to Billingsgate for me. I've got nobody else, and she cuts up the eels. If it warn't for her, I must give it up altogether and go into the workhouse outright. I couldn't fetch 'em. I ought to have been out to-night, by rights, till 10, if I'd had anything to have sold. My wife can't do much. She's troubled with the rheumatics in her head and limbs." "Yes," said the old body with a sigh, "I'm never well, and never shall be again, I know." "Would you accept on a drop of soup, sir?" asked the man. "You're very welcome, I can assure you. You'll find it very good, sir." I told him I had just dined, and the poor old fellow proceeded with his tale. "Last week I earned clear about 8 shillings, and that's to keep 6 on us. I didn't pay no rent last week, nor yet this, and I don't know when I shall again, if things go on in this way. The week before there was a fast day, and I didn't earn above 6 shillings that week, if I did that. My boy can't go to school. He's got no shoes, nor nothing to go in. The girls go to the ragged school, but we can't send them of a Sunday nowhere." "Other people can go," said one of the young girls, nestling round the fire, and with a piece of sacking over her shoulders for a shawl. "Them as has got things to go in, but mother don't like to let us go as we are. She slips her mother's shoes on when she goes out. It would take £1 to start me well. With that I could go to market and buy me a draught of eels 1 shilling cheaper, and I could afford to cut my pieces a little bigger, and people where they gets used well comes again, don't you see? I could have sold more eels if I'd had 'em to-day, and soup too. Why, there's 4 hours of about the best time to-night that I'm losing now, 'cause I've nothing to sell. The man in the market can give more than we can. He gives what is called the lumping ha'porth, that is 7 or 8 pieces. Ah, that I dare say he does. Indeed, some of the boys has told me he gives as many as 8 pieces. And then the more eels he biles up, you see, the richer the liquor is, and in our little tin pot way it's like biling up a great giant of meat in a ocean of water. In course we can't compete again the man in the market, and so we're being ruined entirely. The boys very often comes and asks me if I've got a farden's worth of heads. The woman at Broadway, they tells me, sells 'em at 4 a farden and a drop of liquor, but we chucks 'em away. There's nothing to eat on them. The boys, though, will eat anything." In the hot eel trade are now 140 vendors, each selling 6 pounds of eels daily at their stands. 60 sell 40 pounds daily, and 100 are itinerant, selling 5 pounds nightly at the public houses. The first mentioned take 2 shillings daily, the second 16 shillings, and the third 1 shilling and 8pence. This gives a street expenditure in the trade in hot eels of £21,910 for the year. To start in this business, a capital is required after this rate: stall 6 shillings, basket 1 shilling, eel kettle 3 shillings and 6pence, jar 6pence, ladle 4pence, 12 cups 1 shilling, 12 spoons 1 shilling, stew pan 2 shillings, chafing dish 6pence, strainer 1 shilling, 8 cloths 2 shillings and 8pence, a pair sleeves 4pence, apron 4pence, charcoal 2 shillings, 4pence being an average daily consumption, a quarter of a hundredweight of coal 3pence halfpenny, a half a pound of butter, the weekly average 4pence, 1 quartern flour 5pence, 4 ounces pepper 4pence, 1 quart vinegar 10pence, 1 pound salt a halfpenny, 1 pound candles for stall 6pence, parsley 3pence, stock money 10 shillings. In all £1 15 shillings. In the course of a year, the property which may be described as fixed, as in the stall and so on, and the expenditure daily occurring, as for stock, butter, coal, according to the foregoing statement, amounts to £15,750. The eels purchased for this trade at Billingsgate are £1,166,880, costing at 3pence per pound £14,586. In the pea soup trade there are now 1/2 of the whole number of the hot eel vendors, of whom 100 will sell each 4 gallons daily, and of the remaining 50 vendors each will sell upon an average 10 gallons daily. The first mentioned take 3 shillings daily, and the last 7 shillings and 6pence. This gives a street expenditure of £4,050 during the winter season of 5 months. To commence business in the street sale of pea soup, a capital is required after this rate: soup kettle 4 shillings, peas 2 shillings, soup ladle 6pence, pepper box 1 penny, mint box 3pence, chafing dish 6pence, 12 basins 1 shilling, 12 spoons 1 shilling, bones, celery, mint, carrots, and onions 1 shilling and 6pence. In all 10 shillings 10 pence. the hot eel trade being in conjunction with the pea soup, the same stall, candles, towels, sleeves and aprons does for both, and the quantity of extra coal and charcoal, pepper and salt given in the summary of hot eels serves in cooking and so on, both eels and pea soup. End of section 26. Section 27 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 27. Of the Street Sellers of Pickled Whelks. The trade in whelks is one of which the costermongers have the undisputed monopoly. The wholesale business is all transacted in Billingsgate, where this shellfish is bought by the measure, a double peck or gallon, half measure, or wash. A wash is 4 measures, and is the most advantageous mode of purchase. It's so much cheaper by taking that quantity, I was told. It's as good as having a half measure in. An average price for the year may be 4 shillings the wash. But I've given 21 shillings for 3 wash, said one costermonger, and he waxed indignant as he spoke. One Saturday, when there was a great stock in too, just because there was a fair coming on Monday, and the whelkmen, who are the biggest rogues in Billingsgate, always have the price up then, and hinder a poor man doing good. They've a great knack of that. A wash weighs about 60 pounds. On rare occasions it has been as low as 2 shillings and sixpence, and even 1 shilling and sixpence. About 1/2 of the whelks are sold alive, wholesale, and the other half cooked, boiled. Some of the salesmen having convenience for cooking near the market, but they are all brought to London alive, or what should be alive. When bought alive, which ensures a better quality, I was told, for whelks'll boil after they're dead and gone, you see, sir, as if they was alive and hungry. The costermonger boils them in the largest saucepan at his command for about 10 minutes, and then leaves them until they cool. They never kicks as they boils like lobsters or crabs, said one whelk dealer. They takes it quiet. A missionary cove said to me, why don't you kill them first? It's murder. They doesn't suffer. I've suffered more with a toothache than the whole of a measure of whelks has in a boiling. That I'm clear upon. The boiling is generally the work of the women. The next process is to place them in a tub, throw boiling water over them, and stir them up for 10 or 15 minutes with a broom handle. If the quantity be a wash, 2 broom handles, usually wielded by the man and his wife, are employed. This is both to clean them and to make them come out easier to be wormed. The worming is equivalent to the removing of the beard of an oyster or mussel. The whelks are wormed one by one. The operator cuts into the fish, rapidly draws out the worm, and pushes the severed parts together, which closes. The small whelks are not wormed, because it's not reckoned necessary, and they're sold to poor lads and such like, that's not particular. But nearly all the women, and a good many of the boys, are very particular. They think the worm's poison. The whelks are next shaken in a tub, in cold water, and are then ready for sale. The same process, after the mere boiling, is observed when the whelks are bought cooked. Some whelk sellers, who wish to display a superior article, engage children for a few halfpence to rub the shell of every whelk, so that it looks clean and even bright. I find a difficulty common in the course of this inquiry of ascertaining precisely the number of whelk sellers, because the sale is often carried on simultaneously with that of other things, stewed eels for instance, and because it is common for costermongers to sell whelks on a Saturday night only, both at stalls and round to the public houses, but only when they are cheap at Billingsgate. On a Saturday night there may be 300 whelk sellers in the streets, nearly half at stalls, and half or more working the public houses. But of this number it must be understood that perhaps the wife is at the stall while the husband is on a round, and some whelks are sent out by a man having an extra stock. This, therefore, reduces the number of independent dealers, but not the actual number of sellers. On all other nights there may be half the number engaged in this traffic in the streets regularly all the year, and more than half on a Monday. As regards the public house business, in which little is done between Monday and Saturday nights. But a man will in some instances work the public houses every night, the wife tending the stall, and the more assiduously if the weather be bad or foggy, when a public house custom is the best. A fair week's earning in whelks, when a man's known, is £1. A bad week is from 5s. to 8s. I am assured that bad weeks are as plenty as good, at least the year round. And thus the average to the street whelk sellers in whelks alone is about 13s, when the trade is carried on daily and regularly, and 5s. a week by those who occasionally resort to it. And as the occasional hands are the more numerous, the average may be struck at 7s. The whelks are sold at the stalls at 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 a penny, according to size. 4 is an average pennyworth for good whelks. The 6 a penny are small, and the 8 a penny very small. The principal place for their sale is in Old Street, City Road. The other principal places are the street markets, which I have before particularised. The whelks are sold in saucers, generally small and white, and of common ware, and are contained in jars ready to be shelled into any saucer that may have been emptied. Sometimes a small pyramid of shells, surmounted by a candle protected by a shade, attracts the regard of the passer-by. The man doing the best business in London was to be found, before the removals of which I have spoken, in Lambeth Walk, but he has now no fixed locality. His profits, I am informed, were regularly £3 a week, but out of this he had to pay for the assistance of 2 or sometimes 3 persons in washing his whelks, boiling them, and so on. Besides that, his wife was as busy as himself. To the quality and cleanliness of his whelks he was very attentive, and would sell no mediocre article if better could be bought. "He deserved all he earned, sir," said another street dealer to me. "Why, in Old Street now, they'll have the old original saucers, miserable things, such as they had 50 years back. But the man we're talking of, about 2 years ago, brought in very pretty plates, quite enterprising things, and they answered well. His example's spreading, but it's slowly." The whelks are eaten with vinegar and pepper. For sale in the public houses, the whelks are most frequently carried in jars, and transferred in a saucer to the consumer. "There's often a good sale," said a man familiar with the business, "when a public room's filled. People drinking there always want to eat. They buy whelks not to fill themselves, but for a relish. A man that's used to the trade will often get off inferior sorts to the Lushingtons. He'll have them to rights. Whelks is all the same, good, bad, or middling, when a man's drinking, if they're well seasoned with pepper and vinegar. Oh yes, any whelk man will take in a drunken fellow, and he will do it all the same, if he's made up his mind to, get drunk himself that very night." The trade is carried on by the regular costers, but of the present number of whelk sellers, about 20 have been mechanics or servants. The whelk trade is an evening trade, commencing generally about 6, summer and winter, or an hour earlier in winter. The capital required to start in the whelk business is stall, 2s. 6d, saucers, vinegar bottle, jar, pepper caster, and small watering pan, used only in dusty weather, 2s. 6d, a pair of stilts, supports for the stall, 1s. 6d, stock money, 5s, pepper and vinegar, 6d, or 12s. in all. If the trade be commenced in a round basket for public sale, 7s. or 8s. only is required, but it is a hazardous experiment for a person unpractised in street business. Of the customers, etc., of pickled whelk sellers. An intelligent man gave me the following account. He had been connected with street trading from his youth up, and is now about 30. "The chief customers for whelks, sir, are working people and poor people, and they prefer them to oysters. I do myself, and I think they're not so much eaten, because they're not fashionable like oysters. But I've sold them to first-rate public houses, and to doctors' shops, more than other shops, I don't know why, and to private houses. Masters have sent out their servant maids to me, for 3 or 4 penn'orths for supper. I've offered the maids a whelk, but they won't eat them in the street. I dare say they're afraid their young men may be about, and might think they wasn't ladies if they eat whelks in the street." Boys are the best customers for small, but if you don't look sharp you'll be done out of 3 ha'porth of vinegar to a ha'porth of whelks. I can't make out why they like it so. They're particular enough in their way. If the whelks are thin, as they will be sometimes, the lads will say, "What a lot of snails you've gathered tonight." If they're plump and fine, then they'll say, "Fat uns tonight, stunners." Some people eat whelks for an appetite. They give me one, and more in summer than winter. The women of the town are good customers, at least they are in the Cut and Shoreditch, for I know both. If they have 5 penn'orth, when they're treated, perhaps, there's always 6pence. They come on the sly sometimes by themselves, and make what's a meal, I'm satisfied, on whelks, and they'll want credit sometimes. I've given trust to a woman of that sort as far as 2 shillings and 6pence. I've lost very little by them. I don't know how much altogether. I keep no account, but carry any credit in my head. Those women's good pay, take it all together, for they know how hard it is to get a crust, and have a feeling for a poor man, if they haven't for a rich one. That's my opinion, sir. Costermongers, in a good time, are capital customers. They'll buy 5 or 6 penn'orths at a time. The dust's a great injury to the trade in summer-time. It dries the whelks up, and they look old. I wish whelks were cheaper at Billingsgate, and I could do more business. And I could do more if I could sell a few minutes after 12 on a Saturday night, when people must leave the public house. I have sold 3 wash of a Saturday night, and cleared 15 shillings on them. I one week made £3, but I had a few stewed eels to help. That is, I cleared £2 and had £1 worth over on the Saturday night, and sent them to be sold, and they were sold, at Battersea on the Sunday. I never went there myself. I've had 20 people round my stall at one time on a Saturday. Perhaps my earnings on that, and other odd things, may come to £1 a week, or hardly so much, the year round. I can't say exactly. The shells are no use. Boys have asked me for them, to make seashells of, they say, to hold them to their ears when they're big, and there's a sound like the sea rolling. Gentlemen have sometimes told me to keep a dozen or 20 dozen for borders to a garden. I make no charge for them, just what a gentleman may please to give. The information given shows an outlay of £5,250 yearly for street whelks, and as the return I have cited shows the money spent in whelks at Billingsgate to be £2,500, the number of whelks being 4,950,000, the account is correct, as the coster's usual half profits make up the sum expended. Of the street sellers, and of the preparation of fried fish. Among the cooked food which has for many years formed a portion of the street trade is fried fish. The sellers are about 350 as a maximum, and 250 as a minimum, 300 being an average number. The reason of the variation in number is that on a Saturday night, and occasionally on other nights, especially on Mondays, stall-keepers sell fried fish, and not as an ordinary article of their trade. Some men, too, resort to the trade for a time when they cannot be employed in any way more profitable or suitable to them. The dealers in this article are, for the most part, old men and boys, though there may be 30 or 40 women who sell it, but only 3 or 4 girls, and they are the daughters of the men in the business, as the women are the wives. Among the fried fish sellers there are not half a dozen Irish people, although fish is so especial a part of the diet of the poor Irish. The men in the calling have been, as regards the great majority, mechanics or servants. None, I was told, had been fishmongers or their assistants. The fish fried by street dealers is known as plaice dabs and sole dabs, which are merely plaice and soles, dab being a common word for any flat fish. The fish which supplies upwards of 1/2 the quantity fried for the streets is plaice. The other fishes used are soles, haddocks, whitings, flounders, and herrings, but very sparingly indeed as regards herrings. Soles are used in as large a quantity as the other kinds mentioned altogether. On my inquiry as to the precise quantity of each description fried, the answer from the traders was uniform. "I can't say, sir. I buy whatever's cheapest." The fish is bought at Billingsgate, but some of the street dealers obtain another, and even a cheaper, commodity than at that great mart. This supply is known in the trade as friars, and consists of the overplus of a fishmonger's stock, of what he has not sold overnight, and does not care to offer for sale on the following morning, and therefore vends it to the costermongers, whose customers are chiefly among the poor. The friars are sometimes half, and sometimes more than half, of the wholesale price in Billingsgate. Many of the friars are good, but some, I was told, in anything like muggy or close weather, were very queer fish, very queer indeed, and they are consequently fried with a most liberal allowance of oil, which will conceal anything. The fish to be fried is first washed and gutted. The fins, head and tail are then cut off, and the trunk is dipped in flour and water, so that in frying, oil being always used, the skin will not be scorched by the perhaps too violent action of the fire, but merely browned. Pale rape oil is generally used. The sellers, however, are often twitted with using lamp oil, even when it is dearer than that devoted to the purpose. The fish is cooked in ordinary frying pans. One tradesman in Cripplegate, formerly a costermonger, has on his premises a commodious oven, which he had built for the frying, or rather baking, of fish. He supplies the small shopkeepers who deal in the article, although some prepare it themselves, and sells his fish retail also, but the street sellers buy little of him, as they are nearly all their own cooks. Some of the illegitimates, however, lay in their stock by purchase of the tradesman in question. The fish is cut into portions before it is fried, and the frying occupies about 10 minutes. The quantity prepared together is from 6 to 20 portions, according to the size of the pans. 4 dozen portions, or pieces as the street people call them, require a quart of oil. The fried fish sellers live in some out-of-the-way alley, and not unfrequently in garrets, for among even the poorest class there are great objections to their being fellow lodgers, on account of the odour from the frying. Even when the fish is fresh, as it most frequently is, and the oil pure, the odour is rank. In one place I visited, which was moreover admirable for cleanliness, it was very rank. The cooks, however, whether husbands or wives, for the women often attend to the pan, when they hear of this disagreeable rankness, answer that it may be so, many people say so, but for their parts they cannot smell it at all. The garments of the fried fish sellers are more strongly impregnated with the smell of fish than were those of any wet or other fish sellers whom I met with. Their residences are in some of the labyrinths of courts and alleys that run from Gray's Inn Lane to Leather Lane, and similar places between Fetter and Chancery Lanes. They are to be found too in the courts running from Cowcross, Smithfield, and from Turnmill Street and Ray Street, Clerkenwell. Also in the alleys about Bishopsgate Street and the Kingsland Road, and some in the half-ruinous buildings near the Southwark and Borough roads. None, or very few, of those who are their own cooks reside at a greater distance than 3 miles from Billingsgate. A gin-drinking neighbourhood, one coster said, suits best, for people hasn't their smell so correct there. The sale is both on rounds and at stalls, the itinerants being twice as numerous as the stationary. The round is usually from public house to public house in populous neighbourhoods. The itinerants generally confine themselves to the trade in fried fish, but the stall-keepers always sell other articles, generally fish of some kind, along with it. The sale in the public houses is the greatest. At the neighbouring races and fairs there is a great sale of fried fish. At last Epsom races, I was told, there were at least 50 purveyors of that dainty from London, half of them, perhaps, being costermongers, who speculated in it merely for the occasion, preparing it themselves. 3 men joined in one speculation, expending £8 in fish, and did well, selling at the usual profit of cent per cent, but with the drawback of considerable expenses. Their customers at the races and fairs are the boys who hold horses or brush clothes, or who sell oranges or nuts, or push at roundabouts, and the costers who are there on business. At Epsom races there was plenty of bread, I was informed, to be picked up on the ground. It had been flung from the carriages after luncheon, and this, with a piece of fish, supplied a meal or a relish to hundreds. In the public houses, a slice of bread, 16 or 32 being cut from a quartern loaf, as they are whole or half slices, is sold or offered with the fish for a penny. The cry of the seller is, "Fish and bread, a penny." Sometimes, for an extra-sized piece, with bread, twopence is obtained, but very seldom, and sometimes 2 pieces are given for a penny halfpenny. At the stalls, bread is rarely sold with the edible in question. For the itinerant trade, a neatly painted wooden tray, slung by a leathern strap from the neck, is used. The tray is papered over, generally with clean newspapers, and on the paper is spread the shapeless brown lumps of fish. Parsley is often strewn over them, and a salt box is placed at the discretion of the customer. The trays contain from 2 to 5 dozen pieces. I understand that no one has a trade greatly in advance of his fellows. The whole body complain of their earnings being far less than was the case 4 or 5 years back. The itinerant fried fish sellers, when pursuing their avocation, wear generally a jacket of cloth or fustian buttoned round them, but the rest of their attire is hidden by the white sleeves and apron some wear, or by the black calico sleeves and dark woolen aprons worn by others. The capital required to start properly in the business is frying pan, 2 shillings, second hand 9d., tray 2 shillings and 6d., second hand 8d., salt box 6d., second hand a penny, and stock money 5 shillings, in all 10 shillings. A man has gone into the trade, however, with 1 shilling, which he expended in fish and oil, borrowed a frying pan, borrowed an old tea-board, and so started on his venture. Of the experience of a fried fish seller, and of the class of customers. The man who gave me the following information was well-looking, and might be about 45 or 50. He was poorly dressed, but his old brown surtout fitted him close and well, was jauntily buttoned up to his black satin stock, worn but of good quality, and altogether he had what is understood among our class as a betterly appearance about him. His statement, as well as those of the other vendors of provisions, is curious in its details of public-house vagaries. "I've been in the trade," he said, 17 years. Before that I was a gentleman's servant, and I married a servant maid, and we had a family, and on that account couldn't either of us get a situation, though we'd good characters. I was out of employ for 7 or 8 months, and things was beginning to go to the pawn for a living. But at last, when I gave up any hope of getting into a gentleman's service, I raised 10 shillings, and determined to try something else. I was persuaded by a friend who kept a beer shop to sell oysters at his door. I took his advice, and went to Billingsgate for the first time in my life, and bought a peck of oysters for 2 shillings and 6d. I was dressed respectable then, nothing like the mess and dirt I'm in now. Note, I may observe that there was no dirt about him. End note. And so the salesman laid it on, but I gave him all he asked. I know a deal better now. I'd never been used to open oysters, and I couldn't do it. I cut my fingers with the knife slipping all over them, and had to hire a man to open for me, or the blood from my cut fingers would have run upon the oysters. For all that, I cleared 2 shillings and 6d. on that peck, and I soon got up to the trade and did well, till in 2 or 3 months the season got over, and I was advised by the same friend to try fried fish. That suited me. I've lived in good families where there was first-rate men cooks, and I know what good cooking means. I bought a dozen plaice. I forget what I gave for them, but they were dearer then than now. For all that, I took between 11 shillings and 12 shillings the first night, it was Saturday, that I started, and I stuck to it, and took from 7 shillings to 10 shillings every night, with more, of course, on Saturday, and it was half of it profit then. I cleared a good mechanic's earnings at that time, 30 shillings a week and more. Soon after, I was told that if agreeable, my wife could have a stall with fried fish opposite a wine vaults just opened, and she made nearly half as much as I did on my rounds. I served the public houses and soon got known. With some landlords, I had the privilege of the parlour and tap room and bar, when other tradesmen have been kept out. The landlords will say to me still, "You can go in, Fishy." Somehow I got the name of Fishy then, and I've kept it ever since. There was hospitality in those days. I've gone into a room in a public house used by mechanics, and one of them has said, I'll stand fish round, gentlemen, and I've supplied 15 penn'orths. Perhaps he was a stranger, such a sort of customer that wanted to be agreeable. Now it's more likely I hear, Jack, lend us a penny to buy a bit of fried. And then Jack says, you be d. Here, lass, let's have another pint. The insults and difficulties I've had in the public house trade is dreadful. I once sold 16 pence worth to 3 rough-looking fellows I'd never seen before, and they seemed hearty and asked me to drink with them. So I took a pull, but they wouldn't pay me when I asked, and I waited a goodish bit before I did ask. I thought at first it was their fun, but I waited from 4 to 7, and I found it was no fun. I felt upset and ran out and told the policeman, but he said it was only a debt, and he couldn't interfere. So I ran to the station, but the head man there said the same, and told me I should hand over the fish with one hand and hold out the other hand for my money. So I went back to the public house and asked for my money, and there were some mechanics there that knew me there then, but I got nothing but yous, and one of them used most dreadful language. At last one of the mechanics said, muzzle him, fishy, if he won't pay. He was far bigger than me, him that was one in debt, but my spirit was up and I let go at him and gave him a bloody nose, and the next hit I knocked him backwards, I'm sure I don't know how, onto a table, but I fell on him, and he clutched me by the coat collar. I was respectable dressed then, and half smothered me. He tore the back of my coat too, and I went home like Jim Crow. The potman and the others parted us, and they made the man give me a shilling, and the waiter paid me the other 4pence, and said he'd take his chance to get it, but he never got it. Another time I went into a bar and there was a ball in the house, and one of the ball gents came down and gave my basket a kick without ever a word, and started the fish, and in a scuffle, he was a little fellow, but my master, I had this finger put out of joint, you can see that, sir, still, and was in the hospital a week from an injury to my leg. The tiblin bone was hurt, the doctor said. Note, the tibia, end note. I've had my tray kicked over for a lark in a public house, and a scramble for my fish, and all gone, and no help and no money for me. The landlords always prevent such things when they can, and interfere for a poor man. But then it's done sudden, and over in an instant. That sort of thing wasn't the worst. I once had some powdery stuff flung sudden over me at a parlour door. My fish fell off, for I jumped, because I felt blinded, and what became of them I don't know. But I aimed at once for home, it was very late, and had to feel my way, almost like a blind man. I can't tell what I suffered. I found it was something black, for I kept rubbing my face with my apron, and could just tell it came away black. I let myself in with my latch, and my wife was in bed, and I told her to get up and look at my face and get some water, and she thought I was joking, as she was half asleep. But when she got up and got a light and a glass, she screamed, and said I looked such a shiny image, and so I did, as well as I could see, for it was black lead, such as they use for grates, that was flung on me. I washed it off, but it wasn't easy, and my face was sore days after. I had a respectable coat on then, too, which was greatly spoiled, and no remedy at all. I don't know who did it to me. I heard someone say, "You're served out beautiful." It's men that calls themselves gentlemen that does such things. I know the style of them then. It was 8 or 10 years ago. They'd heard of Lord Blank and his goings-on. That way, it's better now, but worse far in the way of getting a living. I dare say if I'd dressed in rough corduroys, I shouldn't have been larked at so much, because they might have thought I was a regular coster and a fighter. But I don't like that sort of thing. I like to be decent and respectable if I can. I've been in the fried trade ever since, except about 3 months that I tried the sandwiches. I didn't do so well in them, but it was a far easier trade. No carrying heavy weights all the way from Billingsgate. But I went back to the fried. Why, now, sir, a good week with me, and I've only myself in the trade now. Note, he was a widower, end note, is to earn 12 shillings. A poor week is 9 shillings, and there's as many of one as of the other. I'm known to sell the best of fish, and to cook it in the best style. I think half of us, take it round and round for a year, may earn as much as I do, and the other half about half as much. I think so. I might have saved money but for a family. I've only one at home with me now, and he really is a good lad. My customers are public house people that want a relish or a sort of supper with their beer, not so much to drinkers. I sold a tradesman too, 4 pennyworth for tea or supper. Some of them send to my place, for I'm known. The Great Exhibition can't be any difference to me. I've a regular round. I used to sell a good deal to women of the town, but I don't now. They haven't got the money, I believe. Where I took 10 shillings of them 8 or 9 years ago, I now take only 6pence. They may go for other sorts of relishes now. I can't say. The worst of my trade is that people must have as big penn'orths when fish is dear as when it's cheap. I never sold a piece of fish to an Italian boy in my life, though they're Catholics. Indeed, I never saw an Italian boy spend a halfpenny in the streets on anything. A working man told me that he often bought fried fish, and accounted it good to men like himself. He was fond of fried fish to his supper. He couldn't buy half so cheap as the street sellers, perhaps not a quarter, and if he could it would cost him a penny for dripping to fry the fish in, and he got it ready and well fried, and generally good, for a penny. Subsequent inquiries satisfied me that my informant was correct as to his calculations of his fellow's earnings, judging from his own. The price of plaice at Billingsgate is from a halfpenny to 2pence each, according to size. Note, the fried fish purveyors never calculate by the weight. 3 farthings being a fair average. A plaice costing 1 penny will now be fried into 4 pieces, each 1 penny, but the addition of bread, cost of oil, and so on, reduces the fried people's profits to rather less than cent per cent. Soles and the other fish are, moreover, 30% dearer than plaice. As 150 sellers make as much weekly as my informant, and the other 150 half that amount, we have an average yearly earning of £27 6 shillings in one case, and of £13 13 shillings in the other, taking only £20 a year as a medium earning, and adding 90% for profit. The outlay on the fried fish supplied by London street sellers is £11,400. End of section 27. Section 28 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 28. Of the preparation and quantity of sheep's trotters, and of the street sellers. The sale of sheep's trotters as a regular street trade is confined to London, Liverpool, Newcastle on Tyne, and a few more of our greater towns. The trotter, as it is commonly called, is the boiled foot of the sheep. None of my readers can have formed any commensurate notion of the extent of the sale in London, and to some readers the very existence of such a comestible may be unknown. The great supply now required is readily attained. The wholesale trade is now in the hands of one fell-mongering firm, though until within these 20 months or so there were 2, and the feet are cut off the sheepskins by the salesman in the skin market in Bermondsey, and conveyed to the fellmonger's premises in carts and in trucks. Sheep's trotters, one of my informants could remember, were sold in the streets 50 years ago, but in such small quantities that it could hardly be called a trade. Instead of being prepared wholesale, as at present, and then sold out to the retailers, the trotters were then prepared by the individual retailers, or by small traders in tripe and cow-heel. 25 years ago nearly all the sheep's trotters were lined and prepared when the skin came into the hands of the fellmonger, for the glue and size makers. 20 years ago only about 1/20th of the trotters now prepared for eating were devoted to the same purpose, and it was not until about 15 years back that the trade began to reach its present magnitude, and for the last 12 years it has been about stationary, but there were never more sold than last year. From 15 to 20 years ago glue and size, owing principally to improved modes of manufacture, became cheaper, so that it paid the fellmonger better to dispose of the trotters as an article cooked for the poor than to the glue boiler. The process of cookery is carried on rapidly at the fellmongers in question. The feet are first scalded for about half an hour. After that, from 10 to 15 boys are employed in scooping out the hoofs, which are sold for manure or to manufacturers of Prussian blue, which is extensively used by painters. Women are then employed, 40 being an average number, to scrape the hair off. for hair it is called, quickly but softly, so that the skin should not be injured, and after that the trotters are boiled for about 4 hours, and they are then ready for market. The proprietor of this establishment, after he had obligingly given me the information I required, invited me to walk round his premises unaccompanied, and observe how the business was conducted. The premises are extensive, and are situated, as are nearly all branches of the great trade connected with hides and skins, in Bermondsey. The trotter business is kept distinct from the general fellmongering. Within a long shed are 5 coppers, each containing on an average 250 sets, a set being the complement of the sheep's feet, 4. 2 of these coppers on my visit were devoted to the scalding, and 3 to the boiling of the trotters. They looked like what one might imagine to be witches' big cauldrons, seething, hissing, boiling, and throwing forth a steam not peculiarly grateful to the nostrils of the uninitiated. Thus there are weekly cooking in one form or other the feet of 20,000 sheep for the consumption of the poorer classes, or as a relish for those whose stomachs crave after edibles of this description. At one extremity of this shed are the boys, who work in a place open at the side, but the flues and fires make all parts sufficiently warm. The women have a place to themselves on the opposite side of the yard. The room where they work has forms running along its sides, and each woman has a sort of bench in front of her seat, on which she scrapes the trotters. One of the best of these workwomen can scrape 150 sets, or 600 feet, in a day, but the average of the work is 500 sets a week, including women and girls. I saw no girls but what seemed above 17 or 18, and none of the women were old. They were exceedingly merry, laughing and chatting, and appearing to consider that a listener was not of primary consequence, as they talked pretty much all together. I saw none but what were decently dressed. Some were good looking, and none seemed sickly. In this establishment are prepared weekly 20,000 sets, or 80,000 feet, a yearly average of 4,160,000 trotters, or the feet of 1,040,000 sheep. Of this quantity the street folk buy 7/8, 3,640,000 trotters yearly, or 70,000 weekly. The number of sheep trotter sellers may be taken at 300, which gives an average of nearly 60 sets a week per individual. The wholesale price at the trotter yard is 5 a penny, which gives an outlay by the street sellers of £3,033 6s. and 8d. yearly. But this is not the whole of the trade. Lamb's trotters are also prepared, but only to 1/20 of the quantity of sheep's trotters, and that for only 3 months of the year. These are all sold to the street sellers. The lamb's foot is usually left appended to the leg and shoulder of lamb. It is weighed with the joint, but the butcher's man or boy will say to the purchaser, "Do you want the foot?" As the answer is usually in the negative, it is at once cut off and forms a perquisite. There are some 6 men, journeymen butchers not fully employed, who collect these feet, prepare and sell them to the street people. But as the lamb's feet are very seldom as fresh as those of the sheep carried direct from the skin market to, so to speak, the great trotter kitchen, the demand for lambs falls off yearly. Last year the sale may be taken at about 14,000 sets, selling wholesale at about £46, the same price as the sheep. The sellers of trotters, who are stationary at public house and theatre doors, and at street corners, and itinerant, but itinerant chiefly from one public house to another, are a wretchedly poor class. 3/4 of them are elderly women and children, the great majority being Irish people, and there are more boys than girls in the trade. The capital required to start in the business is very small. A hand basket of the larger size costs 1s. and 9d., but smaller or second hand only 1s., and the white cotton cloth on which the trotters are displayed costs 4d. or 6d. Stock money need not exceed 1s., so that 3s. is all that is required. This is one reason, I heard from several trotter sellers, why the business is over-peopled. Statements of sheep's trotter women. From one woman, who I am assured may be taken as a fair type of the better class of trotter sellers, some of the women being sottish and addicted to penn'orths of gin beyond their means, I had the following statement. I found her in the top room of a lofty house in Clerkenwell. She was washing when I called, and her son, a crippled boy of 16, with his crutch by his side, was cleaning knives, which he had done for many months for a family in the neighbourhood, who paid for his labour in what the mother pronounced better than money, broken victuals, because they were of such good wholesome quality. The room, which is of a good size, had its red-brown plaster walls stained in parts with damp, but a great portion was covered with the cheap engravings given away with number 6, or any other number, of some periodical of thrilling interest, while the narrow mantel-shelf was almost covered with pot figures of dumpy men, red-breeched and blue-coated, and similar ornaments. I have often noted such attempts to subdue, as it were, the grimness of poverty by the poor who had seen better days. The mother was tall and spare, and the boy had that look of premature sedateness, his face being of a sickly hue, common to those of quiet dispositions who have been afflicted from their childhood. "I'm the widow of a sawyer, sir," said Mrs. —, with a very slight brogue, for she was an Irish woman, "and I've been a widow's 18 long years. I'm 54, I believe, but that 18 years seems longer than all the rest of my life together. My husband earned hardly ever less than 30 shillings a week, sometimes £3, and I didn't know what pinching was. But I was left destitute with 4 young children, and had to bring them up as well as I could, by what I could make by washing and charring, and a hard fight it was. One of my children went for a soldier, one's dead, another's married, and that's the youngest there. Ah, poor fellow, what he's gone through. He's had 18 abscesses one after another, and he has been 4 times in Bartholomew's. There's only God above to help him when I'm gone. My health broke 6 years ago, and I couldn't do hard work in washing, and I took to trotter selling, because one of my neighbours was in that way, and told me how to go about it. My son sells trotters too. He always sits at the corner of this street. I go from one public house to another, and sometimes stand at the door or sit inside, because I'm known and have leave. But I can't either sit or stand or walk long at a time. I'm so rheumatic. No, sir, I can't say I was ever badly insulted in a public house, but I only go to those I know. Others may be different. We depend mostly on trotters, but I have a shilling and my meat for charring a day in every week. I've tried winks and whelks too, 'cause I thought they might be more in my pocket than trotters, but they don't suit a poor woman that's begun a street trade when she's not very young. And the trotters can be carried on with so little money. It's not so long ago that I've sold 3 penn'orth of trotters, that is, him and me has, pretty early in the evening. I'd bought them at Mr. 's in Bermondsey in the afternoon, for we can buy 3 penn'orth, and I walked there again, perhaps it's 4 miles there and back, and bought another 3 pennyworth. The first 3 pence was all I could rise. It's a long weary way for me to walk, but some walk from Poplar and Limehouse. If I lay out 2 shillings on the Saturday, there's 15 sets for a shilling. That's 60 trotters. They'll carry us on to Monday night, and sometimes, if they'll keep, to Tuesday night. Sometimes I could sell half a crown's worth in less time. I have to go to Bermondsey 3 or 4 times a week. The trade was far better 6 years ago, though trotters were dearer then, only 13 sets a shilling, then 14, now 15. For some very few that's very fine and very big, I get a penny apiece. For some I get a penny halfpenny for 2, the most's a halfpenny each. Some's 4 for a penny halfpenny, and some I have to throw into the dust hole. The 2 of us earns 5 shillings a week on trotters, not more, I'm sure. I sell to people in the public houses. Some of them may be rather the worse for drink, but not so many. Regular drunkards buys nothing but drink. I've sold them, too, to steady, respectable gentlemen that's been passing in the street, who put them in their pockets for supper. My rent's a shilling a week. I then had some conversation with the poor lad. He'd had many a bitter night, he told me, from 5:30 to 12, for he knew there was no breakfast for his mother and him if he couldn't sell some trotters. He had a cry sometimes. He didn't know any good it did him, but he couldn't help it. The boys gathered round him sometimes and teased him, and snatched at his crutch, and the policeman said that he must make him move on, as he encouraged the boys about him. He didn't like the boys any more than they were fond of the policeman. He had often sad thoughts as he sat with his trotters before him, when he didn't cry. He wondered if ever he would be better off, but what could he do? He could read, but not write. He liked to read very well, when he had anything to read. His mother and he never missed mass. Another old woman, very poorly but rather tidily dressed, gave me the following account, which shows a little of public-house custom. "I've seen better days, sir. I have indeed. I don't like to talk about that, but now I'm only a poor sheep's trotter seller, and I've been one a good many years. I don't know how long, and I don't like to think about it. It's a shocking bad trade, and such insults as we have to put up with. I serve some public-houses, and I stand sometimes at a playhouse door. I make 3 shillings or 3 shillings and sixpence a week, and in a very good week 4 shillings, but then I sometimes make only 2 shillings. I'm infirm now, God help me, and I can do nothing else. Another old woman and me has a room between us at 1 shilling and 4pence a week. Mother's the best name I'm called in a public-house, and it ain't a respectable name. 'Here, mother, give us one of your B-blank trotters,' is often said to me. One customer sometimes says, 'The stuff'll choke me, but that's as good as the Union.' He ain't a bad man, though. He sometimes treats me. He'll bait my trotters, but that's his larking way. And then he'll say, 'A penn'orth of gin'll make your old body spin.' It's his own poetry, he says. I don't know what he is, but he's often drunk, poor fellow. Women's far worse to please than men. I've known a woman buy a trotter, put her teeth into it, and then say it wasn't good, and return it. It wasn't paid for when she did so, and because I grumbled, I was abused by her, as if I'd been a Turk. The landlord interfered, and he said he, 'I'll not have this poor woman insulted. She's here for the convenience of them as requires trotters, and she's a well-conducted woman, and I'll not have her insulted,' he says he, lofty and like a gentleman, sir. 'Why, who's insulting the old B-H?' says the woman, says she. 'Why, you are,' says the landlord, says he, 'and you ought to pay her for her trotter, or how is she to live?' 'What the B-H-LL do I care how she lives?' says the woman. 'It's nothing to me, and I won't pay her.' 'Then I will,' says the landlord, says he. 'Here's 6pence.' And he wouldn't take the change. After that I soon sold all my trotters, and some gave me double price, when the landlord showed himself such a gentleman, and I went out and bought 9 trotters more, another woman's stock that she was dreading she couldn't sell, and I got through them in no time. It was the best trotter night I ever had. She wasn't a woman of the town as used me so. I have had worse sauce from modest women, as they called themselves, than from the women of the town, for plenty of them knows what poverty is, and is civiller, poor things. Yes, I'm sure of that, though it's a shocking life. Oh, shocking. I never go to the playhouse door but on a fine night. Young men treats their sweethearts to a trotter for a relish, with a drop of beer between the acts. Wet nights is the best for public houses. They're not salt enough, has been said to me oft enough. They don't make a man thirsty. It'll come to the workhouse with me before long, and perhaps all the better. It's warm in the public house, and that draws me to sell my trotters there sometimes. I live on fish and bread a good deal. The returns I collected show that there is expended yearly in London streets on trotters, calculating their sale retail at a halfpenny each, £6,500. But though the regular price is a halfpenny, some trotters are sold at 4 for a penny halfpenny, very few higher than a halfpenny, and some are kept until they are unsaleable, so that the amount may be estimated at £6,000, a receipt of 7 shillings and 6pence weekly per individual seller, rather more than 1/2 of which sum is profit. Of the street trade in baked potatoes. The baked potato trade, in the way it is at present carried on, has not been known more than 15 years in the streets. Before that, potatoes were sometimes roasted as chestnuts are now, but only on a small scale. The trade is more profitable than in fruit, but continues for but 6 months of the year. The potatoes for street consumption are bought of the greengrocers at the rate of 5s. 6d. the hundredweight. They are usually a large-sized fruit, running around 2 or 3 to the pound. The kind generally bought is what are called the French Regents. French potatoes are greatly used now, as they are cheaper than the English. The potatoes are picked, and those of a large size and with a rough skin selected from the others, because they are the mealiest. A waxy potato shrivels in the baking. There are usually from 280 to 300 potatoes in the hundredweight. These are cleaned by the huckster, and when dried, taken in baskets about a quarter hundredweight at a time to the baker's to be cooked. They are baked in large tins, and require an hour and a half to do them well. The charge for baking is 9d. the hundredweight, the baker usually finding the tins. They are taken home from the bakehouse in a basket, with a yard and a half of green baize in which they are covered up, and so protected from the cold. The huckster then places them in his can, which consists of a tin with a half lid to it. It stands on 4 legs, and has a large handle to it, while an iron fire pot is suspended immediately beneath the vessel which is used for holding the potatoes. Directly over the fire pot is a boiler for hot water. This is concealed within the vessel and serves to keep the potatoes always hot. Outside the vessel where the potatoes are kept is at one end a small compartment for butter and salt, and at the other end another compartment for fresh charcoal. Above the boiler and beside the lid is a small pipe for carrying off the steam. These potato cans are sometimes brightly polished, sometimes painted red, and occasionally brass mounted. Some of the handsomest are all brass, and some are highly ornamented with brass mountings. Great pride is taken in the cans. The baked potato man usually devotes half an hour to polishing them up, and they are mostly kept as bright as silver. The handsomest potato can is now in Shoreditch. It costs 10 guineas, and is of brass mounted with German silver. There are 3 lamps attached to it, with coloured glass, and of a style to accord with that of the machine. Each lamp cost 5s. The expense of an ordinary can, tin and brass mounted, is about 50s. They are mostly made by a tin man in the Ratcliffe Highway. The usual places for these cans to stand are the principal thoroughfares and street markets. It is considered by one who has been many years at the business that there are, taking those who have regular stands and those who are travelling with their cans on their arm, at least 200 individuals engaged in the trade in London. There are 3 at the bottom of Farringdon Street, 2 in Smithfield, and 3 in Tottenham Court Road. Note, the 2 places last named are said to be the best pitches in all London. End note. 2 in Leather Lane, 1 on Holborn Hill, 1 at King's Cross, 3 at the Brill, Somerstown, 3 in the New Cut, 3 in Covent Garden. Note, this is considered to be on market days the second best pitch. End note. 2 at the Elephant and Castle, 1 at Westminster Bridge, 2 at the top of Edgware Road, 1 in St. Martin's Lane, 1 in Newport Market, 2 at the upper end of Oxford Street, 1 in Clare Market, 2 in Regent Street, 1 in Newgate Market, 2 at the Angel Islington, 3 at Shoreditch Church, 4 about Rosemary Lane, 2 at Whitechapel, 2 near Spitalfields Market, and more than double the above number wandering about London. Some of the cans have names, as the Royal Union Jack, engraved in a brass plate, the Royal George, the Prince of Wales, the Original Baked Potatoes, and the Old Original Baked Potatoes. The business begins about the middle of August, and continues to the latter end of April, or as soon as the potatoes get to any size, until they are pronounced bad. The season, upon an average, lasts about half the year, and depends much upon the weather. If it is cold and frosty, the trade is brisker than in wet weather. Indeed, then little is doing. The best hours for business are from 10:30 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, and from 5 in the evening till 11 or 12 at night. The night trade is considered the best. In cold weather the potatoes are frequently bought to warm the hands. Indeed, an eminent divine classed them in a public speech among the best of modern improvements, it being a cheap luxury to the poor wayfarer who was benumbed in the night by cold, and an excellent medium for diffusing warmth into the system by being held in the gloved hand. Some buy them in the morning for lunch and some for dinner. A newsvendor, who had to take a hasty meal in his shop, told me he was always glad to hear the baked potato cry, as it made a dinner of what was only a snack without it. The best time at night is about 9, when the potatoes are purchased for supper. The customers consist of all classes. Many gentlefolks buy them in the street, and take them home for supper in their pockets. But the working classes are the greatest purchasers. Many boys and girls lay out a halfpenny in a baked potato. Irishmen are particularly fond of them, but they are the worst customers, I am told, as they want the largest potatoes in the can. Women buy a great number of those sold. Some take them home, and some eat them in the street. 3 baked potatoes are as much as will satisfy the stoutest appetite. One potato dealer in Smithfield is said to sell about 2½ hundredweight of potatoes on a market day, or, in other words, from 900 to 1,000 potatoes, and to take upwards of £2. One informant told me that he himself had often sold 1½ hundredweight of a day, and taken £1 in halfpence. I am informed that upon an average, taking the good stands with the bad ones throughout London, there are about 1 hundredweight of potatoes sold by each baked potato man, and there are 200 of these throughout the metropolis, making the total quantity of baked potatoes consumed every day 10 tons. The money spent upon these comes to within a few shillings of £125, calculating 300 potatoes to the hundredweight, and each of those potatoes to be sold at a halfpenny. Hence there are 60 tons of baked potatoes eaten in London streets, and £750 spent upon them every week during the season. Saturdays and Mondays are the best days for the sale of baked potatoes in those parts of London that are not near the markets, but in those in the vicinity of Clare, Newport, Covent Garden, Newgate, Smithfield, and other markets, the trade is briskest on the market days. The baked potato men are, many of them, broken down tradesmen. Many are labourers, who find a difficulty of obtaining employment in the winter time. Some are costermongers. Some have been artisans. Indeed, there are some of all classes among them. After the baked potato season is over, the generality of the hucksters take to selling strawberries, raspberries, or anything in season. Some go to labouring work. One of my informants, who had been a bricklayer's labourer, said that after the season he always looked out for work among the bricklayers, and this kept him employed until the baked potato season came round again. "When I first took to it," he said, "I was very badly off. My master had no employment for me, and my brother was ill, and so was my wife's sister, and I had no way of keeping 'em, or myself either. The labouring men are mostly out of work in the winter time, so I spoke to a friend of mine, and he told me how he managed every winter, and advised me to do the same. I took to it and have stuck to it ever since. The trade was much better then. I could buy 1 hundredweight of potatoes for 1 shilling and 9pence to 2 and 3pence, and there were fewer to sell them. We generally use to a quart of potatoes 3/4 of a pound of butter. 10penny salt butter is what we buy. A pennyworth of salt, a pennyworth of pepper, and 5 pennyworth of charcoal. This, with the baking, 9pence, brings the expenses to just upon 7 shillings and 6pence per hundredweight, and for this our receipts will be 12 shillings and 6pence, thus leaving about 5 shillings per hundredweight profit. Hence, the average profits of the trade are about 30 shillings a week, and more to some," said my informant. A man in Smithfield Market, I am credibly informed, clears at the least £3 a week. On the Friday he has a fresh basket of hot potatoes brought to him from the baker's every quarter of an hour. Such is his custom that he has not even time to take money, and his wife stands by his side to do so. Another potato vendor, who shifted his can, he said, from a public house where the tap dined at 12 to another 1/2 mile off, where it dined at one, and so did the parlour, and afterwards to any place he deemed best, gave me the following account of his customers. Such a day as this, sir, January the 24th, when the fog's like a cloud come down, people looks very shy at my taties, very. They've been more suspicious ever since the taty rot. I thought I should never have recovered it, never, not the rot. I sell most to mechanics. I was a grocer's porter myself before I was a baked taty, for their dinners, and they're on for good shops where I serves the taps and parlours, and pays me without grumbling, like gentlemen. Gentlemen does grumble, though, for I've sold to them at private houses, where they've held the door half open, as they've called me, aye, and the ladies too, and they've said, "Is that all for twopence?" If it had been a peck, they'd have said the same, I know. Some customers is very pleasant with me and says I'm a blessing. One always says he'll give me a ton of taties when his ship comes home, 'cause he can always have a hot Murphy to his cold Saveloy when tin's short. He's a harness maker, and the railways has injured him. There's Union Street, and there's Pearl Row, and there's Market Street now. They're all off the Borough Road. If I go there at 10 at night or so, I can sell 3 shillings worth perhaps, 'cause they know me, and I have another baked taty to help there sometimes. There are women that's not reckoned the best in the world that buys there, but they pay me. I know why I got my name up. I had luck to have good fruit when the rot was about, and they got to know me. I only go twice or thrice a week, for it's 2 miles from my regular places. I've trusted them sometimes. They've said to me, as modest as could be, "Do give me credit, and 'pon my word you shall be paid, there's a dear." I am paid mostly. The little shopkeepers is fair customers, but I do best for the taps and the parlours. Perhaps I make 12 shillings or 15 shillings a week. I hardly know, for I've only myself, and keep no account for the season. Money goes, one can't tell how, and especially if you drinks a drop, as I do sometimes. Foggy weather drives me to it, I'm so worrited. That is now and then, you'll mind, sir. There are, at present, 300 vendors of hot baked potatoes getting their living in the streets of London, each of whom sell upon an average 3/4 of a hundredweight of potatoes daily. The average takings of each vendor is 6 shillings a day, and the receipts of the whole number throughout the season, which lasts from the latter end of September till March inclusive, a period of 6 months, is £14,000. A capital is required to start in this trade, as follows: can, £2, knife, 3d, stock money, 8 shillings, charge for baking 100 potatoes, 1 shilling, charcoal, 4d, butter, 2d, salt, a penny, and pepper, a penny, altogether £2, 9 shillings and 11d. The can and knife is the only property described as fixed. Stock money and so on, being daily occurring, amounts to £75 during the season. Of trotting or hawking butchers. These 2 appellations are, or have been, used somewhat confusedly in the meat trade. 30 or 40 or 50 years ago, for each term was mentioned to me, the butcher in question was a man who went trotting on his small horse to the more distant suburbs to sell meat. This was when the suburbs, in any direction, were not built up to, as they are now, and the appearance of the trotting butcher might be hailed as saving a walk of 1 mile or 1.5 miles to a butcher's shop, for only tradesmen of a smaller capital then opened butchers' shops in the remoter suburbs. For a suburban butcher to send round for orders at that period would have occupied too much time, for a distance must be traversed, and to have gone or sent on horseback would have entailed the keeping or hiring of a horse, which was in those days an expensive matter. One butcher who told me that he had known the trade, man and boy, for nearly 50 years, said, "As to trotting, a small man couldn't so well do it, for if £20 was offered for a tidy horse in the war time, it would most likely be said, 'I'll get more for it in the cavalry,' for it was often called cavalry then. There's better plunder there." Note: plunder, I may explain, is a common word in the horse trade to express profit. End note. So it wasn't so easy to get a horse. The trotting butchers were then men sent or going out from the more frequented parts to supply the suburbs, but in many cases only when a tradesman was hung up with meat. They carried from 20 to £100 of meat, generally in one basket, resting on the pommel of the saddle and attached by a long leathern strap to the person of the trotter. The trade, however, was irregular, and, considering the expenses, little remunerative. Neither was it extensive, but what might be the extent I could not ascertain. There then sprung up the class of butchers, or rather the class became greatly multiplied, who sent their boys or men on fast-trotting horses to take orders from the dwellers in the suburbs, and even in the streets, not suburbs, which were away from the shop thoroughfares, and afterwards to deliver the orders, still travelling on horseback, at the customer's door. This system still continues, but to nothing like its former extent, and as it does not pertain especially to the street trade, I need not dwell upon it at present, nor on the competition that sprung up as to trotting butchers' ponies, in the matching of which, against time, sporting men have taken great interest. Of trotting butchers keeping their own horses there are now none, but there are still, I am told, about 6 of the class who contrive by hiring or more frequently borrowing horses of some friendly butcher to live by trotting. These men are all known, and all call upon known customers, often those whom they have served in their prosperity, for the trotting butcher is a reduced man, and are not likely to be succeeded by any in the same line, or, as I have heard it called, ride of business. These traders, not subsisting exactly upon street traffic, or on any adventure depending upon door-by-door or street-by-street commerce, but upon a connection remaining from their having been in business on their own accounts, need no further mention. The present class of street traders in raw meat are known to the trade as hawking butchers, and they are as thoroughly street sellers as are the game and poultry hawkers. Their number, I am assured, is never less than 150, and sometimes 200 or even 250. They have all been butchers or journeyman butchers, and are broken down in the one case or unable to obtain work in the other. They then watch the turn of the markets as small meat jobbers, and, as on the stock exchange, invest when they account the market at the lowest. The meat so purchased is hawked in a large basket carried on the shoulders, if of a weight too great to be sustained in a basket on the arm. The sale is confined almost entirely to public houses, and those at no great distance from the great meat marts of Newgate, Leadenhall, and Whitechapel. The hawkers do not go to the suburbs. Their principal trade is in pork and veal, for those joints weigh lighter and present a larger surface in comparison with the weight than do beef or mutton. The same may be said of lamb, but of that they do not buy 1/4 so much as of pork or veal. The hawking butcher bought his meat last year at from 2d halfpenny to 5d halfpenny the pound, according to kind and quality. He seldom gave 6d, even years ago when meat was dearer, for it is difficult, I was told by one of these hawkers, to get more than 6d per pound from chance customers, no matter what the market price. "If I ask 7d halfpenny or 7d, he said, "I'm sure of one answer, nonsense. I never goes no higher nor 6d. Sometimes, and especially if he can command credit for 2 or 3 days, the hawking butcher will buy the whole carcass of a sheep. If he resides near the market, he may cut it up in his own room, but he can generally find the necessary accommodation at some friendly butcher's block. If the weather be bad for keeping, he will dispose of a portion of the carcass to his brother hawkers. If cold, he will persevere in hawking the whole himself. He usually, however, buys only a hind or forequarter of mutton or other meat, except beef, which he buys by the joint, and more sparingly than he buys any other animal food. The hawker generally has his joints weighed before he starts, and can remember the exact pounds and ounces of each, but the purchasers generally weigh them before payment, or, as one hawker expressed it, "they goes to the scales before they come to the tin." Many of these hawkers drink hard, and being often men of robust constitution, until the approach of age can live hard, as regards lodging especially. One hawker I heard of slept in a slaughterhouse, on the bare but clean floor, for nearly 2 years. But that was 7 years ago, and no butcher would allow it now. Of the experience of a hawking butcher. A middle-aged man, the front of his head being nearly bald, and the few hairs there were to be seen shining strongly and lying flat, as if rubbed with suet or dripping, gave me the following account. He was dressed in the usual blue garb of the butcher. "I've hawked, sir, well, perhaps for 15 years. My father was a journeyman butcher, and I helped him, and so grew up to it. I never had to call regular work, and made it out with hawking. Perhaps I've hawked, take it all together, nearly 3/4 of every year. The other times I've had a turn at slaughtering, but I haven't slaughtered for these 3 or 4 years. I've had turns as a butcher's porter, and wish I had more, as it's sure browns, if it's only 1 and 6pence a day, but there's often a bit of cuttings. I sell most pork of anything in autumn and winter, and most mutton in summer, but the summer isn't much more than half as good as the winter for my trade. When I slaughtered, I had 3 shillings for an ox, 4pence for a sheep, and 1 shilling for a pig. Calves is slaughtered by the master's people generally. Well, I dare say it is cruel the way they slaughter calves. You would think it so, no doubt. I believe they slaughter cheaper now. If I buy cheap, and on a very hot day and a slow market, I have bought a 4, aye, and a hind, quarter of mutton, about 2½ stone each. Note, 8 pounds to the stone, end note, at 2pence a pound, but that's only very, very seldom. When I buy cheap, sir, I aim at 2pence a pound over what I give. If not so cheap, at a penny, and then it's low to my customers. But I cut up the meat, you see, myself, and I carry it. I sell 8 times as much to public houses and eating houses as anywhere else. Most to the publics if they're ordinaries, and a deal for the public's families eating, 'cause the landlord knows I wouldn't deceive him, and there's a part of it taken out in drink, of course, and landlords is good judges. Trade was far better years back. I've heard my father and his pals talk about a hawking butcher that 20 years ago was imprisoned falsely, and got an honest lawyer to bring his haction, and had £150 damages for false imprisonment. It was in the Lord Mayor's Court of Equity, I've heard. It was a wrong arrest. I don't understand the particulars of it, but it's true, and the damages was for loss of time and trade. I'm no lawyer myself, not a bit. I've sold the like of a loin of mutton, when it was small, in a tap room, to make chops for the people there. They'll cook chops and steaks for a pint of beer at a public. That is, you must order a pint, but I've sold it very seldom. When mutton was dearer, it was easier to sell it that way, for I sold cheap, and at one public, the mechanics, I hardly know just what they was, something about building, used to gather there at 1 o'clock and wait for giblets, so they called me there. I live a good bit on the cuttings of the meat I hawk, or I chop a meal off if I can manage or afford it, or my wife, I've only a wife, and she earns never less than 2 shillings a week in washing for a master butcher. I wish I was a master butcher, and that covers the rent. My wife makes it into broth. Take it all the year round, I suppose I sell 3 stone a day, note, 24 pounds, end note, and at a penny a pound profit, not a farthing more, go round and round. I don't think the others altogether do as much, for I'm known to a many landlords. But some make 3 shillings and 4 shillings a day oft enough. I've made as much myself sometimes. We all aim at a penny a pound profit, but have to take less in hot weather sometimes. Last year, 4pence the pound has been an average price to me for all sorts. Dead salesmen, as they are called, that is, the market salesmen of the meat sent so largely from Scotland and elsewhere, ready slaughtered, expressed to me their conviction that my informant's calculation was correct, and might be taken as an average. So did butchers. Thus, then, we find that the hawking butchers, taking their number at 150, sell 747,000 pounds of meat, producing £12,450 annually, 1/4 being profit. This gives an annual receipt of £83 each, and an annual earning of £20 15 shillings. The capital required to start in this trade is about 20 shillings, which is usually laid out as follows: a basket for the shoulders, which costs 4 shillings and 6pence, a leathern strap, 1 shilling, a basket for the arm, 2 shillings and sixpence, a butcher's knife, 1 shilling, a steel, 1 shilling and sixpence, a leather belt for the waist to which the knife is slung, 6d., a chopper, 1 shilling and sixpence, and a saw, 2 shillings, 6 shillings stock money, though credit is sometimes given. End of section 28. Section 29 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 29. Of the Street Sellers of Ham Sandwiches. The ham sandwich seller carries his sandwiches on a tray or flat basket, covered with a clean white cloth. He also wears a white apron and white sleeves. His usual stand is at the doors of the theatres. The trade was unknown until 11 years ago, when a man who had been unsuccessful in keeping a coffee shop in Westminster found it necessary to look out for some mode of living, and he hit upon the plan of vending sandwiches, precisely in the present style, at the theatre doors. The attempt was successful. The man soon took 10 shillings a night, half of which was profit. He attended both the great theatres and was doing well, but at 5 or 6 weeks' end competitors appeared in the field and increased rapidly, and so his sale was affected, people being regardless of his urging that he was the original ham sandwich. The capital required to start in the trade was small. A few pounds of ham, a proportion of loaves, and a little mustard was all that was required, and for this 10 shillings was ample. That sum, however, could not be commanded by many who were anxious to deal in sandwiches, and the man who commenced the trade supplied them at 6d. a dozen, the charge to the public being a penny apiece. Some of the men, however, murmured because they thought that what they thus bought were not equal to those the wholesale sandwich man offered for sale himself, and his wholesale trade fell off. Until now, I am told, he has only 2 customers among street sellers. Ham sandwiches are made from any part of the bacon which may be sufficiently lean, such as the gammon, which now costs 4d. and 5d. the pound. It is sometimes, but very rarely, picked up at 3d. halfpenny. When the trade was first started, 7d. a pound was paid for the ham, but the sandwiches are now much larger. To make 3 dozen, a pound of meat is required, and 4 quartern loaves. The ham may cost 5d., the bread 1 shilling and 8d. or 1 shilling and 10d., and the mustard 1 penny. The proceeds for this would be 3 shillings, but the trade is very precarious. Little can be done in wet weather. If unsold, the sandwiches spoil, for the bread gets dry, and the ham loses its fresh colour, so that those who depend upon this trade are wretchedly poor. A first-rate week is to clear 10 shillings, a good week is put at 7 shillings, and a bad week at 3 shillings and 6d. On some nights they do not sell a dozen sandwiches. There are halfpenny sandwiches, but these are only half the size of those at a penny. The persons carrying on this trade have been, for the most part, in some kind of service: errand boys, pot boys, foot boys, or pages, or lads engaged about inns. Some few have been mechanics. Their average weekly earnings hardly exceed 5 shillings, but some get odd jobs at other things. There are now, sir, at the theatres this (the Strand) side the water, and at Ashley's, the Surrey, and the Vic, 2009 sandwiches. So said one of the trade, who counted up his brethren for me. This man calculated also that at the Standard, the saloons, the concert rooms, and at Limehouse, Mile End, Bethnal Green Road, and elsewhere, there might be more than as many again as those working the theatres, or 70 in all. They are nearly all men, and no boys or girls are now in the trade. The number of these people, when the large theatres were open with the others, was about double what it is now. The information collected shows that the expenditure in ham sandwiches supplied by the street sellers is £1,820 yearly, and a consumption of 436,800 sandwiches. To start in the ham sandwich street trade requires 2 shillings for a basket, 2 shillings for kettle to boil ham in, 6pence for knife and fork, 2pence for mustard pot and spoon, 7pence for half a hundredweight of coals, 5 shillings for ham, 1 and 3pence for bread, 4pence for mustard, 9pence for basket, cloth and apron, 4pence for oversleeves, or a capital of 12 shillings 11pence. Of the experience of a ham sandwich seller. A young man gave me the following account. His look and manners were subdued, and though his dress was old and worn, it was clean and unpatched. "I hardly remember my father, sir," he said, "but I believe if he'd lived I should have been better off. My mother couldn't keep my brother and me, he's older than me, when we grew to be 12 or 13, and we had to shift for ourselves. She works at the stays, and now makes only 3 shillings a week, and we can't help her. I was first in place as a sort of errand boy, then I was a stationer's boy, and then a newsagent's boy. I wasn't wanted any longer, but left with a good character. My brother had gone into the sandwich trade. I hardly know what made him, and he advised me to be a ham sandwich man, and so I started as one. At first I made 10 shillings, and 7 shillings, and 8 shillings a week. That's 7 years or so. But things are worse now, and I make 3 shillings and 6pence some weeks, and 5 shillings others, and 6 shillings is an out-and-outer. My rent's 2 shillings a week, but I haven't my own things. I'm so sick of this life. I'd do anything to get out of it, but I don't see a way. Perhaps I might have been more careful when I was first in it, but really if you do make 10 shillings a week, you want shoes, or a shirt. So what is 10 shillings after all? I wish I had it now, though. I used to buy my sandwiches at 6pence a dozen, but I found that wouldn't do, and now I buy and boil the stuff and make them myself. What did cost me 6pence now only costs me 4pence or 4pence halfpenny. I work the theatres this side of the water, chiefly the Olympic and the Delphi. The best theatre I ever had was the Garding, when it had 2 galleries, and was dramatic. The operas there wasn't the least good to me. The Lyceum was good when it was Mr. Keeley's. I hardly know what sort my customers are, but they're those that go to theatres, shopkeepers and clerks, I think. Gentlemen don't often buy of me. They have bought, though. Oh no, they never give a farthing over. They're more likely to want 7 for 6pence. The women of the town buy of me, when it gets late, for themselves and their fancy men. They're liberal enough when they've money. They sometimes treat a poor fellow in a public house. In summer I'm often out till 4 in the morning, and then must lie in bed half next day. The Delphi was better than it is. I've taken 3 shillings at the first turn-out. Note, the leaving the theatre for a short time after the first piece. End note. But the turnouts at the Garding was better than that. A penny pie shop has spoiled us at the Delphi and at Ashley's. I go out between 8 and 9 in the evening. People often want more in my sandwiches, though I'm starving on them. Oh, they'll say, "You've been prenticed to Vauxhall, you have." "They're a shilling there," says I, "and no bigger. I haven't Vauxhall prices." I stand by the night houses when it's late, not the fashionables. Their customers wouldn't look at me, but I've known women that carried their heads very high, glad to get a sandwich afterwards. 6 times I've been upset by drunken fellows, on purpose I've no doubt, and lost all my stock. Once a gent kicked my basket into the dirt, and he was going off, for it was late, but some people by began to make remarks about using a poor fellow that way, so he paid for all, after he had them counted. I am so sick of this life, sir. I do dread the winter so. I've stood up to the ankles in snow till after midnight, and till I've wished I was snow myself, and could melt like it and have an end. I'd do anything to get away from this, but I can't. Passion Week's another dreadful time. It drives us to starve, just when we want to get up a little stock money for Easter. I've been bilked by cabmen who've taken a sandwich, but instead of paying for it, have offered to fight me. There's no help. We're knocked about sadly by the police. Time's very heavy on my hands sometimes, and that's where you feel it. I read a bit, if I can get anything to read, for I was at St. Clement's School, or I walk out to look for a job. On summer days I sell a trotter or two, but mine's a wretched life, and so is most ham sandwich men. I've no enjoyment of my youth, and no comfort. Ah, sir, I live very poorly. A ha'porth or a penn'orth of cheap fish, which I cook myself, is one of my treats. Either herrings or plaice, with a tater perhaps. Then there's a sort of meal now and then off the odds and ends of the ham, such as isn't quite viewy enough for the public, along with the odds and ends of the loaves. I can't boil a bit of greens with my ham, because I'm afraid it might rather spoil the colour. I don't slice the ham till it's cold, it cuts easier, and is a better colour then, I think. I wash my aprons and sleeves and cloths myself, and iron them too. A man that sometimes makes only 3s. 6d. a week, and sometimes less, and must pay 2s. rent out of that, must look after every farthing. I've often walked 8 miles to see if I could find ham a halfpenny a pound cheaper anywhere. If it was tainted, I know it would be flung in my face. If I was sick, there's only the parish for me. Of the street sellers of bread. The street trade in bread is not so extensive as might be expected from the universality of the consumption. It is confined to Petticoat Lane and the poorer districts in that neighbourhood. A person who has known the East End of town for nearly 50 years told me that as long as he could recollect, bread was sold in the streets, but not to the present extent. In 1812 and 1813, when bread was the dearest, there was very little sold in the streets. At that time, and until 1815, the Assize Acts regulating the bread trade were in force, and had been in force in London since 1266. Previously to 1815, bakers were restricted by these acts to the baking of 3 kinds of bread: wheaten, standard wheaten, and household. The wheaten was made of the best flour, the standard wheaten of the different kinds of flour mixed together, and the household of the coarser and commoner flour. In 1823, however, it was enacted that within the City of London and 10 miles round, it shall be lawful for the bakers to make and sell bread made of wheat, barley, rye, oats, buckwheat, Indian corn, peas, beans, rice, or potatoes, or any of them, along with common salt, pure water, eggs, milk, balm leaven, potato or other yeast, and mixed in such proportions as they shall think fit. I mention this because my informant, as well as an old master baker with whom I conversed on the subject, remembered that every now and then after 1823, but only for 2 or 3 years, some speculative trader, both in shops and in the streets, would endeavour to introduce an inferior but still a wholesome bread to his customers, such as an admixture of barley with wheat flour, but no one, as far as I could learn, persevered in the speculation for more than a week or so. Their attempts were not only unsuccessful, but they met with abuse from street buyers especially, for endeavouring to palm off brown bread as good enough for poor people. One of my elder informants remembered his father telling him that in 1800 and 1801 George III had set the example of eating brown bread at his 1 o'clock dinner, but he was sometimes assailed as he passed in his carriage with the reproachful epithet of Brown George. This feeling continues for the poor people, and even the more intelligent working men, if cockneys, have still a notion that only white bread is fit for consumption. Into the question of the relative nutrition of breads I shall enter when I treat of the bakers. During a period of about 4 months in the summer, there are from 20 to 30 men daily selling stale bread. Of these, only 12 sell it regularly every day of the year, and they trade chiefly on their own account. Of the others, some are sent out by their masters, receiving from 1s. to 2s. for their labour. Those who sell on their own account go round to the bakers' shops about Stepney, Mile End, and Whitechapel, and purchase the stale bread on hand. It is sold to them at a halfpenny, a penny, and a penny halfpenny per quartern, less than the retail shop price. But when the weather is very hot and the bakers have a large quantity of stale bread on hand, the street sellers sometimes get the bread at 2d. a quartern less than the retail price. All the street sellers of bread have been brought up as bakers. Some have resorted to the street trade, I am told, when unable to procure work, others because it is a less toilsome and sometimes a more profitable means of subsistence than the labour of an operative baker. It is very rarely that any of the street traders leave their calling to resume working as journeymen. Some of these traders have baskets containing the bread offered for street sale, others have barrows, and one has a barrow resembling a costermonger's, with a long basket made to fit upon it. The dress of these vendors is a light coat of cloth or fustian, corduroy fustian or cloth trousers, and a cloth cap or a hat, the whole attire being what is best understood as dusty, ingrained as it is with flour. From one bread seller, a middle-aged man with the pale look and habitual stoop of a journeyman baker, I had the following account. I've known the street trade a few years. I can't say exactly how many. I was a journeyman baker before that, and can't say but what I had pretty regular employment. But then, sir, what an employment it is! So much night work, and the heat of the oven, with the close air, and sleeping on sacks at nights, for you can't leave the place, so that altogether it's a slave's life. A journeyman baker hasn't what can be called a home, for he's so much away at the oven. He'd better not be a married man, for if his wife isn't very careful there's talk, and there's unhappiness about nothing perhaps. I can't be thought to speak feelingly that way though, for I've been fortunate in a wife. But a journeyman baker's life drives him to drink, almost whether he will or not. A street life's not quite so bad. I was out of work 2 or 3 weeks, and I certainly lushed too much, and can't say as I tried very hard to get work. But I had £1 or 2 in hand, and then I began to think I'd try and sell stale bread in the streets, for it's a healthfuller trade than the other. So I started, and have been at it ever since, excepting when I work a few days or weeks for a master baker. But he's a relation, and I assist him when he's ill. My customers are all poor persons, some in rags, and some as decent as their bad earnings'll let them. No doubt about it, sir, there's poor women buy of me that's wives of mechanics working slop, and that's forced to live on stale bread. Where there's a family of children, stale bread goes so very much further. I think I sell to few, but what has families? For a quartern's too much at a time for a single woman. I often hear my customers talk about their children, and say they must make haste as the poor things are hungry, and they couldn't get them any bread sooner. Oh, it's a hard fight to live all Spitalfields and Bethnal Green way, for I know it all. There are first the journeyman bakers overworked and fretted into drinking and making the bread, and there are the poor fellows in all sorts of trade, overworked to get money to buy it. I've had women that looked as if they was reduced come to me of an evening, as soon as it was dusk, and buy stale bread, as if they was ashamed to be seen. Yes, I give credit. Some has a week's credit regular, and pays every Saturday night. I lose very little in trusting. I sometimes have bread over, and sell it rather than hold it over the next day for half what it cost me. I've given it away to begging people sooner than keep it to be too stale, and they would get something for it at a lodging-house. The lodging-house keepers never buy of me that I know of. They can buy far cheaper than I can, you understand, sir. Perhaps, altogether, I make about a guinea every week. Wet weather and short days are against me. I don't sell more, I think, on a Saturday than on other nights. The nights are much of a muchness that way. The average quantity sold by each vendor during the summer months is 150 quarterns daily, usually at 4d, but occasionally at 3d the quartern. One man informed me that he had sold in one day 350 quarterns, receiving £5, 16 shillings and 8d for them. The number of men, for if there be women, they are the men's wives, engaged daily throughout the year in the street sale of bread, is 12. These sell upon an average 100 quarterns each per day, taking every day in the year £1 12 shillings each, a few being sold at 3d. Calculating then the 4 months' trade in summer at 150 quarterns per day per man, and reckoning 15 men so selling, and each receiving 45 shillings, thus allowing for the 3 penny sale, and taking the receipts of the 12 regular traders at £1 12 shillings per day, we find nearly £9,000 annually expended in the street purchase of 700,000 quartern loaves of bread. The profits of the sellers vary from £1 to £2 a week, according to the extent of their business. To start in this branch of the street trade, a capital is required according to the following rate: stock money for bread, average £1, largest amount required £5, smallest 10 shillings. A basket 4 shillings and sixpence. Of those who are employed in the summer, 1/2 have baskets, and the other half bakers' barrows, while of those who attend the year through, 8 have baskets at 4 shillings and sixpence each, 3 have barrows at 40 shillings each, and 1 a barrow and the long basket before mentioned. The barrow costs 30 shillings and the basket £2. Of the street sellers of hot green peas. The sale of hot green peas in the streets is of great antiquity. That is to say, if the cry of "hot peas cod," recorded by Lydgate, and formerly alluded to, may be taken as having intimated the sale of the same article. In many parts of the country it is, or was, customary to have scaldings of peas, often held as a sort of rustic feast. The peas were not shelled, but boiled in the pod, and eaten by the pod being dipped in melted butter, with a little pepper, salt, and vinegar, and then drawn through the teeth to extract the peas, the pod being thrown away. The mention of peas cod, or pea shell, by Lydgate renders it probable that the scalding method was that then in use in the streets. None of the street sellers, however, whom I saw, remembered the peas being vended in any other form than shelled and boiled, as at present. The sellers of green peas have no stands, but carry a round or oval tin pot or pan with a swing handle, the pan being wrapped round with a thick cloth to retain the heat. The peas are served out with a ladle, and eaten by the customers, if eaten in the street, out of basins provided with spoons by the pea man. Salt, vinegar, and pepper are applied from the vendor's store, at the customer's discretion. There are now 4 men carrying on this trade. They wear no particular dress. "Just what clothes we can get," said one of them. One, who has been in the trade 25 years, was formerly an inn porter. The other 3 are ladies' shoemakers in the daytime, and pea sellers in the evening or at early morning, in any market. Their average sale is 3 gallons daily, with a receipt of 7 shillings per man. 7 gallons a day is accounted a large sale, but the largest of all is at Greenwich Fair, when each pea man will take 35 shillings in a day. Each vendor has his district. One takes Billingsgate, Rosemary Lane and its vicinity, another the Old Clothes Exchange, Bishopsgate, Shoreditch and Bethnal Green, a third Mile End and Stepney, and a fourth Ratcliffe Highway, Limehouse and Poplar. Each man resides in his round for the convenience of boiling his peas and introducing them to his customers hot and hot. The peas used in this traffic are all the dried field pea, but dried green and whole, and not split or prepared, as are the yellow peas for soup or puddings. They are purchased at the corn chandlers or the seed shops, the price being 2 shillings the peck, or 2 gallons. The peas are soaked before they are boiled, and swell considerably, so that 1 gallon of the dried peas makes rather more than 2 gallons of the boiled. The hot green peas are sold in halfpennyworths, a halfpennyworth being about 1/4 of a pint. The cry of the sellers is, "Hot green pea, all hot, all hot. Here's your peas, hot, hot, hot." Of the experience of a hot green pea seller. The most experienced man in the trade gave me the following account. "Come the 25th of March, sir, and I shall have been 26 years in the business, for I started it on the 25th of March. It's a day easy for to remember, 'cause everybody knows it's quarter day in 1825. I was a porter in coaching inns before, but there was a mishap and I had to drop it. I didn't leave because I thought the pea line might be better, but because I must do something, and knew a man in the trade and all about it. It was a capital trade then, and for a good many years after I was in it. Many a day I've taken a guinea, and sometimes 35 shillings, and I have taken 2 guineas at Greenwich Fair, but then I worked till 1 or 2 in the morning from 11 the day before. Money wasn't so scarce then. Oh, sir, as to what my profit was or is, I never tell. I wouldn't to my own wife, neither her that's living nor her that's dead. Note: a person present intimated that the secret might be safely confided to the dead wife, but the pea seller shook his head. End note. Now, one day with another, except Sundays when I don't work, I may take 7 shillings. I always use the dried peas. They pay better than fresh garden peas would at a groat a peck. People has asked for young green peas, but I've said that I didn't have them. Billingsgate's my best ground. I sell to the costers and the roughs, and all the parties that has their dinners in the tap rooms. They has a bit of steak or a bit of cold meat they've brought with them. There's very little fish eat in Billingsgate, except perhaps at the ordinaries. Note: ordinaries. End note. I'm looked for as regular as dinner time. The landlords tell me to give my customers plenty of pepper and salt to make them thirsty. I go on board the Billingsgate ships too, and sometimes sell 6pence worth to captain and crew. It's a treat after a rough voyage. Oh, no, sir, I never go on board the Dutch eel vessels. There's nothing to be got out of scaly foreigners. Note: foreigners. End note. I sell to the herring and mackerel and oyster boats when they're up. My great sale is in public houses, but I sometimes sell 2pence or 3pence worth to private houses. I go out morning, noon and night, and at night I go my round when people's having a bite of supper, perhaps, in the public houses. I sell to the women of the town then. Yes, I give them credit. Tonight, now. Note: Saturday. End note. I expect to receive 2 shillings and 3pence, or near on to it, that I've trusted them this week. They mostly pay me on a Saturday night. I lose very little by them. I'm knocked about in public houses by the Billingsgate roughs, and I've been bilked by the prigs. I've known at least 6 people try my trade, and fail in it, and I was glad to see them broke. I sell twice as much in cold weather as in warm. I ascertained that my informant sold 3 times as much as the other dealers, who confine their trade principally to an evening round. Reckoning that the chief man of business sells 3 gallons a day, note, which at 1 penny the quarter pint would be 8 shillings, my informant said 7 shillings. End note. And that the other 3 together sell the same quantity, we find a street expenditure on hot green peas of £250, and a street consumption of 1,870 gallons. The peas, costing 2 shillings the 2 gallons, are vended for 4 shillings or 5 shillings at the least, as they boil into more than double the quantity, and a gallon retail is 2 shillings and 8pence, but the addition of vinegar, pepper, and so on may reduce the profit to cent per cent, while there is the heaping up of every measure retail to reduce the profit. Independent of any consideration as to the labour in boiling and so on, generally done by the women, the principal man's profit is 21 shillings a week, that of the others 7 shillings each weekly. The capital required to start in the business is can, 2 shillings and 6pence, vinegar bottle and pepper box, 4pence, saucers and spoons, 6pence, stock money, about 2 shillings, cloth to wrap over the peas, 4pence. Note: a vendor wearing out a cloth in 3 months. End note. Or an average of 9 shillings or 10 shillings. Of cats and dogs' meat dealers. The supply of food for cats and dogs is far greater than may be generally thought. "Why, sir," said one of the dealers to me, "can you tell me how many people's in London?" On my replying upwards of 2 millions, "I don't know nothing whatever," said my informant, "about millions, but I think there's a cat to every 10 people, aye, and more than that. And so, sir, you can reckon." Note: I told him this gave a total of 200,000 cats in London, but the number of inhabited houses in the metropolis was 100,000 more than this, and though there was not a cat to every house, Still, as many lodgers as well as householders kept cats, I added that I thought the total number of cats in London might be taken at the same number as the inhabited houses, or 300,000 in all. There's not nearly half so many dogs as cats, I must know, for they all knows me, and I sarves about 200 cats and 70 dogs. Mine's a middling trade, but some does far better. Some cats has a ha'porth a day, some every other day. Very few can afford a penn'orth, but times is inferior. Dogs is better pay when you've a connection among 'em. The cat and dog's meat dealers, or carriers as they call themselves, generally purchase the meat at the knackers, horse slaughterers, yards. There are upwards of 20 of such yards in London. 3 or 4 are in Whitechapel, 1 in Wandsworth, 2 in Cowcross. One of the last 2 mentioned is the largest establishment in London, and there are 2 about Bermondsey. The proprietors of these yards purchase live and dead horses. They contract for them with large firms, such as brewers, coal merchants, and large cab and bus yards, giving so much per head for their old live and dead horses throughout the year. The price varies from £2 to 50 shillings the carcass. The knackers also have contractors in the country, harness makers and others, who bring or send up to town for them the live and dead stock of those parts. The dead horses are brought to the yard, 2 or 3 upon one cart, and sometimes 5. The live ones are tied to the rail of these carts and behind the tail of each other. Occasionally a string of 14 or 15 are brought up, head to tail, at one time. The live horses are purchased merely for slaughtering. If among the lot bought there should chance to be one that is young but in bad condition, it is placed in the stable, fed up, and then put into the knackers' carts, or sold by them, or let on hire. Occasionally a fine horse has been rescued from death in this manner. One person is known to have bought an animal for 15 shillings, for which he afterwards got £150. Frequently, young horses that will not work in cabs, such as gibs, are sold to the horse slaughterers as useless. They are kept in the yard, and after being well fed, often turn out good horses. The live horses are slaughtered by the persons called knackers. These men get, upon an average, 4 shillings a day. They begin work at 12 at night, because some of the flesh is required to be boiled before 6 in the morning. Indeed, a great part of the meat is delivered to the carriers before that hour. The horse to be slaughtered has his mane clipped as short as possible, on account of the hair, which is valuable. It is then blinded with a piece of old apron smothered in blood, so that it may not see the slaughterman when about to strike. A pole-axe is used, and a cane, to put an immediate end to the animal's sufferings. After the animal is slaughtered, the hide is taken off and the flesh cut from the bones in large pieces. These pieces are termed, according to the part from which they are cut, hindquarters, forequarters, cram bones, throats, necks, briskets, backs, ribs, kidney pieces, hearts, tongues, liver, and lights. The bones, called racks by the knackers, are chopped up and boiled in order to extract the fat, which is used for greasing common harness and the wheels of carts and drags and so on. The bones themselves are sold for manure. The pieces of flesh are thrown into large coppers or pans, about 9 feet in diameter and 4 feet deep. Each of these pans will hold about 3 good-sized horses. Sometimes 2 large brewers' horses will fill them, and sometimes as many as 4 poor cab horses may be put into them. The flesh is boiled about an hour and 20 minutes for a killed horse, and from 2 hours to 2 hours and 20 minutes for a dead horse. Note, a horse dying from age or disease. End note. The flesh, when boiled, is taken from the coppers, laid on the stones, and sprinkled with water to cool it. It is then weighed out in pieces of 112, 56, 28, 21, 14, 7, and 3½ pounds weight. These are either taken round in a cart to the carriers, or at about 5 the carriers call at the yard to purchase, and continue doing so till 12 in the day. The price is 14 shillings per hundredweight in winter, and 16 shillings in summer. The tripe is served out at £12 for 6d. All this is for cats and dogs. The carriers then take the meat round town, wherever their walk may lie. They sell it to the public at the rate of twopence halfpenny per pound, and in small pieces on skewers at a farthing, a halfpenny, and a penny each. Some carriers will sell as much as 100 weight in a day, and about half a hundredweight is the average quantity disposed of by the carriers in London. Some sell much cheaper than others. These dealers will frequently knock at the doors of persons whom they have seen served by another on the previous day, and show them that they can let them have a larger quantity of meat for the same money. The class of persons belonging to the business are mostly those who have been unable to obtain employment at their trade. Occasionally a person is bred to it, having been engaged as a lad by some carrier to go round with the barrow and assist him in his business. These boys will, after a time, find a walk for themselves, beginning first with a basket and ultimately rising to a barrow. Many of the carriers give light weight to the extent of 2 ounces and 4 ounces in the pound. At 1 yard alone, near upon 100 carriers purchase meat, and there are, upon an average, 150 horses slaughtered there every week. Each slaughterhouse may be said to do, one with another, 60 horses per week throughout the year, which, reckoning the London slaughterhouses at 12, gives a total of 720 horses killed every week in the metropolis, or in round numbers 37,500 in the course of the year. The London cat and dog's meat carriers or sellers, nearly all men, number at the least 1,000. The slaughtermen are said to reap large fortunes very rapidly. Indeed, the carriers say they coin the money. Many of them retire after a few years and take large farms. One, after 12 years' business, retired with several £1,000s, and has now 3 large farms. The carriers are men, women, and boys. Very few women do as well as the men at it. The carriers are generally sad drunkards. Out of 500, it is said 300 at least spend £1 a head a week in drink. One party in the trade told me that he knew a carrier who would often spend 10 shillings in liquor at one sitting. The profit the carriers make upon the meat is at present only a penny per pound. In the summer time the profit per pound is reduced to a halfpenny, owing to the meat being dearer on account of its scarcity. The carriers give a great deal of credit. Indeed, they take but little ready money. On some days they do not come home with more than 2 shillings. One, with a middling walk, pays for his meat 7 shillings and 6pence per day. For this he has half a hundredweight. This produces him as much as 11 shillings and 6pence, so that his profit is 4 shillings, which, I am assured, is about a fair average of the earnings of the trade. One carrier is said to have amassed £1,000 at the business. He usually sold from 1½ to 2 hundredweight every morning, so that his profits were generally from 16 shillings to £1 per day. But the trade is much worse now. There are so many at it, they say, that there is barely a living for any. A carrier assured me that he seldom went less than 30 and frequently 40 miles through the streets every day. The best districts are among the houses of tradesmen, mechanics, and labourers. The coachmen in the mews at the back of the squares are very good customers. "The work lays thicker there," said my informant. "Old maids are bad, though very plentiful, customers. They cheapen the carriers down, so that they can scarcely live at the business. They will pay 1 halfpenny and owe another, and forget that after a day or two." The cat's meat dealers generally complain of their losses from bad debts. Their customers require credit frequently to the extent of £1. "One party owes me 15 shillings now," said a carrier to me, "and many 10 shillings. In fact, very few people pay ready money for the meat." The carriers frequently serve as much as 10 pennyworths to one person in a day. One gentleman has as much as 4 pounds of meat each morning for 2 Newfoundland dogs. And there was one woman, a black, who used to have as much as 16 pennyworth every day. This person used to get out on the roof of the house and throw it to the cats on the tiles. By this she brought so many stray cats round about the neighbourhood that the parties in the vicinity complained. It was quite a nuisance. She would have the meat always brought to her before 10 in the morning, or else she would send to a shop for it, and between 10 and 11 in the morning the noise and cries of the hundreds of stray cats attracted to the spot was terrible to hear. When the meat was thrown to the cats on the roof, the riot and confusion and fighting was beyond description. A beer shop man, I was told, was obliged to keep 5 or 6 dogs to drive the cats from his walls. There was also a mad woman in Islington who used to have 14 pounds of meat a day. The party who supplied her had his money often at £2 and £3 at a time. She had as many as 30 cats at times in her house. Every stray one that came she would take in and support. The stench was so great that she was obliged to be ejected. The best days for the cat's meat business are Mondays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays. A double quantity of meat is sold on the Saturday, and on that day and Monday and Tuesday the weekly customers generally pay. My father was a baker by trade, said a carrier to me, but through an enlargement of the heart he was obliged to give up working at his trade. Leaning over the trough increased his complaint so severely that he used to fall down and be obliged to be brought home. This made him take to the cats and dogs' meat trade, and he brought me up to it. I do pretty comfortably. I have a very good business, having been all my life at it. If it wasn't for the bad debts, I should do much better, but some of the people I trust leave the houses, and actually take in a double quantity of meat the day before. I suppose there is at the present moment as much as £20 owing to me that I never expect to see a farthing of. The generality of the dealers wear a shiny hat, black plush waistcoat and sleeves, a blue apron, corduroy trousers, and a blue and white spotted handkerchief round their necks. Some, indeed, will wear 2 and 3 handkerchiefs round their necks, this being fashionable among them. A great many meet every Friday afternoon in the donkey market, Smithfield, and retire to a public house adjoining to spend the evening. A cat's meat carrier, who supplied me with information, was more comfortably situated than any of the poorer classes that I have yet seen. He lived in the front room of a second floor in an open and respectable quarter of the town, and his lodgings were the perfection of comfort and cleanliness in an humble sphere. It was late in the evening when I reached the house. I found the carrier and his family preparing for supper. In a large morocco leather easy chair sat the cat's meat carrier himself. His blue apron and black shiny hat had disappeared, and he wore a dress coat and a black satin waistcoat instead. His wife, who was a remarkably pretty woman and of very attractive manners, wore a Dolly Varden cap, placed jauntily at the back of her head, and a drab merino dress. The room was cosily carpeted, and in one corner stood a mahogany crib with canework sides, in which one of the children was asleep. On the table was a clean white tablecloth, and the room was savoury with the steaks and mashed potatoes that were cooking on the fire. Indeed, I have never yet seen greater comfort in the abodes of the poor. The cleanliness and wholesomeness of the apartment were the more striking from the unpleasant associations connected with the calling. It is believed by one who has been engaged at the business for 25 years that there are from 900 to 1,000 horses, averaging 200 weight of meat each, little and big, boiled down every week, so that the quantity of cats' and dogs' meat used throughout London is about £200,000 per week, and this, sold at the rate of 2 halfpenny per pound, gives £2,000 a week for the money spent in cats' and dogs' meat, or upwards of £100,000 a year, which is at the rate of £100 worth sold annually by each carrier. The profits of the carriers may be estimated at about £50 each per annum. The capital required to start in this business varies from £1 to £2. The stock money needed is between 5s. and 10s. The barrow and basket, weights and scales, knife and steel or blackstone costs about £2 when new, and from 15s. to 4s. second hand. End of section 29. Section 30 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk Part 30. Of the street sale of drinkables. The street sellers of the drinkables, who have now to be considered, belong to the same class as I have described in treating of the sale of street provisions generally. The buyers are not precisely of the same class, for the street eatables often supply a meal, but with the exception of the coffee stalls, and occasionally of the rice milk, the drinkables are more of a luxury than a meal. Thus the buyers are chiefly those who have a penny to spare, rather than those who have a penny to dine upon. I have described the different classes of purchasers, and perhaps the accounts, as a picture of street life, are even more curious than those I have given of the purchasers of the eatables, of, literally, the diners out. Of coffee stall keepers. The vending of tea and coffee in the streets was little, if at all, known 20 years ago, salop being then the beverage supplied from stalls to the late and early wayfarers. Nor was it until after 1842 that the stalls approached to anything like their present number, which is said to be upwards of 300, the majority of the proprietors being women. Prior to 1824, coffee was in little demand, even among the smaller tradesmen or farmers, but in that year, the duty having been reduced from 1s. to 6d. per pound, the consumption throughout the kingdom in the next 7 years was nearly trebled, the increase being from £7,933,041 in 1824 to £22,745,627 in 1831. In 1842 the duty on coffee was fixed at 4d. from British possessions, and from foreign countries at 6d. But it was not owing solely to the reduced price of coffee that the street vendors of it increased in the year or two subsequent to 1842 at least 100%. The great facilities then offered for a cheap adulteration by mixing ground chicory with the ground coffee was an enhancement of the profits and a greater temptation to embark in the business, as a smaller amount of capital would suffice. Within these 2 or 3 years, this cheapness has been still further promoted by the medium of adulteration, the chicory itself being in its turn adulterated by the admixture of baked carrots and the like saccharine roots, which of course are not subjected to any duty, while foreign chicory is charged 6d. per pound. English chicory is not chargeable with duty, and is now cultivated, I am assured, to the yield of between 4,000 and 5,000 tons yearly, and this nearly all used in the adulteration of coffee. Nor is there greater culpability in this trade among street vendors than among respectable shopkeepers, for I was assured by a leading grocer that he could not mention 20 shops in the city of which he could say, "You can go and buy a pound of ground coffee there and it will not be adulterated." The revelations recently made on this subject by the Lancet are a still more convincing proof of the general dishonesty of grocers. The coffee stall keepers generally stand at the corner of a street. In the fruit and meat markets there are usually 2 or 3 coffee stalls, and 1 or 2 in the streets leading to them. In Covent Garden there are no less than 4 coffee stalls. Indeed, the stalls abound in all the great thoroughfares, and the most in those not accounted fashionable and great business routes, but such as are frequented by working people on their way to their day's labour. The best pitch in London is supposed to be at the corner of Duke Street, Oxford Street. The proprietor of that stall is said to take full 30s. of a morning in halfpence. One stall-keeper, I was informed, when upon the drink, thinks nothing of spending his £10 or £15 in a week. A party assured me that once, when the stall-keeper above mentioned was away on the spree, he took up his stand there, and got from 4s. to 5s. in the course of 10 minutes at the busy time of the morning. The coffee stall usually consists of a spring barrow with 2 and occasionally 4 wheels. Some are made up of tables, and some have a trestle and board. On the top of this are placed 2 or 3, and sometimes 4, large tin cans, holding upon an average 5 gallons each. Beneath each of these cans is a small iron fire pot, perforated like a rushlight shade, and here charcoal is continually burning, so as to keep the coffee or tea with which the cans are filled hot throughout the early part of the morning. The board of the stall has mostly a compartment for bread and butter, cake, and ham sandwiches, and another for the coffee mugs. There is generally a small tub under each of the stalls, in which the mugs and saucers are washed. The grandest stall in this line is the one before mentioned as standing at the corner of Duke Street, Oxford Street, note of which an engraving is here given. End note. It is a large truck on 4 wheels, and painted a bright green. The cans are 4 in number, and of bright polished tin, mounted with brass plates. There are compartments for bread and butter, sandwiches, and cake. It is lighted by 3 large oil lamps, with bright brass mountings, and covered with an oilcloth roof. The coffee stalls generally are lighted by candle lamps. Some coffee stalls are covered over with tarpaulin, like a tent, and others screened from the sharp night or morning air by a clothes horse covered with blankets and drawn half round the stall. Some of the stall keepers make their appearance at 12 at night, and some not till 3 or 4 in the morning. Those that come out at midnight are for the accommodation of the night walkers, fast gentlemen and loose girls, and those that come out in the morning are for the accommodation of the working men. It is, I may add, piteous enough to see a few young and good-looking girls, some without the indelible mark of habitual depravity on their countenances, clustering together for warmth round a coffee stall, to which a penny expenditure, or the charity of the proprietor, has admitted them. The thieves do not resort to the coffee stalls, which are so immediately under the eye of the policeman. The coffee stall keepers usually sell coffee and tea, and some of them cocoa. They keep hot milk in one of the large cans, and coffee, tea, or cocoa in the others. They supply bread and butter or currant cake in slices, ham sandwiches, watercresses, and boiled eggs. The price is 1 penny per mug, or a halfpenny per half mug, for coffee, tea, or cocoa, and a halfpenny a slice the bread and butter or cake. The ham sandwiches are 2d, or a penny each, the boiled eggs a penny, and the watercresses a halfpenny a bunch. The coffee, tea, cocoa, and sugar they generally purchase by the single pound at a grocer's. Those who do an extensive trade purchase in larger quantities. The coffee is usually bought in the berry and ground by themselves. All purchase chicory to mix with it. For the coffee they pay about 1 shilling, for the tea about 3 shillings, for the cocoa 6d per pound, and for the sugar 3d halfpenny to 4d. For the chicory the price is 6d, which is the amount of the duty alone on foreign chicory, and it is mixed with the coffee at the rate of 6 ounces to the pound. Many use as much as 9 and 12 ounces. The coffee is made of a dark colour by means of what are called finings, which consist of burnt sugar, such as is used for browning soups. Coffee is the article mostly sold at the stalls. Indeed, there is scarcely one stall in 100 that is supplied with tea, and not more than a dozen in all London that furnish cocoa. The stall keepers usually make the cake themselves. A 4-pound cake generally consists of half a pound of currants, half a pound of sugar, 6 ounces of beef dripping, and a quartern of flour. The ham for sandwiches costs 5d halfpenny or 6d per pound, and when boiled produces in sandwiches about 2 shillings per pound. It is usually cut up in slices little thicker than paper. The bread is usually second bread, the butter, salt at about 8d the pound. Some borrow their barrows and pay 1 shilling a week for the hire of them. Many borrow the capital upon which they trade, frequently of their landlord. Some get credit for their grocery, some for their bread. If they borrow, they pay about 20% per week for the loan. I was told of one man that makes a practice of lending money to the coffee stall keepers and other hucksters at the rate of at least 20% a week. If the party wishing to borrow £1 or 2 is unknown to the money lender, he requires security and the interest to be paid him weekly. This money lender, I am informed, has been transported once for receiving stolen property, and would now purchase any amount of plate that might be taken to him. The class of persons usually belonging to the business have been either cabmen, policemen, labourers, or artisans. Many have been bred to dealing in the streets, and brought up to no other employment, but many have taken to the business owing to the difficulty of obtaining work at their own trade. The generality of them are opposed to one another. I asked one in a small way of business what was the average amount of his profits, and his answer was, "I usually buy 10 ounces of coffee a night. That costs, when good, 1 and a halfpenny. With this I should make 5 gallons of coffee, such as I sell in the street, which would require 3 quarts of milk at 3d. per quart, and 1½ pounds of sugar at 3d. halfpenny per pound. There is some at 3d. This would come to 2s. and 2d. 3 farthings, and allowing for a penny farthing for a quarter of a peck of charcoal to keep the coffee hot, it would give 2s. and 4d. for the cost of 5 gallons of coffee. This I should sell at about a penny halfpenny per pint, so that the 5 gallons would produce me 5s, or 2s. and 8d. clear. I generally get rid of 1 quartern loaf and 6 ounces of butter with this quantity of coffee, and for this I pay 5d. the loaf and 3d. the butter, making 8d., and these I make into 28 slices at a halfpenny per slice, so the whole brings me in 1s. and 2d., or about 6d. clear. Added to this I sell a 4-pound cake, which costs me 3d. halfpenny per pound, 1s. and 2d. the entire cake, and this in 28 slices at a penny per slice would yield 2s. and 4d., or 1s. and 2d. clear, so that altogether my clear gains would be 4s. and 4d. upon an expenditure of 2s. and 2d., say 200%. This is said to be about the usual profit of the trade. Sometimes they give credit. One person assured me he trusted as much as 9d. halfpenny that morning, and out of that he was satisfied there was 4d. at least he should never see. Most of the stalls are stationary, but some are locomotive. Some cans are carried about with yokes, like milk cans, the mugs being kept in a basket. The best district for the night trade is the city and the approaches to the bridges. There are more men and women, I was told, walking along Cheapside, Aldersgate Street, Bishopsgate Street, and Fleet Street. In the latter place a good trade is frequently done between 12 at night and 2 in the morning. For the morning trade, the best districts are the Strand, Oxford Street, City Road, New Road, from one end to the other, the markets, especially Covent Garden, Billingsgate, Newgate, and the Borough. There are no coffee stalls in Smithfield. The reason is that the drovers, on arriving at the market, are generally tired and cold, and prefer sitting down to their coffee in a warm shop rather than drink it in the open street. The best days for coffee stalls are market mornings, namely Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. On these days the receipts are generally half as much a gain as those of the other mornings. The best time of the year for the business is the summer. This is, I am told, because the workpeople and costermongers have more money to spend. Some stall keepers save sufficient to take a shop, but these are only such as have a pitch in the best thoroughfares. One who did a little business informed me that he usually cleared, including Sunday, 14s. Last week his gains were 15s. The week before that he could not remember. He is very frequently out all night, and does not earn 6d. This is on wet and cold nights, when there are few people about. His is generally the night trade. The average weekly earnings of the trade throughout the year are said to be £1. The trade, I am assured by all, is overstocked. They are half too many, they say. 2 of us, to use their own words, are eating one man's bread. When coffee in the streets first came up, a man could go and earn, I am told, his 8s. a night at the very lowest, but now the same class of men cannot earn more than 3s. Some men may earn comparatively a large sum, as much as 38s. or £2, but the generality of the trade cannot make more than £1 per week if so much. The following is the statement of one of the class. I was a mason's labourer, a smith's labourer, a plasterer's labourer, or a bricklayer's labourer. I was indeed a labouring man. I could not get employment. I was for 6 months without any employment. I did not know which way to support my wife and child. I have only one child. Being so long out of employment, I saw no other means of getting a living but out of the streets. I was almost starving before I took to it. That I certainly was. I'm not ashamed of telling anybody that, because it's true, and I sought for a livelihood wherever I could. Many said they wouldn't do such a thing as keep a coffee stall, but I said I'd do anything to get a bit of bread honestly. Years ago, when I was a boy, I used to go out selling watercresses and apples, oranges and radishes with a barrow for my landlord. So I thought, when I was thrown out of employment, I would take to selling coffee in the streets. I went to a tin man and paid him 10 shillings and sixpence, the last of my savings, after I'd been 4 or 5 months out of work, for a can. I didn't care how I got my living, so long as I could turn an honest penny. Well, I went on and knocked about and couldn't get a pitch anywhere. But at last I heard that an old man who had been in the habit of standing for many years at the entrance of one of the markets had fell ill. So what did I do but I goes and pops into his pitch, and there I've done better than ever I did afore. I get 20 shillings now where I got 10 shillings one time, and if I only had such a thing as £5 or £10, I might get a good living for life. I cannot do half as much as the man that was there before me. He used to make his coffee down there, and had a can for hot water as well. But I have but one can to keep coffee and all in, and I have to borrow my barrow and pay a shilling a week for it. If I sell my can out, I can't do any more. The struggle to get a living is so great that, what with one and another in the coffee trade, it's only those as can get good pitches that can get a crust at it. As it appears that each coffee stall keeper on an average clears £1 a week, and his takings may be said to be at least double that sum, the yearly street expenditure for tea, coffee, and so on, amounts to £31,200. The quantity of coffee sold annually in the streets appears to be about 550,000 gallons. To commence as a coffee stall keeper in a moderate manner requires about £5 capital. The truck costs £2, and the other utensils and materials £3. The expense of the cans is near upon 16 shillings each. The stock money is a few shillings. Of the street sale of ginger beer, sherbet, lemonade, and so on. The street trade in ginger beer, now a very considerable traffic, was not known to any extent until about 30 years ago. About that time, 1822, a man, during a most sultry drought, sold extraordinary quantities of cool ginger beer and of soda powders near the Royal Exchange, clearing for the 3 or 4 weeks the heat continued 30 shillings a day, or £9 weekly. Soda water he sold in powders, the acid and the alkali being mixed in the water of the glass held by the customer, and drunk whilst effervescing. His prices were 2d and 3d a glass for ginger beer, and 3d and 4d for soda water, according to the quality, though there was in reality no difference whatever in the quality, only in the price. From that time the numbers pursuing this street avocation increased gradually. They have, however, fallen off of late years. The street sellers who brew their own beer generally prepare half a gross, 6 dozen, at a time. For a good quality, or the penny bottle trade, the following are the ingredients and the mode of preparation: 3 gallons of water, 1 pound of ginger, 6d, lemon acid, 2d, essence of cloves, 2d, yeast, 2d, and 1 pound of raw sugar, 7d. This admixture, the yeast being the last ingredient introduced, stands 24 hours and is then ready for bottling. If the beverage be required in 12 hours, double the quantity of yeast is used. The bottles are filled only to the ridge, but the liquid and the froth more than fill a full-sized half-pint glass. Only half froth, I was told, is reckoned very fair, and it's just the same in the shops. Thus 72 bottles, each to be sold at 1 penny, cost, apart from any outlay in utensils or any consideration of the value of labour, only 1 shilling 7 pence, and yield at 1 penny per bottle 6 shillings. For the cheaper beverage, called playhouse ginger beer in the trade, instead of sugar, molasses from the private distilleries is made available. The private distilleries are the illicit ones. Jiggers, we call them, said one man, and I could pass 100 in 10 minutes' walk from where we're talking. Molasses, costing 3d at a jigger's, is sufficient for a half gross of bottles of ginger beer, and of the other ingredients only half the quantity is used, the cloves being altogether dispensed with, but the same amount of yeast is generally applied. This quality of beer is sold at a halfpenny the glass. About 5 years ago, fountains for the production of ginger beer became common in the streets. The ginger beer trade in the open air is only for a summer season, extending from 4 to 7 months, according to the weather. The season last year having been over in about 4 months. There were then 200 fountains in the streets, all of which, excepting 20 or 30 of the best, were hired of the ginger beer manufacturers, who drive a profitable trade in them. The average value of a street fountain, with a handsome frame or stand, which is usually fixed on a wheeled and movable truck, so as one man's strength may be sufficient to propel it, is £7, and for the rent of such a fountain 6 shillings a week is paid when the season is brisk, and 4 shillings when it is slack. But last summer, I am told, 4 shillings and 6 pence was an average. The largest and handsomest ginger beer fountain in London was, I speak of last summer, in use at the East End, usually standing in Petticoat Lane, and is the property of a dancing master. It is made of mahogany, and presents somewhat the form of an upright piano on wheels. It has 2 pumps, and the brass of the pump handles and the glass receivers is always kept bright and clean, so that the whole glitters handsomely to the light. 2 persons serve at this fountain, and on a fine Sunday morning, from 6 to 1, that being the best trading time, they take £7 or £8 in halfpennies, for the beer is a halfpenny a glass, and £2 each other day of the week. This machine, as it may be called, is drawn by 2 ponies, said to be worth £10 apiece, and the whole cost is pronounced, perhaps with a sufficient exaggeration, to have been £150. There were in the same neighbourhood 2 more fountains on a similar scale, but commoner, each drawn by only 1 pony instead of the aristocratic pair. The ingredients required to feed the ginger beer fountains are of a very cheap description. To supply 10 gallons, 2 quarts of lime juice, as it is called, but it is in reality lemon juice, costing 3 shillings and 6 pence, are placed in the recess, sometimes with the addition of a pound of sugar, 4 pence, while some, I am assured, put in a smaller quantity of juice and add 2 pennyworth of oil of vitriol, which brings out the sharpness of the lime juice. The rest is water. No process of brewing or fermentation is necessary, for the fixed air pumped into the liquid as it is drawn from the fountain communicates a sufficient briskness or effervescence. "The harder you pumps," said one man who had worked a fountain, "the frothier it comes, and though it seems to fill a big glass, and the glass ain't so big for holding as it looks, let it settle and there's only 1/4 of a pint." The hirer of a fountain is required to give security. This is not, as in some slop trades, a deposit of money, but a householder must, by written agreement, make himself responsible for any damage the fountain may sustain, as well as for its return, or make good the loss. The street ginger beer seller is alone responsible for the rent of the machine. It is, however, only men that are known who are trusted in this way. Of the fountains thus hired, 50 are usually to be found at the neighbouring fairs and races. As the ginger beer men carry lime juice and so on with them, only water is required to complete the brewing of the beer, and so conveyance is not difficult. There is another kind of ginger beer, or rather of small acid tiff, which is sold out of barrels at street stalls at a halfpenny the glass. To make 2½ gallons of this there is used a ½ pound of tartaric or other acid, 1 shilling, ½ pound alkali, soda, 10d., ½ pound lump sugar, bruised, fine, 4d., and yeast, 1d. Of these barrel men there are now about 100. Another class of street sellers obtain their stock of ginger beer from the manufacturers. One of the largest manufacturers for the street trade resides near Ratcliffe Highway, and another in the Commercial Road. The charge by the wholesale traders is 8d. the dozen, while to a known man, or for ready money, 13 are given to the dozen. The beer, however, is often let out on credit, or in some cases security is given in the same way as for the fountains, and the empty bottles must be duly returned. It is not uncommon for 2 gross of beer to be let out in this way at a time. For the itinerant trade, these are placed on a truck or barrow, fitted up with 4 shelves, on which are ranged the bottles. These barrows are hired in the same way as the costers' barrows. Some sell their beer at stalls fitted up exclusively for the trade, a kind of tank being let into the centre of the board, and filled with water, in which the glasses are rinsed or washed. Underneath the stall there is usually a reserve of the beer, and a keg containing water. Some of the best frequented stalls were in Whitechapel, Old Street Road, City Road, Tottenham Court Road, the New Cut, Elephant and Castle, the Commercial Road, Tower Hill, the Strand, and near Westminster Bridge. The stationary beer business is for the most part carried on in the more public streets, such as Holborn and Oxford Street, and in the markets of Covent Garden, Smithfield, and Billingsgate, while the peripatetic trade, which is briskest on the Sundays, when, indeed, some of the stationary hands become itinerant, is more for the suburbs. Victoria Park, Battersea Fields, Hampstead Heath, Primrose Hill, Kennington Common, and Camberwell Green, being approved Sunday haunts. The London street sellers of ginger beer, say the more experienced, may be computed at 3,000, of whom about 1/3 are women. I heard them frequently estimated at 5,000, and some urged that the number was at least as near 5,000 as 3,000. For my own part, I am inclined to believe that half the smaller number would be nearer the truth. Judging by the number of miles of streets throughout the metropolis, and comparing the street sellers of ginger beer with the fruit stall keepers, I am satisfied that in estimating the ginger beer sellers at 1,500, we are rather over than under the truth. This body of street sellers were more numerous 5 years back by 15 or 20%, but the introduction of the street fountains, and the trade being resorted to by the keepers of coal sheds and the small shopkeepers, who have frequently a stand with ginger beer in front of their shops, have reduced the amount of the street sellers. In 1842 there were 1,200 ginger beer sellers in the streets who had attached to their stalls or trucks labels showing that they were members, or assumed to be members, of the Society of Odd Fellows. This was done in hopes of a greater amount of custom from the other members of the society, but the expectation was not realised, and so the odd fellowship of the ginger beer people disappeared. Of the street traders, 200 work fountains, and of the remaining portion the stationary and the itinerant are about equally divided. Of the whole number, however, not above 1/8 confine themselves to the trade, but usually sell with their pop some other article of open-air traffic, fruit, sweetstuff, or shellfish. There are of the entire number about 350 who, whenever the weather permits, stay out all night with their stands or barrows, and are to be found especially in all the approaches to Covent Garden and the other markets to which there is a resort during the night or at daybreak. These men, I was told by one of their body, worked from 8 in the evening to 8 or 10 next morning, then went to bed, rose at 3, and plenty of 'em then goes to the skittles or to get drunk. The character of the ginger beer sellers does not differ from what I have described as pertaining to the costermonger class, and to street traders generally. There is the same admixture of the reduced mechanic, the broken-down gentleman's servant, the man of any class in life who cannot brook the confinement and restraint of ordinary indoor labour, and of the man brought up to the streets. One experienced and trustworthy man told me that from his own knowledge he could count up 20 classical men, as he styled them, who were in the street ginger beer trade, and of these 4 had been, or were said to have been, parsons, 2 being of the same name, Mr. S. Blank, but my informant did not know if they stood in any degree of consanguinity one to another. The women are the wives, daughters, or other connections of the men. Some of the stalls at which ginger beer is sold, and it is the same at the coal sheds and the chandlers' shops, are adorned pictorially. Erected at the end of a stall is often a painting, papered on a board, in which a gentleman with the bluest of coats, the whitest of trousers, the yellowest of waistcoats, and the largest of guard chains or eyeglasses, is handing a glass of ginger beer, frothed up like a pot of stout, and containing apparently a pint and a half, to some lady in flowing white robes, or gorgeous in purple or orange. To commence in this branch of the street business requires, in all, 18 shillings and 3d, 6 glasses, 2 shillings and 9d, board, 5 shillings, tank, 1 shilling, keg, 1 shilling, gross of beer, 8 shillings. Note, this is where the seller is not also the maker, end note, and for towels and so on, 6d. If, however, the street seller brew his own beer, he will require half a gross of bottles, 5 shillings and 6d, and the ingredients I have enumerated, 1 shilling and 7d. In addition to the street sale of ginger beer is that of other summer drinks. Of these the principal is lemonade, the consumption of which is as much as that of all the others together. Indeed, the high-sounding names given to some of these beverages, such as nectar and Persian sherbet, are but other names for lemonade in a slightly different colour or fashion. Lemonade is made by those vendors who deal in the best articles after the following method: 1 pound of carbonate of soda, 6d. 1 pound of tartaric acid, 1 shilling and 4d. Note, at least, said an informant, I pay 1 shilling and 4d at Pothecary's Hall, but it can be had at a shilling. End note. 1 pound of loaf sugar, 5d halfpenny, essence of lemon, 3d. This admixture is kept in the form of a powder in a jar, and water is drawn from what the street sellers call a stone barrel, which is a stone jar something like the common shaped filters with a tap, and a larger or smaller spoonful of the admixture in a glass of water supplies an effervescing draught for 1 penny or a halfpenny. There's sometimes shocking roguishness in the trade, said one man, and there is in a many trades. Some uses vitriol. Lemonade made after the recipe I have given is sometimes bottled by the street sellers and sold in the same way as ginger beer. It is bought also for street sale of the ginger beer manufacturers, the profit being the same, but so bought to less than a 20th of the whole sale. The water in the stone barrel is spring water obtained from the nearest pump, and in hot weather obtained frequently, so as to be served in as cool a state as possible. Sometimes lemonade powders are used. They are bought at a chemist's at 1 shilling and 6d the pound. Sherbet is the same admixture, with cream of tartar instead of tartaric acid. Raspberry has sometimes the addition of a few crushed raspberries and a colouring of cochineal, with generally a greater degree of sweetening than lemonade. If cochineal is used for colouring, said one man, it sometimes turns brown in the sun, and the raspberry don't sell. A little lake's better. Lemon juice is again lemonade, with a slight infusion of saffron to give it a yellow or pale orange colour. Nectar, in imitation of Sawyer's, has more sugar and less acid than the lemonade. Spices such as cinnamon is used to flavour it, and the colouring is from lake and saffron. These cooling drinks are sold from the powder or the jar, as I have described, from fountains and from bottles. The fountain sale is not above a 1/10 of the whole. All is sold in a halfpenny and 1 penny glasses, except the nectar, which is never less than 1 penny. The customers are the same as those who buy ginger beer. but one lemonader with whom I conversed seemed inclined to insist that they were a more respectabler class. Boys are good customers, better perhaps than for the beer, as the colour and the fine names attracts them. The cooling drink season, like that of the ginger beer, is determined by the weather, and last summer it was only 4 months. It was computed for me that there were 200 persons, chiefly men, selling solely lemonade and so on, and an additional 300 uniting the sale with that of ginger beer. One man, whose statement was confirmed by others, told me that on fine days he took 3s. 6d, out of which he cleared 2s. to 2s. 6d, and he concluded that his brother tradesmen cleared as much every fine day, and so, allowing for wet weather and diminished receipts, made 10s. a week. The receipts, then, for this street luxury, a receipt of 17s. 6d, affording a profit of 10s, show a street expenditure in such a summer as the last of £2,800 by those who do not unite ginger beer with the trade. Calculating that those who do unite ginger beer with it sell only 1/2 as much as the others, we find a total outlay of £4,900. One of the best trades is in the hands of a man who works Smithfield, and on the market days clears generally from 6s. to 9s. The stalls and so on are of the same character as those of the ginger beer sellers. The capital required to start is stone barrel with brass tap, 5s. 6d, stand and trestle, 6s, 6 tumbler glasses, 2s. 3d, 2 towels, 6d, stock money, 2s. 6d, jar, 2s, 12 bottles, when used, 3s. 6d, in all about a guinea. In showing the money expended in the ginger beer trade, it must be borne in mind that a large portion of the profits accrues to persons who cannot be properly classed with the regular street traders. Such is the proprietor of the great fountain of which I have spoken, who is to be classed as a speculative man, ready to embark capital in any way, whether connected with street traffic or not, likely to be remunerative. The other and large participants in the profits are the wholesale ginger beer manufacturers, who are also the letters out of fountains, one of them having generally 9 let out at a time. For a street trader to sell 3 gross of ginger beer in bottle is now accounted a good week, and for that the receipts will be 36s, with a profit in the penny bottle trade to the seller, if he buy of a manufacturer, of 12s. If he be his own brewer, reckoning a fair compensation for labour, and for money invested in utensils and in bottles and so on, of 20s. An ordinary week's sale is 2 gross, costing the public 24s, with the same proportion of profit in the same trade to the seller. In a bad week, or in a small way to help out other things, not more than 1 gross is sold. The fountain trade is the most profitable to the proprietors, whether they send out their machines on their own account or let them out on hire, but perhaps there are only 1/8 of the number not let out on hire. Calculating that a fountain be let out for 3 successive seasons of 20 weeks each, at only 4s. the week, the gross receipts are £12 for what on the first day of hire was worth only £7, so that the returns from 200 machines let out for the same term would be £2,400, or a profit of £1,000 over and above the worth of the fountain, which, having been thus paid for, is of course in a succeeding year the means of a clear profit of £4. I am assured that the weekly average of a fountain's takings, when in the hands of the regular street dealers, is 18s. The barrel traders may be taken as in the average receipt of 6s. a week. The duration of the season was last year only 16 weeks. Calculating from the best data I could acquire, it appears that for this period 200 street sellers of ginger beer in the bottle trade of the penny class take 30s. a week each, thus allowing for the inferior receipts in bad weather. 300 take 20s. each, selling for the most part at a halfpenny the bottle, and that the remaining 400, in a small way, take 6 shillings each. Hence we find £11,480 expended in the bottled ginger beer of the streets. Adding the receipts from the fountains and the barrel season continuing only 10 weeks, the total sum expended annually in street ginger beer is altogether £14,660. The bottles of ginger beer sold yearly in the streets will number about 4,798,000, and the total street consumption of the same beverage may be said to be about 250,000 gallons per annum. Of the experience and customers of a ginger beer seller. A slim, well-spoken man with a half-military appearance, as he had a well-trimmed moustache and was very cleanly dressed, gave me the following account. I've known the ginger beer trade for 8 years, and every branch of it. Indeed, I think I've tried all sorts of street business. I've been a costermonger, a lot seller, a nut seller, a secret paper seller, with straws, you know, sir, a cap seller, a street printer, a cake man, a clown, an umbrella maker, a toasting fork maker, a sovereign seller, and a ginger beer seller. I hardly know what I haven't been. I made my own when last I worked beer. Sunday was my best day, or rather Sunday mornings, when there's no public houses open. Drinking Saturday nights makes dry Sunday mornings. Many a time men have said to me, "Let's have a bottle to quench a spark in my throat," or "My mouth's like an oven." I've had to help people to lift the glass to their lips, their hands trembled so. They couldn't have written their names plain if there was a sovereign for it. But these was only chance customers, 1 or 2 in the morning and 5 or 6 on a Sunday morning. I've been a teetotaler myself for 15 years. No, sir, I didn't turn one, but I never was a drinker, not from any great respect for the ginger beer trade, but because I thought it gave one a better chance of getting on. I once had saved money, but it went in a long sickness. I used to be off early on Sunday mornings sometimes, to Hackney Marsh, and sell my beer there to gentlemen, oldish gentlemen some of them, going a-fishing, others were going there to swim. One week I took 35 shillings at a penny a bottle by going out early in the morning. Perhaps 20 shillings of it was profit, but my earnings in the trade in a good season wasn't more than 12 shillings, one week with another. All the trades in the streets are bad now, I think. 8 years back I could make half as much more in ginger beer as could be made last summer. Working people and boys were my other customers. I stuck to ginger beer in the season, and then went into something else, for I can turn my hand to anything. I began a street life at 8 years old by selling memorandum books in the Bull Ring at Birmingham. My parents were ill and hadn't a farthing in the house. I began with 1 penny stock money, and I bought 3 memorandum books for it at Cheap Jack's thatched house. I've been in London 17 or 18 years. I'm a roulette maker now. I mean the roulette boxes that gentlemen take with them to play with when travelling on a railway or such times. I make loaded dice too, and supply gaming houses. I think I know more gaming houses than any man in London. I've sold them to gentlemen and to parsons, that is, ministers of religion. I can prove that. I don't sell those sort of things in the streets. I could do very well in the trade, but it's so uncertain and so little's wanted compared to what would keep a man going, and I have a mother that's 60 to support. Altogether my present business is inferior to the ginger beer, but the fountains will destroy all the fair ginger beer trade. End of section 30. Section 31 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 31. Of the Street Sellers of Hot Elder Wine. The sale of hot elder wine in the streets is one of the trades which have been long established, but it is only within these 8 or 10 years that it has been carried on in its present form. It continues for about 4 months in the winter. Elder wine is made from the berries of the elder tree. Elder syrup, also made from the berries, was formerly famous in the north of England as a curative for colds, and was frequently taken, with a small admixture of rum, at bedtime. Some of the street sellers make the wine themselves. The majority, however, buy it of the British winemakers. The berries must be gathered when fully ripe, and on a dry day. They are picked, measured, and put into a copper, 2 gallons of water being added to every gallon of berries. They are then boiled till the berries are quite soft, when the liquor is strained and pressed from them through a strong hair sieve. The liquor thus expressed is again put into the copper, boiled an hour, skimmed, and placed in a tub, along with a bread toast, on which yeast is spread thickly. It then stands 2 days, and is afterwards put into a cask, a few cloves and crusted ginger being hung in a muslin bag from the bunghole, so as to flavour the liquor. Sometimes this spicing is added afterwards, when the liquor is warmed. The berries are sold in the markets, principally in Covent Garden, the price varying, according to the season, from 1 shilling and sixpence to 3 shillings a gallon. Of all elder wine makers, the Jews are the best as regards the street commodity. The costermongers say they have a secret, a thing said frequently enough when superior skill is shown, and especially when, as in the case of the Jews' elder wine, better pennyworths are given. The Jews, I am told, add a small quantity of raspberry vinegar to their elder, so as to give it a sharp, pleasant twang. The heat and pungency of the elder wine sold in the streets is increased by some street sellers by means of whole black pepper and capsicums. The apparatus in which the wine is now kept for sale in the streets is of copper or brass, and is sometimes handsome. It is generally an urn of an oblong form, erected on a sort of pedestal, with the lid or top ornamented with brass mouldings and so on. 3 plated taps give vent to the beverage. Orifices are contrived, and are generally hidden or partially hidden with some ornament, which act as safety valves, or, as one man would have it, chimneys. The interior of these urns holds 3 or 4 quarts of elder wine, which is surrounded with boiling water, and the water and wine are kept up to the boiling pitch by means of a charcoal fire at the foot of the vessel. Fruit of some kind is generally sold by the elder wine men at their stand. The elder wine urn is placed on a stand covered with an oilcloth, 6 or 8 glasses being ranged about it. It is sold at a halfpenny and a penny a glass, but there is little difference in some elder wines, I was told, between the penn'orths and the ha'porths. A wine glass of the regular size is a half quartern, or the 1/8 of a pint. Along with each glass of hot elder wine is given a small piece of toasted bread. Some buyers steep this bread in the wine, and so imbibe the flavour. "It ain't no good as I know on," said an elder wine seller, "but it's the fashion, and so people must have it." The purchasers of elder wine are the working classes, but not the better order of them, and the boys of the street. Some of these lads, I was told, were very choice and critical in their elder wines. Some will say, "It ain't such bad wine, but not the real spicy." "The elder, I thinks," said another, "is middling, but somehow there's nothing but hotness for to taste." Of these traders there are now perhaps 50 in London. One man counted up 30 of his brethren, whom he knew personally, or knew to be then working elder, and he thought that there might be as many more, but I am assured that 50 is about the mark. The sellers of elder wine have been for the most part mechanics who have adopted the calling for the reasons I have often given. None of them, in the course of my inquiry, depended entirely upon the sale of the wine, but sold fruit in addition to it. All complained of the bad state of trade. One man said that 4 or 5 years back he had replenished the wine in a 3-quart urn 12 times a day, a jar of the wine being kept at the stall in readiness for that purpose. This amounted to 576 glasses sold in the course of the day, and a receipt, reckoning each glass at a penny, of 48 shillings, but probably not more than 40 shillings would be taken, as some would have halfpenny glasses. Now the same man rarely sells 3 quarts in a day, except perhaps on a Saturday, and on wet days he sells none at all. The elder wine can be bought at almost any price at the winemakers, from 4d. to 1s. 6d. the quart. The charge in the public houses is twice as high as in the streets, but the inn wine, I was told by a person familiar with the trade, contains spirit and is more highly spiced. A decent-looking middle-aged man, who had been in a gentleman's service, but was disabled by an accident which crushed his hand, and who thereupon resorted to street selling, and had since continued in it in different branches from 15 to 20 years, gave me an account of his customers. He had not been acquainted with the elder wine trade above 4 or 5 years, when he bought an elder can for about 15s. Among a cheap miscellaneous lot in Smithfield one Friday afternoon, and so he commenced. "It's a poor trade, sir," he said. "I don't suppose any of us make 10s. a week at it alone, but it's a good help to other things, and I do middling. I should say less than a shilling a day was above the average profits of the trade. Say 5s. a week, for on wet days we can't sell at all. No one will stop to drink elder wine in the wet. They'll rather have a pennyworth of gin, or half a pint of beer with the chill off, under shelter. I sell sometimes to people that say they're teetotalers, and ask if there's any spirit in my wine. I assure them there's not, just the juice of the berry. I start when I think the weather's cold enough, and keep at it as long as there's any demand. My customers are boys and poor people, and I sell more ha'porths than penn'orths. I've heard poor women that's bought of me say it was the only wine they ever tasted. The boys are hard to please, but I won't put up with their nonsense. It's not once in 50 times that a girl of the town buys my wine. It's not strong enough for her, I fancy. A sharp, frosty, dry day suits me best. I may then sell 3 or 4 quarts. I don't make it, but buy it. It's a poor trade, and I think it gets worse every year, though I believe there's far fewer of us. One elder wine stand in Tottenham Court Road cost, when new, £7, but that was 6 or 7 years ago. Calculating that 50 persons clear 5s. a week for 16 weeks, their profit being at least cent per cent, the street outlay in this very British wine will be only £200, and the street consumption of it in the course of the year 1,500 gallons. Of the street sale of peppermint water. Perhaps the only thing which can be called a cordial or a liqueur sold in the streets, if we except elder wine, is peppermint water, and of this the sale is very limited. For the first 15 or 20 years of the present century, I was told by one who spoke from a personal knowledge, a pepperminter had 2 little taps to his keg, which had a division in the interior. From one tap was extracted peppermint water, from the other strong peppermint water. The one was at that time a penny a glass, the other from 2d. to 4d., according to the size of the glass. With the strong beverage was mixed smuggled spirit, but so strongly impregnated with the odour of the mint that a passer-by could not detect the presence of the illicit compound. There are 6 persons selling peppermint water in the winter, and only half that number in the summer. The trade is irregular, as some pursue it only of a night, and generally in the street markets. Others sell at Billingsgate and places of great traffic, when the traffic is being carried on. They are stationary for a while, but keep shifting their ground. The vendors generally distilled their own mint when the sale was greater, but within these 6 or 8 years they have purchased it at a distilling chemist's, and have only prepared it for sale. Water is added to the distilled liquid bought of the chemist to increase the quantity, but to enhance the heat of the draught, which is a draw to some buyers, black pepper, unground, or ginger, or, but rarely, capsicums, are steeped in the beverage. The peppermint water is lauded by the vendors, when questioned concerning it, as an excellent stomachic, but nothing is said publicly of its virtues, the cry being merely, "Peppermint water, a halfpenny a glass." The sellers will generally say that they distill the peppermint water themselves, but this is not now commonly the case. The process, however, is simple enough. The peppermint used is gathered just as it is bursting into flower, and the leaves and buds are placed in a tub with just water enough to cover them. This steeping continues 24 hours, and then a still is filled 3 parts full, and the water is over-drawn very slowly. The price at the chemist's is 1 shilling a quart for the common mint water. The street price is a halfpenny a glass, containing something short of the eighth of a pint. What costs 1 shilling, the street seller disposes of for 2 shillings, so realizing the usual cent per cent. To take 2 shillings is now accounted a tidy day's work, and calculating that 4 pepperminters take that amount the year round, Sundays excepted, we find that nearly £125 is spent annually in peppermint water, and 900 gallons of it consumed every year in the streets of London. The capital required is keg 3 shillings and sixpence, or jar 2 shillings, for they are used indifferently, 4 glasses 1 shilling, towel 4d, and stock money 4 shillings, or in all about 8 shillings. The water keg or jar is carried by the vendor, but sometimes it is rested on a large stool carried for the purpose. A distilling apparatus, such as the street sellers used, was worth about 10 shillings. The vendors are of the same class of street sellers as the ginger beer people. Of milk selling in St. James's Park. The principal sale of milk from the cow is in St. James's Park. The once fashionable drink known as syllabubs, the milk being drawn warm from the cow's udder upon a portion of wine, sugar, spice, and so on, is now unknown. As the sellers of milk in the park are merely the servants of cow-keepers, and attend to the sale as a part of their business, no lengthened notice is required. The milk sellers obtain leave from the Home Secretary to ply their trade in the park. There are 8 stands in the summer, and as many cows, but in the winter there are only 4 cows. The milk vendors sell upon an average in the summer from 18 to 20 quarts per day. In the winter, not more than a third of that quantity. The interrupted milking of the cows, as practised in the park, often causes them to give less milk than they would in the ordinary way. The chief customers are infants, and adults and others of a delicate constitution who have been recommended to take new milk. On a wet day, scarcely any milk can be disposed of. Soldiers are occasional customers. A somewhat sour-tempered old woman, speaking as if she had been grossed in love, but experienced in this trade, gave me the following account. "It's not at all a lively sort of life selling milk from the cows, though some thinks it's a gay time in the park. I've often been dull enough and could see nothing to interest one, sitting alongside a cow. People drink new milk for their health, and I've served a good many such. They're mostly young women, I think, that's delicate and makes the most of it. There's 20 women and more to 1 man what drinks new milk. If they was set to some good hard work it would do them more good than new milk, or ass's milk either, I think. Let them go on a milk walk to cure them, that's what I say. Some children come pretty regularly with their nurses to drink new milk. Some bring their own china mugs to drink it out of. Nothing less was good enough for them. I've seen the nurse girls frightened to death about the mugs. I've heard one young child say to another, 'I shall tell Mamma that Caroline spoke to a mechanic who came and shook hands with her.' The girl was as red as fire and said it was her brother. Oh yes, there's a deal of brothers comes to look for their sisters in the park. The greatest fools I've sold milk to is servant girls out for the day. Some must have a day or a half day in the month. Their mistresses ought to keep them at home, I say, and not let them out to spend their money, and get into nobody knows what company for a holiday. Mistresses is too easy that way. It's such girls as makes fools of themselves in liking a soldier to run after them. I've seen one of them. Yes, some would call her pretty, and the prettiest is the silliest and easiest tricked out of money. That's my opinion, anyhow. I've seen one of them, and more than one, walk with a soldier, and they've stopped a minute, and she's taken something out of her glove and given it to him. Then they've come up to me, and he's said to her, 'Mayn't I treat you with a little new milk, my dear?' And he's changed a shilling. Why, of course, the silly fool of a gal had given him that there shilling. I thought when Annette Myers shot the soldier, it would be a warning. But nothing's a warning to some girls. She was one of those fools. It was a good deal talked about at the stand, but I think none of us knowed her. Indeed, we don't know our customers but by sight. Yes, there's now and then some oldish gentlemen. I suppose they're gentlemen. Anyhow, they're idle men, lounging about the stand, but there's no nonsense there. They tell me, too, there's not so much lounging about as there was. Those that's known the trade longer than me think so. Them children's a great check on the nusses, and they can't be such fools as the servant maids. I don't know how many of them I've served with milk along with soldiers. I never counted them. They're nothing to me. Very few elderly people drink new milk. It's mostly the young. I've been asked by strangers when the Duke of Wellington would pass to the Horse Guards or to the House of Lords. He's pretty regular. I've had sixpence given me, but not above once or twice a year, to tell strangers where was the best place to see him from, as he passed. I don't understand about this great exhibition, but no doubt more new milk will be sold when it's opened, and that's all I cares about. Of the street sale of milk. During the summer months, milk is sold in Smithfield, Billingsgate, and the other markets, and on Sundays in Battersea Fields, Clapham Common, Camberwell Green, Hampstead Heath, and similar places. About 20 men are engaged in this sale. They usually wear a smock frock, and have the cans and yoke used by the regular milk sellers. They are not itinerant. The skim milk, for they sell none else, is purchased at the dairies at a penny halfpenny a quart, and even the skim milk is also further watered by the street sellers. Their cry is, "Halfpenny, half pint, milk." The tin measure, however, in which the milk and water is served is generally a slang, and contains but half of the quantity proclaimed. The purchasers are chiefly boys and children, rarely men, and never costermongers, I was told, for they reckon milk sickly. These street sellers, who have most of them been employed in the more regular milk trade, clear about 1 shilling and sixpence a day each for 3 months, and as the profit is rather more than cent per cent, it appears that about 4,000 gallons of milk are thus sold, and upwards of £260 laid out upon these persons yearly in its purchase. A pair of cans with the yoke cost 15 shillings, and £1 is amply sufficient as capital to start in this trade, as the 2 measures used may be bought for 2 shillings, and 3 shillings can be devoted to the purchase of the liquid. Of the street sale of curds and whey. The preparations of milk which comprise the street trade are curds and whey and rice milk, the oldest street sellers stating that these were a portion of the trade in their childhood. The one is a summer and the other a winter traffic, and both are exclusively in the hands of the same middle-aged and elderly women. The vendors prepare the curds and whey in all cases themselves. Skim milk, purchased at the dairies, is used by the street purveyors, a gallon being the quantity usually prepared at a time. This milk gallon is double the usual quantity, or 8 quarts. The milk is first scalded, the pan containing it being closely watched in order that the contents may not boil. The scalding occupies 10 or 15 minutes, and it is then cooled until it attains the lukewarmness of new milk. Half a pound of sugar is then dissolved in the milk, and a teaspoonful of rennet is introduced, which is sufficient to turn a gallon. In an hour, or in some cases 2, the milk is curded and is ready for use. The street sale is confined to stalls, the stall, which is the ordinary stand, being covered with a white cloth, or in some cases an oilcloth, and on this the curds, in a bright tin kettle or pan, are deposited. There are 6 mugs on the board, and a spoon in each, but those who affect a more modern style have glasses. One of the neatest stalls, as regards the display of glass and the bright cleanliness of the vessel containing the curds, is in Holborn, but the curd seller there has only an average business. The mugs or glasses hold about the third of a pint, and the full of one is a pennyworth. For a halfpennyworth the vessel is half filled. The season is during the height of summer, and continues 3 or 4 months, or as one woman tersely and commercially expressed it, from Easter to fruit. The number of street saleswomen is about 100. Along with the curds they generally sell oranges, or such early fruit as cherries. A woman who had sold cruds, as the street people usually call it, for 18 years, gave me the following account. Boys and girls is my best customers for cruds, sir. Perhaps I sell to them almost half of all I get rid of. Very little fellows will treat girls, often bigger than themselves, at my stall, and they have as much chaffing and nonsense about its being stunning good for the teeth, and such like, as if they was grown up. Some don't much like it at first, but they gets to like it. One boy whose young woman made faces at it, and it was a little sour to be sure that morning, got quite vexed and said, "What a image you're a-making on yourself." I don't know what sort the boys are, only that they're the street boys mostly. Quiet working people are my other customers, perhaps rather more women than men. Some has told me they was teetotallers. Then there's the women of the town of the poorer sort. They're good customers, as indeed I think they are for most cooling drinks at times, for they seem to me to be always thirsty. I never sell to dustmen or that sort of people. Saturday is my best day. If it's fine and warm, I sell a gallon then, which makes about 40 penn'orths. Sometimes it brings me 3 shillings, sometimes 3 and 6pence. It's rather more than half profits. Take it all together, I sell 5 gallons in fine dry weeks, and half that in wet. And perhaps there's what I call a set-down wet week for every 2 dry. Nobody has a better right to pray against wet weather than poor women like me. 10 years ago, I sold almost twice as much as I can now. There's so many more of us at present, I think, and let alone that there's more shops keeps it too. Another old woman told me that she used, when days was longest, to be up all night, and sell her cruds near Drury Lane Theatre, and often received in a few hours 5 shillings or 6 shillings from ladies and gentlemen out at night. But the men were so rackety, she said, and she'd had her stall so often kicked over by drunken people, and no help for it, that she gave up the night trade, and she believed it was hardly ever followed now. To start in the curds and whey line requires the following capital: saucepan for the scalding and boiling, 2 shillings, stall, 5 shillings, 6 mugs, 6pence, or 6 glasses, 2 shillings and 6pence, 6 spoons, 3pence, tin kettle on stall, 3 shillings and 6pence, pail for water to rinse glasses, 1 shilling. Then for stock money, 1 gallon skimmed milk, 1 shilling and 6pence or 1 shilling and 8pence, and half a pound of sugar, 2pence. In all, 14 shillings and a penny, reckoning the materials to be of the better sort. Of the whole number of street curd sellers, 50 dispose of as much as my informant, or 12½ gallons in 3 weeks. The other 50 sell only half as much. Taking the season at 3 months, we find the consumption of curds and whey in the street to be 2,812 double gallons, note as regards the ingredient of milk, end note, at a cost to the purchasers of £421, half of which is the profit accruing to the street seller, the receipts of those having the better description of business being 9 shillings and 4pence weekly, those of the smaller traders being 4 shillings and 8pence. There is a slight and occasional loss by the cruds being kept until unsaleable, in which case they are fit for nothing but the hogwash man. Of the street sellers of rice milk. To make rice milk, the street seller usually boils 4 quarts of the regular measure of skim with 1 pound of rice, which has been previously boiled in water. An hour suffices for the boiling of the milk, and the addition of the rice, swollen by the boiling water, increases the quantity to 6 quarts. No other process is observed, except that some sweeten their rice milk before they offer it for sale. The majority, however, sweeten it to the customer's liking when he is served, unless, to use the words of one informant, "He have a very sweet tooth indeed, sir, and that can't be stood." For the sweetening of 6 quarts, half a pound of sugar is used. For the spicing, half an ounce of allspice, dashed over the milk freely enough from a pepper caster. Rice milk is always sold at stalls arranged for the purpose, and is kept in a tin pan fitted upon a charcoal brazier, so that the drinkable is always hot. This apparatus generally stands on the ground alongside the stall, and is elevated only by the feet of the brazier. The rice milk woman for the street sellers are generally females, dips a large breakfast cup holding half a pint into the pan, puts a teaspoonful of sugar into it, browns the whole with allspice, and receives a penny. A half pennyworth is, of course, half the quantity. The rice milk women are also sellers of oranges, chestnuts, apples, or some other fruit, as well as the rice milk. But sometimes, when the weather is very cold and frosty, they sell rice milk alone. There are 50 street sellers of rice milk in London. Saturday night is the best time of sale, when it is not uncommon for a rice milk woman to sell 6 quarts. But in a good trade, 4 quarts a day for 6 days of the week is an average. The purchasers are poor people, and a fourth of the milk is sold to boys and girls, to whom it is often a meal. "Ah, sir," said one woman, "you should have seen how a poor man last winter swallowed a pen'orth. He'd been a-wandering all night, he said, and he looked at it, and a gentleman gave him 2pence, for he took pity on his hungry look, and he spent a penny with me, and I gave him another cup for charity. 'God bless the gentleman and you,' says he. 'It saved my life. If I'd bought a penny loaf, I'd have choked on it.' He wasn't a beggar, for I never saw him before, and I've never seen him again from that day to this." The same informant told me that she believed no rice milk was bought by the women of the town. It didn't suit the likes of them. Neither is it bought by those who are engaged in noisome trades. If there be any of the rice milk left at night, and the saleswoman have doubts of its keeping, it is reboiled with fresh rice and milk. The profit is considerable, for the ingredients, which cost less than 1s. 6d, are made into 96 pennyworths, and so to realise 8s. In some of the poorer localities, however, such as Rosemary Lane, only a halfpenny the half pint can be obtained, and 4s. is then the amount received for 6 quarts, instead of 8s. To start in rice milk requires 13s. capital, which includes a pan for boiling the milk, 2s, a kettle with brazier for stall, 4s, stool or stand, 5s, 6 cups, 9d. For stock money, 15½d, with which is bought 4 quarts of skim milk, 9d, 1 pound of rice, 3d, ½ pound of sugar, 2d, allspice, 1 penny. The season continues for 4 months, and calculating, a calculation within the mark, that 1/2 of the 50 sellers have as good a trade as my informant, 24 quarts weekly, and that of the remaining 25, 1/2 sell 12 quarts each weekly at 1 penny the half pint, and the other half vend 24 quarts at a halfpenny the half pint, we find that £320 is annually spent in rice milk, and about 3,000 gallons of it yearly consumed in the streets of London. Of water carriers. It may surprise many to learn that there are still existing water carriers in London, and some of them depending upon the trade for a livelihood, while others, the odd men of the neighbourhood, carry pails of spring water to the publicans or eating-house keepers, who may not have servants to send to the nearest pump for it, and who require it fresh and cool for those who drink it at their meals. Of these men there are, as near as I can ascertain, from 100 to 150. Their charge is 1 penny per pail. Their earnings per day 6d to 1s. Perhaps none of them depend solely upon this labour for their support. It is otherwise at Highgate and Hampstead, for in those places both men and women depend entirely for their daily bread on water carrying. At Hampstead the supply is derived from what may be called a double well, known as the conduit. The ground is flagged, and the water is seen at each corner of a wall built to the surface of the ground, about 8 feet, and surmounted by an iron rail. The water is covered over in one corner and not in the other, and the carrier descends a step or two, dips in his pails, and walks away with them when filled. The water is carried by means of a yoke, in the same way as we see the milk pails carried in every street in London. The well and the field in which the Hampstead water is situated are the property of the church, and the water is free to anyone in any quantity, either for sale or any other purpose, without leave. In droughts or frosts the supply fails, and the carriers have sometimes to wait hours for their turn, and then to bale the water into their pails with a basin. The nearest street to which the water is carried is half a mile distant. Some is carried 3/4 of a mile, and some, occasionally, a mile. The 2 pails full, which contain 7 gallons, are sold at a penny halfpenny. The weight is about 70 pounds. 17 years ago the price was 3d, after which it fell to 2d halfpenny, then to 2d, and has been a penny halfpenny these 5 or 6 years, while now there are 3 or 4 carriers who even carry at 2 pails a penny to the nearest places. The supply of the well, apart from drought or frost, is 56 gallons an hour. The principal customers are the laundresses, but in wet weather their cisterns and water tubs are filled, and the carriers, or the major part of them, are idle. The average earnings of the carriers are 5 shillings a week the year through. 2 of them are men of 70. There is a bench about midway to Hampstead at which these labourers rest, and here, on almost every fine day, sits with them a palsied old soldier, a pensioner of about 80, who regales them almost daily with long tales of Vinegar Hill and Jemmy O'Brien, note the informer, end note, and all the terrors of the terrible times of the Irish Rebellion of 1798. For the old man, himself an Irishman, had served through the whole of it. This appears to be a somewhat curious theme for constant expatiation to a band of London water carriers. There are now 20 individuals, 14 men and 6 women, carrying at Hampstead, and twice that number at Highgate. Some leave the carrying when they get better work, but 3/4 of the number live by it entirely. The women are the wives and widows of carriers. The men have been either mechanics or labourers, except 6 or 8 youths, my informant was not certain which, who had been brought up to the water but would willingly get away from it if they could. A well-spoken and intelligent-looking man, dressed in thick fustian, old and greasy, but good enough for the carrying, gave me the following account. "I was a copper-plate printer," he said, "and 20 years ago could earn my 25 shillings a week. But employment fell off, the lithographic injured it, and at last I could get very little work, and then none at all. So I have been carrying now between 3 and 4 years. My father-in-law was in the trade, and that made me think of it. My best day's work, and it's the same with all, is 2 shillings, which is 16 turns. It's not possible to do more. If that could be done every day it would be very well, but in wet weather, when the laundresses, who are my customers, don't want water, I can't make a shilling a week. Then in a drought or a frost one has to wait such a long time for his turn that it's not 6d. a day. A dry spring's the worst. Last March I had many days to wait 6 turns, and it takes well on to an hour for a turn then. We sit by the well and talk when we're waiting." "Oh yes, sir, the Pope has had his turn of talk. There's water companies both at Hampstead and Highgate, but our well water, Hampstead, is asked for all that. It's so with Highgate. It is beautiful water, either for washing or drinking. Perhaps it's better with a little drop of spirit for drinking, but I seldom taste it that way. The fatigue's so great that we must take a little drop of spirit on a long day. No, sir, we don't mix it. That spoils 2 good things. I've been at the well first light in the morning, and in summer I've been at work at it all night. There's no rule among us, but it's understood that everyone has his turn. There's a little chaff sometimes, and some get angry at having to wait, but I never knew a fight. I have a wife and 3 children. She works for a laundress, and has 2 shillings and 6d. a day. She has 2 days regular every week, and sometimes odd turns as well. I think that the women earn more than the men in Hampstead. My rent is 1 shilling and 6d. a week for an unfurnished room. There is no trade on Sundays, but on fine summer Sundays, old attends at the well and sells glasses of cool water. He gets 2 shillings and 6d. some days. He makes no charge, just what anyone pleases to give. Anybody might do it, but the old gentleman would grumble that they were taking his post. Computing the number of water carriers at the 2 places at 60, and their average earnings through the year at 5 shillings a week, It appears that these men receive £1,452 yearly. The capital required to start in the business is 9s, the cost of a pair of pails and a yoke. The old man who sells water on the summer Sunday mornings, generally leaving off his sale at church time, told me that his best customers were ladies and gentlemen who loved an early walk, and bought of him, as it looked like a bit of country life, he supposed, more than from being thirsty. When such customers were not inhabitants of the neighbourhood, they came to him to ask their way, or to make inquiries concerning the localities. Sometimes he dispensed water to men who looked as if they'd been on the loose all night. One gentleman, he said, looks sharp about him, and puts a dark-coloured stuff, very likely it's brandy, into the 2 or 3 glasses of water which he drinks every Sunday, or which he used to drink, rather, for I missed him all last summer, I think. His hand trembled like an aspen. He mostly gave me 6d. The water-seller spoke with some indignation of boys, and sometimes men, going to the well on a Sunday morning and drinking out of their own tins that they'd taken with them. End of section 31. Section 32 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 32. Of the Street Sellers of Pastry and Confectionery. The cooked provisions sold in the streets, it has been before stated, consist of 3 kinds: solids, liquids, and pastry and confectionery. The first 2 have now been fully described, but the last still remains to be set forth. The street pastry may be best characterized as of a strong flavour. This is for the most part attributable to the use of old or rancid butter, possessing the all-important recommendation of cheapness, or to the substitution of lard, dripping, or some congenial substance. The strong taste, however, appears to possess its value in the estimation of street pastry buyers, especially among the boys. This may arise from the palates of the consumers having been unaccustomed to more delicate flavours, and having become habituated to the relish of that which is somewhat rank, just in the same way as the fumette of game or venison becomes dear to the palate of the more aristocratic gourmand. To some descriptions of street pastry, the epithet strong-flavoured may seem inappropriate, but it is appropriate to the generality of these comestibles, especially to the tarts, which constitute a luxury, if not to the meat pies or puddings that may supply a meal. The articles of pastry sold in the London streets are meat and fruit pies, boiled meat and kidney puddings, plum duff or pudding, and an almost infinite variety of tarts, cakes, buns, and biscuits, while the confectionery consists of all the several preparations included under the wide denomination of sweet stuff, as well as the more medicinal kind known as cough drops. In addition to these, there are the more aristocratic delicacies recently introduced into street traffic, namely penny raspberry creams and ices. Of street pie-men. The itinerant trade in pies is one of the most ancient of the street callings of London. The meat pies are made of beef or mutton, the fish pies of eels, the fruit of apples, currants, gooseberries, plums, damsons, cherries, raspberries, or rhubarb, according to the season, and occasionally of mincemeat. A few years ago the street pie trade was very profitable, but it has been almost destroyed by the pie shops, and further, the few remaining street dealers say the people now haven't the pennies to spare. Summer fairs and races are the best places for the pie-men. In London, the best times are during any grand sight or holiday-making, such as a review in Hyde Park, the Lord Mayor's show, the opening of Parliament, Greenwich Fair, and so on. Nearly all the men of this class whom I saw were fond of speculating as to whether the Great Exposition would be any good to them or not. The London pie-men, who may number about 40 in winter and twice that number in summer, are seldom stationary. They go along with their pie cans on their arms, crying, "Pies all lot, eel, beef or mutton pies, penny pies, all lot, all lot." The can has been before described. The pies are kept hot by means of a charcoal fire beneath, and there is a partition in the body of the can to separate the hot and cold pies. The can has 2 tin drawers, one at the bottom where the hot pies are kept, and above these are the cold pies. As fast as the hot dainties are sold, their place is supplied by the cold from the upper drawer. A teetotal pieman in Billingsgate has a pony and shay cart. His business is the most extensive in London. It is believed that he sells 20 shillings worth, or 240 pies a day, but his brother tradesmen sell no such amount. "I was out last night," said one man to me, "from 4 in the afternoon till 12:30. I went from Somers Town to the Horse Guards, and looked in at all the public houses on my way, and I didn't take above 1 shilling and 6pence. I have been out sometimes from the beginning of the evening till long past midnight, and haven't taken more than 4pence, and out of that I have to pay a penny for charcoal." The pie dealers usually make the pies themselves. The meat is bought in pieces of the same part as the sausage makers purchase, the stickings, at about 3pence the pound. "People, when I go into houses," said one man, "often begin crying meow or bow wow wow at me, but there's nothing of that kind now. Meat, you see, is so cheap." About 5 dozen pies are generally made at a time. These require a quartern of flour at 5pence or 6pence, 2 pounds of suet at 6pence, 1½ pound meat at 3pence, amounting in all to about 2 shillings. To this must be added 3pence for baking, a penny for the cost of keeping hot, and 2pence for pepper, salt, and eggs, with which to season and wash them over. Hence the cost of the 5 dozen would be about 2 shillings and 6pence, and the profit the same. The usual quantity of meat in each pie is about ½ an ounce. There are not more than 20 hot piemen now in London. There are some who carry pies about on a tray slung before them. These are mostly boys, and, including them, the number amounts to about 60 all the year round, as I have stated. The penny pie shops, the street men say, have done their trade a great deal of harm. These shops have now got mostly all the custom, as they make the pies much larger for the money than those sold in the streets. The pies in Tottenham Court Road are very highly seasoned. "I bought one there the other day, and it nearly took the skin off my mouth. It was full of pepper," said a street pieman, with considerable bitterness, to me. The reason why so large a quantity of pepper is put in is because persons can't exactly tell the flavour of the meat with it. Piemen generally are not very particular about the flavour of the meat they buy, as they can season it up into anything. In the summer, a street pieman thinks he is doing a good business if he takes 5 shillings per day, and in the winter if he gets half that. On a Saturday night, however, he generally takes 5 shillings in the winter and about 8 shillings in the summer. At Greenwich Fair he will take about 14 shillings. At a review in Hyde Park, if it is a good one, he will sell about 10 shillings worth. The generality of the customers are the boys of London. The women seldom, if ever, buy pies in the streets. At the public houses a few pies are sold, and the pieman makes a practice of looking in at all the taverns on his way. Here his customers are found principally in the tap-room. "Here's all hot," the pieman cries as he walks in. "Toss or buy, up and win 'em." This is the only way that the pies can be got rid of. If it wasn't for tossing, we shouldn't sell one. To toss the pieman is a favourite pastime with costermongers' boys and all that class, some of whom aspire to the repute of being gourmands, and are critical on the quality of the comestible. If the pieman win the toss, he receives a penny without giving a pie. If he lose, he hands it over for nothing. The pieman himself never tosses, but always calls head or tail to his customer. At the week's end, it comes to the same thing, they say, whether they toss or not, or rather, whether they win or lose the toss. "I've taken as much as 2 shillings and 6pence at tossing, which I shouldn't have had if I hadn't done so. Very few people buy without tossing, and the boys in particular. Gentlemen out on the spree at the late public houses will frequently toss when they don't want the pies, and when they win they will amuse themselves by throwing the pies at one another, or at me. Sometimes I have taken as much as ½ a crown, and the people of whom I had the money has never eaten a pie. The boys have the greatest love of gambling, and they seldom, if ever, buys without tossing." One of the reasons why the street boys delight in tossing is that they can often obtain a pie by such means when they have only a halfpenny wherewith to gamble. If the lad wins, he gets a penny pie for his halfpenny. For street mincemeat pies, the pieman usually makes 5 pounds of mincemeat at a time, and for this he will put in 2 dozen of apples, 1 pound of sugar, 1 pound of currants, 2 pounds of critlings, note, critlings being the refuse left after boiling down the lard, end note, a good bit of spice to give the critlings a flavour, and plenty of treacle to make the mincemeat look rich. The gravy, which used to be given with the meat pies, was poured out of an oil can, and consisted of a little salt and water, browned. A hole was made with the little finger in the top of the meat pie, and the gravy poured in until the crust rose. With this gravy, a person in the line assured me that he has known pies 4 days old to go off very freely and be pronounced excellent. The street piemen are mostly bakers who are unable to obtain employment at their trade. "I myself," said one, "was a bread and biscuit baker. I've been at the pie business now about 2 years and a half, and I can't get a living at it. Last week my earnings were not more than 7 shillings all the week through, and I was out till 3 in the morning to get that." The piemen seldom begin business till 6 o'clock, and some remain out all night. The best time for the sale of pies is generally from 10 at night to 1 in the morning. Calculating that there are only 50 street piemen plying their trade in London the year through, and that their average earnings are 8 shillings a week, we find a street expenditure exceeding £1,040, and a street consumption of pies amounting nearly to 750,000 yearly. To start in the penny pie business of the streets requires £1 for a can, 2 shillings and sixpence for a turn halfpenny board to gamble with, 12 shillings for a gross of tin pie dishes, 8d. for an apron, and about 6 shillings and sixpence for stock money, allowing 1 shilling for flour, 1 shilling and threepence for meat, 2d. for apples, 4d. for eels, 2 shillings for pork flare or fat, 2d. for sugar, a halfpenny for cloves, 1 penny for pepper and salt, 1 penny for an egg to wash the pies over with, 6d. for baking, and 1 penny for charcoal to keep the pies hot in the streets. Hence the capital required would be about £2 in all. Of the street sellers of boiled puddings. The sale of boiled puddings, meat and currant, which might perhaps be with greater correctness called dumplings, has not been known in London, I was informed by one in the trade, more than 12 or 14 years. The ingredients for the meat puddings are not dissimilar to those I have described as required for the meat pies, but the puddings are boiled in cotton bags, in coppers or large pans, and present the form of a round ball. The charge is a halfpenny each. 5 or 6 years back, a man embarked his means, said to be about £15, in the meat pudding line, and prepared a superior article, which was kept warm in the street by means of steam, in a manner similar to that employed by the pieman. A mechanic out of work was engaged by this projector to aid him in the sale of his street luxuries, and the mechanic and his 2 boys made a living by this sale for 2 or 3 years. The original pudding projector relinquished the street trade to go into business as a small shopkeeper, and the man who sold for him on a sort of commission, earning from 12 shillings to 18 shillings a week, made the puddings on his own account. His earnings, however, on his own account, were not above from 1 shilling to 2 shillings and sixpence a week beyond what he earned by commission, and a little while back he obtained work again at his own business, but his 2 boys still sell puddings in the street. The sale of boiled meat puddings is carried on only in the autumn and winter months, and only in the evenings, except on Saturdays, when the business commences in the afternoon. The sale, I was informed by one of the parties, has been as many as 45 dozen puddings on a Saturday evening. The tins in which the puddings are carried about hold from 4 to 6 dozen, and are replenished from the pans, the makers always living contiguous to the street where the vend takes place, as fast as the demand requires such replenishment. An average sale on a fine, dry, winter Saturday evening is 30 dozen, but then, as in most street callings, the weather, a remark often made to me, has considerable to do with it. A frost, I was told, helped off the puddings, and a rain kept them back. Next to Saturday, the best business night is Monday, but the average sale on the Monday is barely half that on the Saturday, and on the other evenings of the week about a third. This gives a weekly sale by each street seller of 85 dozen, or 1,020 puddings, and as I am informed there are now but 6 street sellers regularly of this comestible, the weekly aggregate would be, allowing for bad weather, 5,400, or 129,600 in a season of 24 weeks. An expenditure on the part of the street boys and girls, who are the principal purchasers, and of the poor persons who patronise the street trade, of about £270 per annum. The wandering street musicians of the poorer class, such as Old Sary and the Italian boys, often make their dinner off a meat pudding purchased on their rounds, for it is the rule with such people never to return home after starting in the morning till their day's work is done. The boys who ply their callings in the street, or are much in the open air, are very fond of these puddings, and to witness the way in which they throw the pudding, when very hot, from hand to hand, eyeing it with an expression that shows an eagerness to eat with a fear of burning the mouth, is sometimes laughable and sometimes painful, because not unfrequently there is a look of keen hunger about the probably outcast lad. The currant puddings are, I believe, sold only at Billingsgate and Petticoat Lane. Of the street sellers of plum duff or dough. Plum dough is one of the street eatables, though perhaps it is rather a violence to class it with the street pastry, which is usually made by the vendors. It is simply a boiled plum or currant pudding of the plainest description. It is sometimes made in the rounded form of the plum pudding, but more frequently in the roly-poly style. Hot pudding used to be of much more extensive sale in the streets. One informant told me that 20 or 30 years ago, batter or Yorkshire pudding with plums in it was a popular street business. The plums, as in the orthodox plum puddings, are raisins. The street vendors of plum duff are now very few, only 6 as an average, and generally women, or if a man be the salesman, he is the woman's husband. The sale is for the most part an evening sale, and some vend the plum dough only on a Saturday night. A woman in Leather Lane, whose trade is a Saturday night trade, is accounted one of the best plum duffs in London, as regards the quality of the comestible, but her trade is not considerable. The vendors of plum dough are the street sellers who live by vending other articles, and resort to plum dough as well as to other things as a help. This dough is sold out of baskets, in which it is kept hot by being covered with cloths, sometimes 2 and even 3 thick, and the smoke issuing out of the basket and the cry of the street seller, "Hot plum duff, hot plum," invite custom. A quartern of flour, 5d., half-pound Valentine raisins, 2d., dripping and suet in equal proportions, 2d. halfpenny, treacle a halfpenny, and allspice a halfpenny. In all, 10d. halfpenny, supply a roly-poly of 20 pennyworths. The treacle, however, is only introduced to make the dough look rich and spicy, and must be used sparingly. The plum dough is sold in slices at a halfpenny or a penny each, and the purchasers are almost exclusively boys and girls, boys being at least 3/4 of the revellers in this street luxury. I have ascertained, as far as the information of the street sellers enables me to ascertain, that take the year through, 6 plum duffers take 1 shilling a day each for 4 winter months, including Sundays, when the trade is likewise prosecuted. Some will take from 4 shillings to 10 shillings, but rarely 10 shillings, on a Saturday night, and nothing on other nights, and some do a little in the summer. The vendors, who are all stationary, stand chiefly in the street markets, and reside near their stands, so that they can get relays of hot dough. If we calculate then 42 shillings a week as the takings of 6 persons for 5 months, so including the summer trade, we find that upwards of £200 is expended in the street purchase of plum dough, nearly half of which is profit. The trade, however, is reckoned among those which will disappear altogether from the streets. The capital required to start is basket 1s. 9d, cloths 6d, pan for boiling 2s, knife 2d, stock money 2s, in all about 7s. 6d. Of the street sellers of cakes, tarts, and so on. These men and boys, for there are very few women or girls in the trade, constitute a somewhat numerous class. They are computed, including Jews, at 150 at the least, all regular hands, with an addition, perhaps, of 15 or 20 who seek to earn a few pence on a Sunday, but have some other, though poorly remunerative, employment on the weekdays. The cake and tart sellers in the streets have been, for the most part, mechanics or servants. A fifth of the body, however, have been brought up to this or to some other street calling. The cake men carry their goods on a tray slung round their shoulders when they are offering their delicacies for sale, and on their heads when not engaged in the effort to do business. They are to be found in the vicinity of all public places. Their goods are generally arranged in pairs on the trays. In bad weather they are covered with a green cloth. None of the street vendors make the articles they sell. Indeed, the diversity of those articles renders that impossible. Among the regular articles of this street sale are Coventries, or 3-cornered puffs with jam inside, raspberry biscuits, cinnamon biscuits, chonkies, or a kind of mincemeat baked in crust, Dutch butter cakes, Jews' butter cakes, bolas, or round tarts made of sugar, apple, and bread, jumbles, or thin crisp cakes made of treacle, butter, and flour, and jams, or open tarts with a little preserve in the centre. All these things are made for the street sellers by about a dozen Jew pastry cooks, the most of whom reside about Whitechapel. They confine themselves to the trade, and make every description. On a fine holiday morning their shops, or rather bakehouses, are filled with customers, as they supply the small shops as well as the street sellers of London. Each article is made to be sold at a halfpenny, and the allowance by the wholesale pastry cook is such as to enable his customers to realise a profit of 4d. in 1s. Thus he charges 4d. a dozen for the several articles. Within the last 7 years there has been, I am assured, a great improvement in the composition of these cakes and so on. This is attributable to the Jews having introduced superior dainties, and, of course, rendered it necessary for the others to vie with them. The articles vended by these Jews, of whom there are from 20 to 40 in the streets, are still pronounced by many connoisseurs in street pastry as the best. Some sell penny dainties also, but not to a 20th part of the halfpenny trade. One of the wholesale pastry cooks takes £40 a week. These wholesale men, who sometimes credit the street people, buy 10, 15, or 20 sacks of flour at a time whenever a cheap bargain offers. They purchase as largely in Irish butter, which they have bought at 3d. or 2d. halfpenny the pound. They buy also scrapings, or what remains in the butter firkins when emptied by the butter sellers in the shops. Good scrapings are used for the best cakes. The jam they make themselves. To commence the wholesale business requires a capital of £600. To commence the street selling requires a capital of only 10s, and this includes the cost of a tray, about 1s. 9d, a cloth, 1s, and a leathern strap with buckle to go round the neck, 6d, while the rest is for stock, with a shilling or two as a reserve. All the street sellers insist upon the impossibility of any general baker making cakes as cheap as those they vend. "It's impossible, sir," said one man to me. "It's a trade by itself. Nobody else can touch it. They was miserable little things 7 years ago." An acute-looking man, decently dressed, gave me the following account. He resided with his wife, who went out charing, in a decent little back room at the East End, for which he paid 1s. a week. He had no children. "I'm a translator, a species of cobbler, by trade," he said. But I've been a cake and a tart seller in the streets for 7 or 8 years. I couldn't make 1 shilling and threepence a day of 12 hours' work, and sometimes nothing, by translating. Besides, my health was failing, and as I used to go out on a Sunday with cakes to sell for a cousin of mine, I went into the trade myself, because I'd got up to it. I did middling the first 3 or 4 years, and I'd do middling still if it wasn't for the bad weather and the police. I've been up 3 times for obstructing. Why, sir, I never obstructed a quarter as much as the print shops and newspaper shops down there. Note, pointing to a narrow street in the city. End note. But the keepers of them shops can take a sight at the Lord Mayor from behind their tills. The first time I was up before the Lord Mayor, it's a few years back, I thought he talked like an old wife. You mustn't stand that way, he says, and you mustn't do this, and you mustn't do that. Well, my lord, says I, then I mustn't live honestly. But if you'll give me 9 shillings a week, I'll promise not to stand here, and not to stand there, and neither to do this, nor that, nor anything at all, if that pleases you better. They was shocked, they said, at my impudence. So young a fellow, too. I got off each time, but a deal of my things was spoiled. I work the cities on weekdays, and Victoria Park on Sundays. In the city, my best customers is not children, but young gents. Real gents, some of them with gold watches. They buys 2 penn'orth mostly, that's 4 of any sort or different sort. They're clerks in banks and counting houses, I suppose, that must look respectable like, on a little, and so feeds cheap, poor chaps, for they dine or lunch off it, never doubt, or they may be keeping their money for other things. To sell 11 dozen is a first-rate day's work. That's 1 shilling and 9pence or 1 shilling and 10pence profit. But then comes the wet days, and I can't trade at all in the rain, and so the things get stale, and I have to sell them in Petticoat Lane for 2 a halfpenny. Victoria Park, I'm not let inside with my tray, is good and bad as happens. It's chiefly a tossing trade there. Oh, I dare say I toss 100 times some Sundays. I don't like tossing the coster lads. They're the wide awakes that way. The thieves use greys. They're halfpennies, either both sides heads or both tails. Greys sell it from 2pence to 6pence. I'm not often had that way, though. Working people buy very few of me on Sundays. It's mostly boys. And next to the gents, why, perhaps the boys is my best customers in the city. Only on Monday, a lad that had been lucky fiddling, note, holding horses or picking up money anyhow, end note, spent a whole shilling on me. I clear, I think, and I'm among the cakes that's the top of the tree, about 10 shillings a week in summer, and hardly 7 shillings a week in winter. My old woman and me makes both ends meet, and that's all. Reckoning 150 cake sellers, each clearing 6 shillings a week, a sufficiently low average, the street outlay will be £2,340, representing a street consumption of 1,123,200 cakes, tarts, and so on. Of other cake sellers in the streets. The street cake selling of London is not altogether confined to the class I have described, but the others engaged in it are not regular pursuers of the business, and do not exceed 30 in number. Some stock their trays with flare cakes, which are round cakes made of flour and unrendered (unmelted) lard, and stuck over freely with currants. They are sold at a farthing and a halfpenny each. Others again carry only sponge cakes, made of flour and eggs, packed closely and regularly together, so as to present an uniform and inviting surface. Others carry only gingerbread, made of flour and treacle. These small trades are sometimes resorted to for a temporary purpose, rather than a street seller's remaining in compulsory idleness. I learned also that cake sellers in the regular line, when unable to command sufficient capital to carry on their trade in the way they have been accustomed to, sell flayers, so called from being made with pig's or sheep's flay, or any other cheap cakes, and so endeavour to retrieve themselves. The profits on these plainer sorts is 1 penny in 1 shilling more than that on the others, but the sale rarely exceeds half as much. I heard, however, of one man who deposited in pence in 8 days 1 shilling and 10pence with a wholesale pastry cook. He had saved this sum by almost starving himself, on the sale of the inferior cakes, and the dealer trusted him the tenpence to make up 8 dozen in the regular cake business. To commence the street sale of cheap cakes requires a capital of less than 5 shillings. For tray 1 shilling and sixpence, cloth 6pence, strap 6pence, and stock money 1 shilling and sixpence. 3 or 4 men are occupied in selling plum cakes. These are generally sold in halfpenny and penny lots. The plum cake is made by the same class of pastry cooks whom I have described as supplying the tarts, puffs, and so on, and sold on the same terms. The profits are 50%, what cost 4 shillings, bringing in 6 shillings. One man, who travels to all the fairs and races, and is more in the country than town in the summer and autumn, sells large quantities of plum cake in Smithfield when in town, sometimes having £2 worth and more on his stall. He sells cakes of £1, ostensibly, at 4pence, 6pence, and 8pence, according to quality. He sometimes supplies the street sellers on the same terms as the pastry cooks, for he was once a baker. From the best data at my command, it appears that the sale of these inferior cakes does not realise above 1/5 of that taken by the other sellers, of whom I have treated, amounting to about £450 in all. Of the street sellers of gingerbread nuts, and so on. The sale of gingerbread, as I have previously observed, was much more extensive in the streets than it is at present. Indeed, what was formerly known in the trade as toy gingerbread is now unseen in the streets, except occasionally, and that only when the whole has not been sold at the neighbouring fairs, at which it is still offered. But even at these fairs the principal and sometimes the only toy gingerbread that is vended is the cock in breeches, a formidable-looking bird with his nether garments of gold. 20 or 30 years ago, King George on horseback was popular in gingerbread. His Majesty, wearing a gilt crown, gilt spurs, and a gilt sword, bestrode the gilt saddle of his steed, and was eaten with great relish by his juvenile subjects. There were also sheep, and dogs, and other animals, all adorned in a similar manner, and looking as if they had been formed in close and faithful imitation of children's first attempts at cattle drawing. These edible toys were then sold in white as well as in brown gingerbread, the white being the same in all other respects as the brown, except that a portion of sugar was used in its composition instead of treacle. There are now only 2 men in London who make their own gingerbread nuts for sale in the streets. This preparation of gingerbread is called by the street sellers, after a common elliptical fashion, merely nuts. From the most experienced man in the street trade I had the following account. He was an intelligent, well-mannered, and well-spoken man, and when he laughed or smiled, had what may be best described as a pleasant look. After he had initiated me into the art and mystery of gingerbread making, which I shall detail separately, he said, "I've been in the nut trade 25 years or thereabouts, and have made my own nuts for 20 years of that time. I bought of a gingerbread baker at first. There was plenty of them in them days, and the profit a living profit too. Certainly it was. For what I bought for 5 shillings I could sell for 16 shillings. I was brought up a baker, but the moment I was out of my time I started in the street nut trade for myself. I knew the profits of it, and thought it better than the slavery of a journeyman baker's life. You've mentioned, sir, in your work a musical sort of a street crier of gingerbread, and I think, and indeed I'm pretty certain, that it's the same man as was my partner 20 years back. Aye, more than 20, but I can't tell about years." Note, the reader will have remarked how frequently this oblivion as to dates and periods characterises the statements of street sellers. Perhaps no men take less note of time. End note. At that time he was my partner in the pig trade. Dairy fed, do you say, sir? Not in the slightest. The outsides of the animals was paste, and the insides on 'em was all mincemeat. Their eyes was currants. We 2 was the original pigs, and, I believe, the only 2 pigs in the streets. We often made 15 shillings between us in a day, in pigs alone. The musical man, as you call him, poor fellow, he dropped down dead in the street one day as he was crying. He was regular worn out, cried himself into his grave, you may say. Poor fellow, he used to sing out, "Here's a long-tailed pig and a short-tailed pig, and a pig with a curly tail. Here's a Yorkshire pig and a Hampshire pig, and a pig without e'er a tail." When I was first in the trade I sold twice as many nuts as I do now, though my nuts was only 12 a penny then, and they're now 40. A little larger the 12 were, but not very much. I have taken 20 shillings and 24 shillings many and many a Saturday. I then made from £2 to £2 10 a week by sticking to it, and money might have been saved. I've taken between £7 and £8 at a Greenwich fair in the 3 days, in them times, by myself. Indeed, last Easter my wife and me, for she works as well as I do and sells almost as much, took £5. But gingerbread was money in the old times, and I sold lumps as well as nuts, but now lumps won't go off, not in a fair nohow. I've been in the trade ever since I started in it, but I've had turns at other things. I was in the service of a custom house agency firm, but they got into bother about contrabands and the revenue, and cut off to America. I believe they took money with them, a good bit of it. And I was indicted, or whatever they call it, in the Court of Exchequer. I never was in the court in my life, and was called upon one fine day to pay to the Crown £1,580, and some odd pounds and shillings besides. I never understood the rights of it, but it was about smuggling. I was indicted by myself, I believe. When Mr. Candy and other great houses in the city were found out that way, they made it all right, paid something as I've heard, and sacked the profits. Well, when I was called on, it wasn't, I assure you, sir, at all convenient for a servant, and I was only that, to pay the 1,500 and odd, so I served 12 months and 2 days in prison for it. I'd saved a little money, and wasn't so uncomfortable in prison. I could get a dinner and give a dinner. When I came out I took to the nuts. It was lucky for me that I had a trade to turn to, for even if I could have shown I wasn't at all to blame about the Exchequer, I could never have got another situation. Never. So the streets saved me. My nuts was my bread. At this present time, sir, if I make, the year through, 9 shillings a week, and my wife 1 shilling or 2 shillings less, that's the extent. When the Queen opened Parliament, the two on us took 10 shillings. The Queen's good for that, anyhow, in person. If the opening was by proclamation, note, so he called it 3 or 4 times, end note, it wouldn't have been worth while going to, not at all. If there's not a crowd, the police interfere, and "move on" is the order. The Queen's popular with me, for her opening Parliament herself. I count it her duty. The police are a great trouble. I can't say they disturb me in the place, never mind mentioning it, sir, where you've seen me, but they do in other places. They say there's no rest for the wicked, but in the streets there's no rest for a man trying to make an honest living, as I'm sure I do. I could pitch anywhere one time. My chief dependence is on working men, who buy my nuts to take home to their young uns. I never sell for parties, or desserts that I know of. I take very little from boys, very little. The women of the town buy hardly any of me. I used to sell a good many pigs to them in some of the streets about Brunswick Square, kept misses and such like, and very pleasant customers they was, and good pay. But that's all over now. They never baited me, never. To make about £56 of the gingerbread nuts sold by my informant takes 28 pounds of treacle, 7 shillings, 48 pounds of flour, 14 shillings, half a pound of ginger, 4d, and half a pound of allspice, 4d. From 18 to 20 dozen of small nuts go to the pound. This quantity at 40 a penny, reckoning 18 dozen to a pound, realises about 5d per pound, or about 25 shillings for an outlay of 11 shillings and 8d. The expense of baking, however, and of appurtenances, reduces the profits to little more than cent per cent. The other nut sellers in the streets vend the almond nuts. Of these vendors there are not less than 150. Of them 100 buy their goods of the bakers, what they sell for 1 shilling, costing them 4d, and the other 50 make their own. The materials are the same as those of the gingerbread, with the addition of 4 pounds of butter, 8d per pound, 1 pound of almonds, 1 shilling and 4d, and 2 pounds of volatile salts, 8d. Out of this material 60 pounds of almond nuts may be made. A split almond is placed in the centre of each of these nuts, and as they are 3 times as large as the gingerbread nuts, 12 a penny is the price. To sell 36 dozen a day, and so clearing 2 shillings, is accounted a very tidy day's work. With the drawback of wet weather, the average weekly earnings of the almond nut sellers are perhaps the same as the gingerbread nut man's, 9 shillings weekly. These almond nut sellers are for the most part itinerant, their localities of sale being the same as in the cake and tart line. They carry their goods, neatly done up in paper, on trays slung from the shoulder. The gingerbread nuts are carried in a large basket, and are ready packed in paper bags. Some of the almond men call at the public houses, but the sale in such places is very small. Most of those who make their own nuts have been brought up as bakers, a class of workmen who seem to resort and adapt themselves to a street trade more readily than others. The nuts are baked in the usual way, spread on tin trays. To erect a proper oven for the purpose costs about £5, but most of the men hire the use of one. I have already specified the materials required to make 56 pounds of gingerbread nuts, the cost being 11 shillings and 8p. To that, the capital required to start in the business must be added, and this consists of basket 6 shillings, baize cloth 1 shilling, pan for dough 1 shilling, rolling pin 3d, and baking tins 1 shilling. In all about 21 shillings. To begin in a small way in the almond line, buying the nuts ready-made, requires as capital tray 2 shillings, leather strap 6d, baize 1 shilling, stock money 1 shilling and 6d, in all 5 shillings. The sale is prosecuted through the year, but hot weather is unfavourable to it, as the nuts then turn soft. Calculating that 150 of these street dealers take 17 shillings each weekly, clearing 9 shillings, we find £6,630 spent yearly in spice nuts in the streets of London. Of the street sellers of hot cross buns and of Chelsea buns. Perhaps no cry, though it is only for one morning, is more familiar to the ears of a Londoner than that of 1 a penny, 2 a penny hot cross buns on Good Friday. The sale is unknown in the Irish capital, for among Roman Catholics Good Friday, I need hardly say, is a strict fast, and the eggs in the buns prevent their being used. One London gentleman, who spoke of 50 years ago, told me that the street bun sellers used to have a not unpleasing distich. On reflection, however, my informant could not be certain whether he had heard this distich cried, or had remembered hearing the elders of his family speak of it as having been cried, or how it was impressed upon his memory. It seems hardly in accordance with the usual style of street poetry. 1 a penny, 2 a penny hot cross buns. If your daughters will not eat them, give them to your sons. But if you haven't any of those pretty little elves, you cannot then do better than eat them all yourselves. A tradesman who had resided more than 50 years in the borough had in his boyhood heard, but not often, this ridiculous cry: 1 a penny poker, 2 a penny tongs, 1 a penny, 2 a penny hot cross buns. The sellers of the Good Friday buns are principally boys, and they are of mixed classes: costers' boys, boys habitually and boys occasionally street sellers, and boys street sellers for that occasion only. One great inducement to embark in the trade is the hope of raising a little money for the Greenwich Fair of the following Monday. I am informed that 500 persons are employed on Good Friday in the streets of London in the sale of hot cross buns, each itinerant selling upon the day's average 6 dozen halfpenny and 7 dozen penny buns, for which he will take 12 shillings and 6d, his profits being 3d in the shilling, or 3 shillings 1½ pence. One person informed me that last Good Friday he had sold during the day 40 dozen penny buns, for which he received 50 shillings. The bun-selling itinerants derive their supplies principally from the wholesale pastry cooks, and in a less degree from the small bakers and pastry cooks who work more for the trade than themselves. The street hot cross bun trade is less than it was 7 or 8 years ago, as the bakers have entered into it more freely and send round for orders, so that the itinerants complain that they have lost many a good customer. One informant, a master pastry cook who had been in the business nearly 50 years, said to me, "Times are sadly altered to what they were when I was a boy. Why, I have known my master to bake 5 sacks of flour in nothing but hot cross buns, and that is sufficient for 20,000 buns." Note, 1 sack of flour being used for 4,000 buns, or 500 pounds of raw material to the same quantity of buns. End note. The itinerants carry their baskets slung on their arm, or borne upon the head. A flannel or green baize is placed at the bottom of the basket and brought over the buns, after which a white cloth is spread over the top of the baize to give it a clean appearance. A vendor of hot cross buns has to provide himself with a basket, a flannel, to keep the buns warm, and a cloth to give a clean appearance to his commodities. These articles, if bought for the purpose, cost basket 2s. 6d, flannel and cloth 2s, stock money average 5s, largest amount 15s, smallest 2s. 6d, or about 10s in all. There is expended in one day in hot cross buns purchased in the London streets £300, and nearly 100,000 buns thus bought. The Chelsea buns are now altogether superseded by the Bath and Alexander's buns. People, the street sellers say, want so much for their money. There are now but 2 Chelsea bun houses, the one at Pimlico and the other at Chelsea. The principal times Chelsea buns were sold in the streets was Good Friday, Easter, and Whitsuntide, and with the exception of Good Friday, the great sales were at Greenwich Fair, and then they were sold with other cakes and sweetmeats. I am informed that 20 years ago there was one man with a rich musical voice who sold these buns, about Westminster principally, all the year round. His cry, which was one of the musical ones, was 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot Chelsea buns, burning hot, smoking hot, reeking hot, hot Chelsea buns. Of muffin and crumpet selling in the streets. The street sellers of muffins and crumpets rank among the old street tradesmen. It is difficult to estimate their numbers, but they were computed for me at 500 during the winter months. They are for the most part boys, young men, or old men, and some of them infirm. There are a few girls in the trade, but very few women. The ringing of the muffin man's bell, attached to which the pleasant associations are not a few, was prohibited by a recent Act of Parliament, but the prohibition has been as inoperative as that which forbade the use of a drum to the costermonger, for the muffin bell still tinkles along the streets and is rung vigorously in the suburbs. The sellers of muffins and crumpets are a mixed class, but I am told that more of them are the children of bakers or worn-out bakers than can be said of any other calling. The best sale is in the suburbs. "As far as I know, sir," said a muffin seller, "it's the best Hackney way, and Stoke Newington, and Dalston, and Ball's Pond and Islington, where the gents that's in banks, the steady coves of them, goes home to their teas, and the missuses has muffins to welcome them. That's my opinion." I did not hear of any street seller who made the muffins or crumpets he vended. Indeed, he could not make the small quantity required so as to be remunerative. The muffins are bought of the bakers, and at prices to leave a profit of 4d. in 1 shilling. Some bakers give 13 to the dozen to the street sellers whom they know. The muffin man carries his delicacies in a basket, wherein they are well swathed in flannel to retain the heat. "People likes them warm, sir," an old man told me. "To satisfy them they're fresh, and they almost always are fresh, but it can't matter so much about their being warm, as they have to be toasted again. I only wish good butter was a sight cheaper, and that would make the muffins go. Butter's half the battle." The basket and flannels cost the muffin man 2s. 6d, or 3s. 6d. His bell stands him in from 4d. to 2 shillings, according as the metal is. The regular price of good-sized muffins from the street sellers is a halfpenny each. The crumpets are 4 a penny. Some are sold cheaper, but these are generally smaller or made of inferior flour. Most of the street sellers give 13, and some even 14, to the dozen, especially if the purchase be made early in the day, as the muffin man can then, if he deem it prudent, obtain a further supply. A sharp London lad of 14, whose father had been a journeyman baker and whose mother, a widow, kept a small chandler's shop, gave me the following account. "I turns out with muffins and crumpets, sir, in October, and continues until it gets well into the spring, according to the weather. I carries a fust-rate article, werry much so. If you was to taste 'em, sir, you'd say the same. If I sells 3 dozen muffins at a halfpenny each, and twice that in crumpets, it's a werry fair day, werry fair. All beyond that is a good day. The profit on 3 dozen and the others is a shilling, but that's a great help, really a wonderful help, to mother, for I should be only minding the shop at home. Perhaps I clears 4 shillings a week, perhaps more, perhaps less, but that's about it, sir. Some does far better than that, and some can't hold a candle to it. If I has a hextra day's sale, mother'll give me 3pence to go to the play, and that encourages a young man, you know, sir. If there's any unsold, a coffee shop gets them cheap, and puts them off cheap again next morning. My best customers is genteel houses, 'cause I sells a genteel thing. I likes wet days best, 'cause there's werry respectable ladies what don't keep a servant, and they buys to save themselves going out. We're a great convenience to the ladies, sir, a great convenience to them as likes a slap-up tea. I have made 1 shilling and 8pence in a day. That was my best. I once took only 2pence halfpenny. I don't know why. That was my worst. The shops don't love me. I puts their noses out. Sunday is no better day than others, or very little. I can read, but wish I could read easier." Calculating 500 muffin sellers, each clearing 4 shillings a week, we find £100 a week expended on the Metropolitan Street sale of muffins, or in the course of 20 weeks, £2,000. 5 shillings, with the price of a basket and so on, which is about 3 shillings and 6pence more, is the capital required for a start. End of section 32. Section 33 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 33. Of the Street Sale of Sweet Stuff. In this sale there are now engaged, as one of the most intelligent of the class calculated, 200 individuals, exclusive of 20 or 30 Jew boys. The majority of the sellers are also the manufacturers of the articles they vend. They have all been brought up to the calling, their parents having been in it, or having been artisans, more especially bakers, who have adopted it for some of the general reasons I have before assigned. The non-makers buy of the cheap confectioners. The articles now vended do not differ materially, I am informed by men who have known the street trade for 40 years, from those which were in demand when they began selling in the streets. A very intelligent man, who had succeeded his father and mother in the sweet stuff business, his father's drunkenness having kept them in continual poverty, showed me his apparatus and explained his mode of work. His room, which was on the 2nd floor of a house in a busy thoroughfare, had what I have frequently noticed in the abodes of the working classes, the decency of a turn-up bedstead. It was a large apartment, the rent being 3 shillings and 6pence a week, unfurnished. The room was cheerful with birds, of which there were 10 or 12. A remarkably fine thrush was hopping in a large wicker cage, while linnets and bullfinches showed their quick bright eyes from smaller cages on all sides. These were not kept for sale, but for amusement, their owner being seldom able to leave his room. The father and mother of this man cleared, 20 years ago, although at that time sugar was 6pence or 7pence the pound, from £2 to £3 a week by the sale of sweetstuff, half by keeping a stall, and half by supplying small shops or other stall keepers. My present informant, however, who has, not the best, but one of the best businesses in London, makes 24 shillings or 25 shillings a week from October to May, and scarcely 12 shillings a week during the summer months, when people love to buy any cool fresh fruit instead of sweet stuff. The average profits of the generality of the trade do not perhaps exceed 10 shillings and sixpence or 12 shillings a week, take the year round. They reside in all parts. Treacle and sugar are the groundwork of the manufacture of all kinds of sweet stuff. Hard bake, almond toffee, halfpenny lollipops, black balls, the cheaper bullseyes and squibs are all made of treacle. One informant sold more of treacle rock than of anything else, as it was dispensed in larger halfpennyworths, and no one else made it in the same way. Of peppermint rock and sticks he made a good quantity. Half a crown's worth, as retailed in the streets, requires 4 pounds of rough raw sugar at 4pence halfpenny per pound, a penny halfpenny for scent, essence of peppermint, a penny halfpenny for firing, and a halfpenny for paper, in all 1 shilling 8½ pence, calculating nothing for the labour and time expended in boiling and making it. The profit on the other things was proportionate, except on almond rock, which does not leave 2pence halfpenny in a shilling, almonds being dear. Brandy balls are made of sugar, water, peppermint, and a little cinnamon. Rose acid, which is a transparent sweet, is composed of loaf sugar at 6pence halfpenny per pound, coloured with cochineal. The articles sold in sticks are pulled into form along a hook until they present the whitish or speckled colour desired. A quarter of a stone of materials will, for instance, be boiled for 40 minutes and then pulled a quarter of an hour until it is sufficiently crisp and will set without waste. The flavouring, or scent, as I heard it called in the trade, now most in demand, is peppermint. Gibraltar rock and Wellington pillars used to be flavoured with ginger, but these sweeties are exploded. Dr. Pereira, in his treatise on diet, enumerates as many as 10 different varieties and preparations of sugar used for dietetical purposes. These are 1. Purified or refined sugar, 2. Brown or raw sugar, 3. Molasses or treacle or fluid sugar, 4. Aqueous solutions of sugar or syrups, 5. Boiled sugars or the softer kinds of confectionery, 6. Sugar candy or crystallized cane sugar, 7. Burnt sugar or caramel, 8. Hard confectionery, 9. Licorice, 10. Preserves. The 5th and 8th varieties alone concern us here. Of the several preparations of boiled sugar, the doctor thus speaks. If a small quantity of water be added to sugar, the mixture heated until the sugar dissolves, and the solution boiled to drive off part of the water, the tendency of the sugar to crystallize is diminished, or in some cases totally destroyed. To promote this effect, confectioners sometimes add a small portion of cream of tartar to the solution while boiling. Sugar thus altered by heat and sometimes variously flavoured constitutes several preparations sold by the confectioner. Barley sugar and acidulated drops are prepared in this way from white sugar, powdered tartaric acid being added to the sugar while soft. Hard bake and toffee are made by a similar process from brown sugar. Toffee differs from hard bake from containing butter. The ornamented sugar pieces or caramel tops with which pastry cooks decorate their tarts and so on are prepared in the same way. If the boiled and yet soft sugar be rapidly and repeatedly extended and pulled over a hook, it becomes opaque and white, and then constitutes pulled sugar or pennies. Pulled sugar, variously flavoured and coloured, is sold in several forms by the preparers of hard confectionery. Concerning this hard confectionery, Dr. Pereira says, sugar constitutes the base of an almost innumerable variety of hard confectionery, sold under the names of lozenges, brilliants, pipe, rock, comfits, nonpareils, and so on. Besides sugar, these preparations contain some flavouring ingredient, as well as flour or gum to give them cohesiveness, and frequently colouring matter. Caraway, fruits, almonds, and pine seeds constitute the nuclei of some of these preparations. One of the appliances of the street sweetstuff trade, which I saw in the room of the cellar before mentioned, was Acts of Parliament. A pile of these, a foot or more deep, lay on a shelf. They are used to wrap up the rock and so on, sold. The sweetstuff maker, I never heard them called confectioners, bought his paper of the stationers or at the old bookshops. Sometimes, he said, he got works in this way in sheets which had never been cut. Some, he feared, were stolen, and which he retained to read at his short intervals of leisure, and then used to wrap his goods in. In this way he had read through 2 histories of England. He maintained a wife, 2 young children, and a young sister who could attend to the store. His wife assisted him in his manufactures. He used 1 hundredweight of sugar a week on the year's average, half a hundredweight of treacle, and 5 ounces of scents, each 8d. an ounce. The man who has the best trade in London streets is one who, about 2 years ago, introduced, after much study I was told, short sentences into his sticks. He boasts of his secret. When snapped asunder in any part, the stick presents a sort of coloured inscription. The 4 I saw were, "Do you love me?" The next was of less touching character, "Do you love sprats?" The others were Lord Mayor's Day and Sir Robert Peel. This man's profits are twice those of my respectable informants. Of the customers of the sweetstuff street sellers. Another sweetstuff man, originally a baker, but who for a fortnight before I saw him had been attending upon an old gentleman disabled from an accident, gave me the following account of his customers. What I heard from the other street sellers satisfies me of the correctness of the statement. It will be seen that he was possessed of some humour and observation. Boys and girls are my best customers, sir, and mostly the smallest of them. But then again, some of them is 50, aye, turned 50, Lor' love you. An old fellow that hasn't a stump of a tooth in front, why, he'll stop and buy a ha'porth of hardbake, and he'll say, "I've a deal of the boy left about me still." He doesn't show it anyhow in his look. I'm sometimes a-thinking I'll introduce a softer sort of toffee, boiled treacle, such as they call Tom Trot in some parts, but it's out of fashion now, just for old people that's boys still. It was rolled in a halfpenny stick, sir, and sold stunning. The old ones wants something to suck and not to chew. Why, when I was a lad at school, there was Jews used to go out about with boxes on their backs, offering rings and pencil cases, and lots of things that's no real use to nobody. And they told everybody they asked to buy that they sold everything, and us boys used to say, "Then give us a ha'porth of boiled treacle." It was a regular joke. I wish I'd stuck more to my book then, but what can't be cured must be endured, you know. Now, those poor things that walks down there, note, intimating by a motion of the head a thoroughfare frequented by girls of the town, end note. They're often customers, but not near so good as they was 10 years ago. No, indeed, no, 6 or 8 year. They like something that bites in the mouth, such as peppermint rock or ginger drops. They used to buy a penn'orth or 2 and offer it to people, but they don't now, I think. I've trusted them halfpennies and pennies sometimes. They always paid me. Some that held their heads high like might say, "I really have no change, I'll pay you tomorrow." She hadn't no change, poor lass, sure enough. And she hadn't nothing to change either, I'll go bail. I've known women that seemed working men's or little shopkeepers' wives buy of me and ask which of my stuffs took greatest hold of the breath. I always knew what they was up to. They'd been having a drop and didn't want it to be detected. Why, it was only last Saturday week. 2 nice-ish looking and nice-ish dressed women comes up to me, and one was going to buy peppermint rock, and the other says to her, "Don't you fool, he'll only think you've been drinking gin and peppermint. Coffee takes it off best." So I lost my customers. They hadn't had a single drain that night, I'll go bail, but still they didn't look like regular Lushingtons at all. I make farthings worths of sweet stuff for children, but I don't like it. It's an injury to trade. I was afraid that when half farthings was coined, they'd come among children, and they'd want half a farthing of brandy balls. Now, talking of brandy balls, there's a gentleman that sometimes has a minute's chat with me, as he buys a penn'orth to take home to his children. Every reasonable man ought to marry and have children for the sake of the sweet trade, but it ain't the women's fault that many's single still. When one gentleman I know buys brandy balls, he says, quite grave, "What kind of brandy do you put in them?" "Not a drop of British," says I can assure you, not a single drop. He's not finely dressed, indeed, he's a little seedy, but I know he's a gentleman, or what's the same thing, if he ain't rich. For a common fellow'll never have his boots polished that way, every day of his life. His blacking bills must come heavy at Christmas. I can tell a gentleman, too, by his way of talk, 'cause he's never bumptious. It's the working people's children that's my great support, and they was a better support, by 2 shillings in every 10 shillings and more when times was better, and next to them among my patrons is poor people. Perhaps this last year I've cleared 11 shillings a week, not more, all through. I make my own stuffs except the drops, and they require machinery. I would get out of the streets if I could. Another of these traders told me that he took more in farthings than in halfpennies or pennies. Calculating 200 sweetstuff sellers, each clearing 10 shillings weekly, the outlay in rocks, candies, hardbakes, and so on in the streets is £5,200 yearly, or nearly 2.5 millions of halfpennyworths. To start in the sweetstuff business requires a capital of 35 shillings, including a saucepan in which to boil sugar, 2 shillings, weights and scales, 4 shillings, stock money, average, 4 shillings, and barrow, 25 shillings. If the seller be not his own manufacturer, then a tray, 1 shilling and 9pence, and stock money, 1 shilling and 6pence, or 3 shillings and 3pence in all, will be sufficient. Of the street sellers of cough drops and of medical confectionery. Mr. Strutt, in his Sports and Pastimes of the People of England, 1800, says of the mountebank, "It is uncertain at what period this vagrant dealer in physic made his appearance in England. It is clear, however, that he figured away with much success in this country during the last 2 centuries. The mountebanks usually preface the vending of their medicines with pompous orations, in which they pay as little regard to truth as to propriety. I am informed by a gentleman observant of the matter that within his knowledge, which extends to the commencement of the present century, no mountebank proper had appeared in the streets of London proclaiming the virtues of his medicines, neither with nor without his fool. The last seen by my informant, perhaps the latest mountebank in England, was about 20 years ago in the vicinity of Yarmouth. He was selling cough drops and infallible cures for asthma, and was dressed in a periwig and an embroidered coat, with ruffles at his wrist, a sword to his side, and was a representation in shabby genteel of the fine gentleman of the reign of Queen Anne. The mountebank's most legitimate successor in the street cajolery of London, as regards his orations, is the patterer, as I shall show in my account of the street trade in stationery literature. His successor in the vending of curative confectionaries, and, in a small degree, of nostrums, salves, ointments, and so on, are the sellers of cough drops and horehound candy, and of the corn salves and cures for bruises, sprains, burns, and so on, and so on, and so on. The street traders in cough drops and their accompaniments, however, do not now exceed 6, and of them only 2, who are near relatives, manufacture their own stock in trade. I here treat of the street trade in cough drops as a branch of the itinerant sweetstuff trade. The mountebank part of the business, that is to say, the prefacing of the vending of the medicines with pompous orations, I shall reserve till its proper place, namely the pattering part of the street trade, of which an account will be given in the next chapter. The 2 principal vendors of cough drops wheel their stalls, which are fixed upon barrows, to different parts of town, but one principal stand is in Holborn. On their boards are displayed the cough cures, both in the form of sticks and drops, and a model of a small distillery. The portion enclosing the still is painted to resemble brickwork, and a tin tube or worm appears to carry the distillation to a receiver. Horehound, coltsfoot, and some other herbs lie in a dried state on the stall, but principally horehound, to which popular street opinion seems to attach the most and the greatest virtues. There are also on the stalls a few bottles, tied up in the way they are dispensed from a regular practitioner, while the cough drops are in the form of sticks, a halfpenny each, also neatly wrapped in paper. The cry is both expressive and simply descriptive. Long life candy, candy from herbs. From the most experienced person in this curious trade, I had the following statement. He entertained a full assurance, as far as I could perceive, of the excellence of his remedies, and of the high art and mystery of his calling. In persons of his class professing to heal, no matter in what capacity, or what may be the disease, this is an important element of success. My informant, whether answering my questions or speaking of his own accord, always took time to consider, and sometimes, as will be seen, declined replying to my inquiries. From him I received the following account. The cough drop and herb trade is nothing now to what it was long ago. 30 or 40 years ago it was as good as £3 or £4 a week to a person, and was carried on by respectable men. I know nothing of any humbugs in the respectable part of the trade. What's done by those who are ignorant and not respectable is nothing to me. I don't know how many there were in the trade 30 or 40 years ago, but I know that 10 or 11 years since I supplied 7 persons who sold cough drops and such like in the streets, and now I supply only myself and another. I sell only 4 or 5 months in the year, the cold months in course, for in the summer people are not so subject to coughs and colds. I am the original maker of my goods. I will cure any child of the whooping cough, and very speedily. I defy any medical man to dispute it, and I'll do it. No cure, no pay. I never profess to cure asthma. Nobody but a gravedigger can put an end to that there. But I can relieve it. It's the same with consumption. It may be relieved, but the gravedigger is the only man as can put a stop to it. Many have tried to do it, but they've all failed. I sell to very respectable people, and to educated people too, and what's more, a good deal of cough drops to medical men. In course they can analyse it if they please. They can taste the bitter and judge for themselves, just as they can taste wine in the docks. Perhaps the wives of mechanics are among my best customers. They are the most numerous, but they buy only ha'porths and penn'orths. Very likely they would think more of the remedy if they had to pay 13.5 for it, instead of the penny halfpenny. The government stamp makes many a stuff sell. Oh, I know nothing about quackery. You must inquire at the stamp office, if you want to know about them kind of medicines. They're the people that help to sell them. Respectable people will pay me 1 shilling or 2 shillings at a time, and those who buy once buy again. I'm sent to from as far off as Woolwich. I'll undertake to cure or afford relief in coughs, colds, or wind in the chest, or forfeit a shilling. I can dispel wind in 2 minutes. I sell bottles too for those cures, as well as the candy from herbs. I manufacture them myself. They're decoctions of herbs, and the way to prepare them is my secret. I sell them at from 2d to a shilling. Why, I use one article that costs 24 shillings a pound foreign, and twice that English. I've sold hundredweights. The decoctions are my secret. I will instruct any person, and have instructed a good many, when I'm paid for it. In course it would never do to publish it in your work, for thousands would then learn it for 2d. My secret was never given to any person, only with what you may call a fee, except one, and only to him when he got married and started in the line. He's a connection of mine. All we sell is genuine. I sell herbs too, but it's not a street sale. I supply them to orders from my connection. It's not a large trade. I sell horehound for tea or decoctions, coltsfoot for smoking as herb tobacco. I gather the coltsfoot myself, but buy the horehound of a shopkeeper, as it's cultivated. Ground ivy is sold only for the blood, but little of it. Hyssop for wind, and Irish moss for consumption. I'm never asked for anything improper. They won't ask me for blank or blank. And I'm never asked for washes or cosmetics, but a few nettles are ordered of me for complexions. Well, sir, I'd rather not state the quantities I sell, or my profits, or prices. I make what keeps myself, my wife and 7 children, and that's all I need say about it. I'd rather say no more on that part of the business, and so I'm sure you won't press me. I don't know what others in the trade make. They buy of confectioners and are only imitators of me. They buy coltsfoot candy and such like. How it's made so cheap I don't know. In the summer I give up cough drop selling and take to goldfish. I am told that the cough drop makers, who are also street sellers, prepare their sticks and so on, much in the same method as the manufacturers of the ordinary sweet stuff, which I have described, using the decoction generally of horehound or coltsfoot as the scents are used. In the old times it would appear that the preparation of a medicinal confection was a much more elaborate matter, if we may judge by the following extract from an obsolete medical work treating of the matter. The author styles such preparations lohochs, which is an Arabic word, he says, and signifies a thing to be licked. It would appear that the lohoch was not so hard as the present cough drop. The following is one of the receipts, used generally against diseases in the breast and lungs. Lohoch de farfara, the lohoch of coltsfoot. Take of coltsfoot roots, cleansed, 8 ounces. Marshmallow roots, 4 ounces. Boil them in a sufficient quantity of water and press the pulp through a sieve. Dissolve it again in the decoction and let it boil once or twice. Then take it from the fire and add 2 pounds of white sugar, honey of raisins, 14 ounces, juice of licorice, 2½ drams. Stir them well with a wooden pestle, sprinkling in of saffron and cloves in powder, of each 1 scruple. Cinnamon and mace, of each 2 scruples. Make them into a lohoch according to art. It is good for a cough and roughness of the windpipe. Without wishing to infringe upon professional secrets, I may mention that the earnings of the principal man in the trade may be taken at 30 shillings a week for 20 weeks, that of another at 15 shillings for the same period, and those of the remaining 4 at 5 shillings each weekly. But the latter sell acid drops and other things bought of the chemists. Allowing the usual cent per cent, we then find £130 expended by street buyers on cough drops. The best cough drop stall seen in the streets is a kind of barrow which can be shut up like a piano. It costs £3 10s, complete with the distilling apparatus before described. Scales and weights cost 5 shillings, and the stock money for the supply of such a stall need not exceed 10 shillings, or in all about £4 10s. For an ordinary trade, ready-made articles forming the stock, the capital would be stall and trestle, 7 shillings, scale and weights, which are not always used, 3 shillings and 6pence, and stock money, 2 shillings and 6pence, in all 13 shillings. Of the street sellers of ices and of ice creams. I have already treated of the street luxury of pineapples, and have now to deal with the greater street rarity of ice creams. A quick-witted street seller, but not in the provision line, conversing with me upon this subject, said, "Ices in the streets? Aye, and there'll be jellies next, and then mock turtle, and then the real ticket, sir. I don't know nothing of the difference between the real thing and the mock, but I once had some cheap mock in an eating-house, and it tasted like stewed tripe with a little glue. You'll keep your eyes open, sir, at the Great Exhibition, and you'll see a new move or 2 in the streets, take my word for it. Penny glasses of champagne, I shouldn't wonder." Notwithstanding the sanguine anticipations of my street friend, the sale of ices in the streets has not been such as to offer any great encouragement to a perseverance in the traffic. The sale of ice creams was unknown in the streets until last summer, and was first introduced, as a matter of speculation, by a man who was acquainted with the confectionery business, and who purchased his ices of a confectioner in Holborn. He resold these luxuries daily to street sellers, sometimes to 20 of them, but more frequently to 12. The sale, however, was not remunerative, and had it not been generally united with other things, such as ginger beer, could not have been carried on as a means of subsistence. The supplier of the street traders sometimes went himself and sometimes sent another to sell ice cream in Greenwich Park on fine summer days, but the sale was sometimes insufficient to pay his railway expenses. After 3 or 4 weeks' trial, this man abandoned the trade and soon afterwards emigrated to America. Not many weeks subsequent to the first start, I was informed, the trade was entered into by a street seller in Petticoat Lane, who had become possessed, it was said, of Master's freezing apparatus. He did not vend the ices himself for more than 2 or 3 weeks, and moreover confined his sale to Sunday mornings. After a while he employed himself for a short time in making ices for 4 or 5 street sellers, some of whom looked upon the preparation as a wonderful discovery of his own, and he then discontinued the trade. There were many difficulties attending the introduction of ices into street traffic. The buyers had but a confused notion how the ice was to be swallowed. The trade therefore spread only very gradually, but some of the more enterprising sellers purchased stale ices from the confectioners. So little, however, were the street people skilled in the trade, that a confectioner told me they sometimes offered ice to their customers in the streets and could supply only water. Ices were sold by the street vendors generally at a penny each, and the trade left them a profit of 4pence in 1 shilling when they served them without waste, and some of the sellers contrived, by giving smaller modicums, to enhance the 4pence into 5pence. The profit, however, was sometimes what is expressively called nil. Cent per cent, the favourite and simple rate known in the streets as half profits, was rarely attained. From a street dealer I received the following account. "Yes, sir, I mind very well the first time as I ever sold ices. I don't think they'll ever take greatly in the streets, but there's no saying. Lord, how I've seen the people splutter when they've tasted them for the first time. I did as much myself. They get among the teeth and make you feel as if you toothache'd all over. I sold mostly strawberry ices. I haven't an idea how they're made, but it's a most wonderful thing in summer, freezing fruits in that way. One young Irish fellow, I think from his look and cap he was a printer's or stationer's boy, he bought an ice of me, and when he had scraped it all together with the spoon, he made a pull at it as if he was a drinking beer. In course it was all among his teeth in less than no time, and he stood like a statue for an instant, and then he roared out, 'Jesus, I'm killed! The cold shivers is onto me.' But I said, 'Oh, you're all right, you are.' And he says, 'What do you mean, you horrid horn, by selling such stuff as that? And you must have the money first. Bad scran to the likes of you.'" Footnote. I inquired as to what was meant by the reproachful appellation horrid horn, and my informant declared that, to the best of his hearing, those were the words used, but doubtless the word was omidhorn, signifying in the Erse tongue a half-witted fellow. My informant had often sold fruit to the same lad, and said he had little of the brogue, or of old Irish words, unless his temper was riz, and then it came out powerful. End footnote. "The persons what enjoyed their ices most," the man went on, "was, I think, servant maids that gulped them on the sly. Perhaps they'd been used, some on 'em, to get a taste of ices on the sly before in their services. We sees a many dodges in the street, sir, a many. I knew one smart servant maid, treated to an ice by a young man. They seemed as if they was keeping company, and he soon was stamping with the ice among his teeth, but she knew how to take hern, put the spoon right into the middle of her mouth, and when she'd had a clean swallow, she says, 'Oh, Joseph, why didn't you ask me to tell you how to eat your ice?' The conceit of servant girls is ridiculous. Don't you think so, sir? But it goes out of them when they gets married, and has to think of how to get broth, before how to eat ices. One hot day, about 11, a thin, tall gentleman, not very young, threw down a penny to me and says he, 'As much ice as you can make for that.' He knew how to take it. When he'd done, he says he, 'By G blank, my good fella, you've saved my life. I've been keeping it up all night, and I was dying of a burnt-up throat after a snooze, and had only a penny. So sick and hot was my stomach, I could have knelt down and taken a pull at the Thames. We was near it at the time. You've saved my life, and I'll see you again. But I've never seen him since. He was a gentleman, I think. He was in black and wore a big black and gold ring. Only one. The rest of my customers for ices was people that bought out of curiosity, and there was gentlemen's servants among them, very little fellows some of them, and doctors' boys, and mechanics as was young and seemed of a smartish sort, and boys that seemed like schoolboys, and a few women of the town, but mine's not much of a pitch for them. From the information I obtained, I may state that if the sale of street ices be calculated at 20 persons taking, not earning, 1 shilling and sixpence daily for 4 weeks, it is as near the mark as possible. This gives an expenditure of £42 in street ices, with a profit to the vendors of from 10 to 25%. I am told that an unsuccessful start has characterized other street trades, rhubarb for instance, both in the streets and markets, which have been afterwards successful and remunerative. For capital in the ice trade, a small sum was necessary, as the vendors had all stalls and sold other commodities, except the original street iceman, who was not a regular street trader but a speculator. A jar, in which the ices were neither sufficiently covered nor kept cooled, though it was often placed in a vessel or cooler containing cold water, cost 1 shilling, 3 cups, 3d, or 3 glasses, 1 shilling, and 3 spoons, 3d, with 2 shillings stock money. The total is, presuming glasses were used, 4 shillings, or with a vessel for water, 5 shillings. End of section 33. Section 34 of London Labour and the London Poor by Henry Mayhew, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Peter Yearsley. The Street Folk, Part 34. Of the capital and income of the street sellers of eatables and drinkables. I now give a summary of the capital and income of the street sellers of eatables and drinkables. But first I will endeavour to arrive at an estimate of the total number of people belonging to the class. The street sellers engaged in the sale of eatables and drinkables are, summing the several items before given, altogether 6,347, of whom 800 sell pea soup and hot eels, 150 pickled whelks, 300 fried fish, 800 sheep's trotters, 60 ham sandwiches, 200 baked potatoes, 4 hot green peas, 150 meat, 25 bread, 1,000 cat and dog's meat, 800 coffee and tea, 1,700 ginger beer, lemonade, sherbet, and so on, 50 elder wine, 4 peppermint water, 28 milk, 100 curds and whey and rice milk, 60 water, 50 pies, 6 boiled pudding, 6 plum duff, 150 cakes and tarts, 4 plum cakes, 30 other cheaper cakes, 150 gingerbread nuts, 500 cross buns, 500 muffins and crumpets, 200 sweet stuff, 6 cough drops, 20 ice creams. But many of the above are only temporary trades. The street sale of hot cross buns, for instance, lasts only for a day. That of muffins and crumpets, baked potatoes, plum duff, cough drops, elder wine, and rice milk are all purely winter trades, while the sale of ginger beer, lemonade, ice creams, and curds and whey is carried on solely in the summer. By this means the number of the street sellers of eatables and drinkables never at any one time reaches the amount before stated. In summer there are, in addition to the 10,000 costers before mentioned, about 3,000 people, and in winter between 4,000 and 5,000 engaged in the eatable and drinkable branch of the street traffic. As regards the capital and income, many minute accounts have been prepared. To show the care as well as the fullness with which these returns have been made, I give one of the tables in its integrity, merely remarking that similar tables relative to all the other articles have been made, but I condense the details, lest a repetition, however curious in its statistics, should prove wearisome. Capital or stock in trade of the street sellers of eatables and drinkables. Street sellers of hot eels, 200 stalls at 6 shillings, £60, no shillings, no pence. 100 baskets at 1 shilling, £5, no shillings, no pence. 200 eel kettles at 3 shillings and sixpence, £35, no shillings, no pence. 100 jars for itinerants at sixpence, £2, 10 shillings, no pence. 300 stew pans at 2 shillings, £30, no shillings, no pence. 300 strainers at 1 shilling, £15, no shillings, no pence. 300 ladles at 4pence, £5, no shillings, no pence. 2,400 cups at 1 penny, £10, no shillings, no pence. 2,400 spoons at 1 penny, £10, no shillings, no pence. 200 chafing dishes at sixpence, £5, no shillings, no pence. 200 glasses for candles at threepence, £2, 10 shillings, no pence. 240 vendors' stock money at 5 shillings each, £60, no shillings, no pence. 60 ditto at 25 shillings each, £75, no shillings, no pence. 100 itinerants ditto at 2 shillings each, £10, no shillings, no pence. 300 cloths at 4pence each, £5, no shillings, no pence. 300 pairs of sleeves at 4pence per pair, £5, no shillings, no pence. 300 aprons at 4pence each, £5, no shillings, no pence. Total £339, 10 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of pea soup. 150 soup kettles, 4 shillings each. 150 ladles, 6pence each. 150 pepper boxes, 1 penny each. 150 mint boxes, 3pence each. 150 chafing dishes, 6pence each. 1,800 basins, 1 penny each. 1,800 spoons, 1 penny each. Stock money, 3 shillings and sixpence each. £81, 5 shillings, no pence. Footnote: the hot eel trade being in conjunction with the pea soup, the same stall, candles, towels, sleeves, and aprons do for both. End footnote. Street sellers of pickled whelks. 100 stalls, 4 shillings each. 150 baskets, 2 shillings and sixpence each. 150 tin boilers, 2 shillings and sixpence each. 75 pans, 9pence each. 150 jars, 6pence each. 150 flour dredgers, 4pence each. 1,800 saucers, a halfpenny each. 150 tablespoons, 2pence each. 150 knives, 2pence each. 150 vinegar bottles, 1 penny each. 150 serge aprons, 2 shillings each. Stock money for 150 vendors, 5 shillings each. £125, 18 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of fried fish. 300 trays, 1 shilling and sixpence each. 300 frying pans, 1 shilling and sixpence each. 300 salt dredgers, 3pence each. 300 knives, 2pence each. 300 earthenware pans, 1 shilling each. 300 shallows, 1 shilling each. Stock money for 150 vendors, 5 shillings each. £156, 5 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of sheep's trotters. 300 baskets, 1 shilling and 4pence each. 300 cotton cloths, 4pence each. 300 forks, 2pence each. 300 knives, 3pence each. 300 pepper boxes, 1 penny each. 300 salt cellars, 1 penny each. Stock money for 300 cellars, 1 shilling each. £48, 15 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of ham sandwiches. 60 baskets, 2 shillings each. 60 tin boilers, 2 shillings each. 60 knives and forks, 6pence per pair. 60 mustard pots, 1 penny each. 60 spoons, 1 penny each. 60 cloths, 5pence each. 60 aprons, 4pence each. 60 pairs of sleeves, 4pence per pair. Stock money for 60 vendors, 7 shillings and 2pence weekly. £38, 15 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of baked tatoes. 300 cans, £2 each. 300 knives, 3pence each. 300 pepper boxes, 1 penny each. Stock money for 300 vendors, 10 shillings each. £755, no shillings, no pence. Street sellers of hot green peas. 4 cans, 2 shillings and sixpence each. 4 vinegar bottles, 1 penny each. 4 pepper boxes, 3pence each. 12 saucers, 1 penny each, 12 spoons, 1 penny each, 4 cloths, 4d. each. Stock money for 4 vendors, 2 shillings each. £1, 2 shillings, 8d. Street sellers of meat, hawking butchers. 150 baskets, 4 shillings and 6d. each. 150 saws, 2 shillings each. 150 cleavers, 1 shilling and 6d. each. 150 steels, 1 shilling and 6d. each. 150 belts for baskets, 1 shilling each. 150 ditto for waste, 6d. each. 150 cloths, 6d. each. 150 aprons, 6d. each. 150 pairs of sleeves, 4d. per pair. 150 vendors' stock money, 6 shillings each per day. £138, 5 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of bread. 12 baskets, 4 shillings and 6d. each. 12 barrows, 40 shillings each. 1 long bread basket, 40 shillings. 1 barrow, 80 shillings. 13 sacks, 1 shilling each. Stock money for 25 vendors at £1 each. £55, 17 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of cats and dogs' meat. 500 barrows, 18 shillings each. 1,000 baskets, 1 shilling and 6d. each. 500 sets of weights and scales, 4 shillings each. 1,000 knives, 8d. each. 1,000 steels, 1 shilling each. Stock money of 1,500 vendors, 7 shillings and 6d. per head. £1,083, 6 shillings and 8d. Street sellers of coffee and tea. 150 tables, 2 shillings and 6d. each. 75 stalls, 6 shillings each. 75 coffee barrows, £1 each. 400 coffee cans. Note, 100 vendors having 2 cans and 200 only 1. End note. 8 shillings each. 1,200 half-pint cups and saucers, 3d. each, and 900 pints, 6d. each. 2,100 spoons, 1 penny each. 900 plates, a penny halfpenny each. 300 knives, 2d. each. 300 pans, 9d. each. 600 canisters, 5d. each. 50 screens, 2 shillings and 6d. each. Stock money of 300 vendors, 5 shillings each. £435, 12 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of ginger beer. 300 barrows, £1 each. 1,000 stalls, 5 shillings each. 175 fountains, £7 each. 20 ditto, £20 each. 3 ditto, £100 each. 9,000 glasses, 5d. each. 1,500 tanks, 1 shilling each. 3,000 towels, 6d. each. 500 sets of brewing utensils, corks and so on, 5 shillings each. 500 gross of bottles, 10 shillings per gross, and stock money for 1,500 vendors, 5 shillings each. £3,562, 10 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of lemonade, nectar, sherbet, and so on. Footnote: there are altogether 500 vendors of lemonade in the streets, but 300 of these sell also ginger beer, and consequently do not have separate stalls and so on. End footnote. 200 stalls, 6 shillings each. 500 stone barrels, 5 shillings and 6d. each. 1,200 glasses, 4d. halfpenny each. 400 towels, 6d. each. 200 jars, 2 shillings each. 2,400 glass bottles, 3d. each. Stock money for 200 vendors, 2 shillings and 6d. each. £305, no shillings, no pence. Street sellers of elder wine. 3 elder wine carriages and apparatus, £7 each. 47 ditto ditto, £3, 10 shillings each. 300 small wine glasses, 2d. each. Stock money, 3 shillings per head, £195, 10 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of peppermint water. 2 kegs, 3 shillings and 6d. each. 2 jars, 2 shillings each. 16 glasses, 3d. each. 4 cloths, 4d. each. Stock money for 4 vendors, 1 shilling each. £1, no shillings, 4d. Milk sellers in the park. 16 cows, £20 each. 8 lockers, £3 each. 32 fixed seats, 3 shillings each. 48 forms, 3 shillings each. 48 glasses, 4d. halfpenny each. 96 cups, 1 penny each. 8 halters for cows, 6d. each. 8 pans, 1 shilling each. 16 towels, 6d. each. £358, 6 shillings, no pence. Milk sellers in markets and so on, 20 yolks and pairs of cans, 15 shillings each, 20 sets of measures, 2 shillings per set. Stock money for 20 vendors, 3 shillings each, £20, no shillings, no pence. Street sellers of curds and whey, 100 stalls, 5 shillings each, 100 saucepans to scald the milk in, 2 shillings each, 300 cups, a penny each, 300 glasses, 5p each, 600 spoons, a halfpenny each, 100 tin kettles for stalls at 3 shillings and 6p each, 100 small tubs, 1 shilling each, 100 cloths, 3p each. Stock money for 100 vendors at 2 shillings each, £77, 10 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of rice milk. Footnote: the street sellers of rice milk are included in the street sellers of curds and whey, hence the stalls, saucepans, cups, and so on of the two classes are the same. End footnote. 50 kettles and braziers for stall, 4 shillings the two. 300 spice or peppermint boxes, 1 penny each. Stock money for 50 vendors, 1 shilling and 3p each, £14, 7 shillings and 6p. Water carriers, 120 pails, 2 shillings each. 60 yolks, 5 shillings each, £27, no shillings, no pence. Street pie men, 50 pie cans, £1 each. 25 turn halfpenny boards to gamble with, 2 shillings and 6p each. 50 gross of tin pie dishes, 12 shillings per gross. 50 aprons, 8p each. 100 tins, 1 shilling each. Note, for baking pies upon. End note. Stock money for 50 vendors, 6 shillings and 6p each. £106, no shillings, 10p. Street sellers of boiled puddings, 6 stands, 6 shillings each. 6 cans, 2 shillings and 6p each. 6 pots, tin, 2 shillings each. 6 chafing dishes and stands, 5p each. 6 forks, 2p each. 6 cloths, 6p each. Stock money for 6 vendors, 2 shillings and 6p each. £4, 4 shillings and 6p. Street sellers of plum duff, 6 baskets, 1 shilling and 9p each. 6 saucepans, 2 shillings each. 6 cloths, 6p each. 6 knives, 2p each. Stock money for 6 vendors, 2 shillings each. £1, 18 shillings and 6p. Street sellers of cakes, tarts, and so on. 150 trays, 1 shilling and 9p each. 150 cloths, 1 shilling and 3p each. 150 straps, 6p each. Stock money, 16 shillings and 6p each. £150, no shillings, no pence. Other and inferior cake sellers, 30 trays, 1 shilling and 9p each. 30 straps, 6p each. Stock money, 2 shillings and 6p each. £7, 2 shillings and 6p. Street sellers of plum cake, 4 trays, 1 shilling and 9p each. 4 baskets, 1 shilling and 6p each. 4 cloths, note, oilcloth covers for baskets, end note, 1 shilling each. 4 knives, 2p each. Stock money for 4 sellers, 4 shillings each. £1, 18 shillings and 8p. Gingerbread nut makers and sellers, 50 ovens, £5 each. 50 peels and rakes, 3 shillings the two. 750 tins, 1 shilling each. 50 lamps for fairs, 6 shillings each. 50 stalls, 6 shillings each. 50 sets of scales, and 100 sets of weights, half of them false, 7 shillings and 6p each. 100 canisters, 2 shillings each. 50 barrows, 30 shillings each. 50 baskets, 6 shillings each. 50 bases, 1 shilling each. 50 cloths to cover stall, 1 shilling each. Stock money for 50 makers and sellers, 14 shillings each. £483, 15 shillings, no pence. Gingerbread nut sellers, note, not makers, end note. 150 trays, 1 shilling and 9p each. 150 straps, 6p each. Stock money for 150 sellers, 1 shilling and 6p each. £28, 5 shillings and 6p. Street sellers of hot cross buns, 500 baskets, 2 shillings and 6p each. 500 flannels and cloths, 2 shillings the two. Stock money for 500 sellers, 2 shillings and 6p each. £175, no shillings, no pence. Street sellers of muffins and crumpets, 500 baskets, 2 shillings and 6p each. 500 cloths, 1 shilling each. Stock money for 500 sellers, 5 shillings each. £212, 10 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of sweet stuff. 6 barrows, £1, 10 shillings each. 150 trays, 1 shilling and 9 pence each. 50 saucepans, 2 shillings each. 18 canisters, long tin, 2 shillings each. 44 stools at 4 shillings each. 50 sets of weights and scales at 4 shillings each. Stock money for 150 vendors, 3 shillings each. £70, 4 shillings and 6 pence. Street sellers of cough drops. 2 stills and barrows, £3, 10 shillings each. 4 stools, 7 shillings each. 6 weights and scales, 3 shillings and 6 pence each. Stock money for 6 sellers, 2 shillings and 6 pence each. £10, 4 shillings, no pence. Street sellers of ices. 20 jars, 1 shilling each. 20 coolers, 2 shillings each. 30 cups, 1 penny each, and 30 glasses, 4 pence each. 60 spoons, 1 penny each. Stock money for 20 vendors, 2 shillings per head. £5, 17 shillings and 6 pence. Total capital invested in the street sale of eatables and drinkables, £9,077, 12 shillings and 5 pence. Income or takings of street sellers of eatables and drinkables. Street sellers of hot eels. There are upwards of £1 million weight of hot eels sold yearly in the streets of London. 140 vendors each sell £6 of eels daily at their stands. 60 sell £40 daily, and 100 itinerant sell £5 nightly at the public houses. The first mentioned take, on an average, 2 shillings daily, the second 16 shillings, and the third 1 shilling and 8 pence. This gives a yearly street expenditure in the trade in hot eels amounting to £19,448. Street sellers of pea soup. The annual street consumption of pea soup amounts to 1,680 gallons. 100 vendors sell each 4 gallons daily, and 50 vendors each sell upon an average 10 gallons daily. The first mentioned take 3 shillings a day, and the last 7 shillings and 6 pence. This gives a street expenditure during the winter season of 5 months of £4,050. Street sellers of pickled whelks. According to the Billingsgate returns, there are nearly 5 million of whelks sold yearly in the streets of London. These are retailed in a boiled state and flavoured with vinegar at 4 a penny. 150 vendors take on an average 13 shillings weekly. This gives an annual street expenditure of £5,000. Street sellers of fried fish. 150 sellers make 10 shillings and 6 pence weekly, or yearly £27, 6 shillings, and 150 sellers make half that amount, £13, 13 shillings per annum. Reckoning £20 a year as a medium earning, and adding 90% for profit, the annual consumption of fried fish supplied by London street sellers amounts to £684,000, and the sum expended thereupon to £11,400. Street sellers of sheep's trotters. In the wholesale trotter establishment, there are prepared weekly 20,000 sets or 80,000 feet, giving a yearly average of 4,160,000 trotters, or the feet of 1,040,000 sheep. Of this quantity the street folk buy 7/8, or 3,640,000 trotters yearly. The number of street trotter sellers may be taken at 300, which gives an average of nearly 60 sets a week per individual. There is then expended yearly in London streets on trotters, calculating their sale retail at a halfpenny each, £6,500. But though the regular price is a halfpenny, some trotters are sold at 4 for a penny halfpenny, very few higher than a halfpenny, and some are kept until they are unsaleable, so that the amount thus expended may be estimated at £6,000. Street sellers of ham sandwiches. 60 vendors take 8 shillings a week, and sell annually 486,800 sandwiches at a cost of £1,800. Street sellers of baked potatoes. 300 vendors sell upon an average 3/4 of a hundredweight of baked potatoes daily. or 1,755 tons in the season. The average takings of each vendor amount to 6 shillings a day, and the receipts of the whole number throughout the season, which lasts from the latter end of September till March inclusive, a period of 6 months, are £14,000. The street sellers of hot green peas. The chief man of business sells 3 gallons a day, which at 1 penny the quarter pint would be 8 shillings. My informant said 7 shillings. The other 3 together sell the same quantity, hence there is an annual street consumption of 1,870 gallons, and a street expenditure on hot green peas of £250. Street sellers of meat. The hawking butchers, taking their number at 150, sell 747,000 of meat, and take annually £12,450. Street sellers of bread. 25 men take 45 shillings a day for 5 months in the summer, and 12 regular traders take £1 12 shillings per day. This gives an annual street consumption of 700,000 quartern loaves of bread, and a street expenditure of £9,000. Street sellers of cats and dogs' meat. There are 300,000 cats in the metropolis, and from 900 to 1,000 horses, averaging 200 weight of meat each, boiled down every week. The quantity of cats and dogs' meat used throughout London is about £200,000 per week, and this, sold at the rate of 2 halfpenny per pound, gives £2,000 a week for the money spent in cats and dogs' meat, or per year upwards of £100,000. Street sellers of coffee, tea, and so on. Each coffee stall keeper on an average clears £1 a week, and his takings may be said to be at least double that sum. Hence the quantity of coffee sold annually in the streets is about 550,000 gallons, while the yearly street expenditure for tea, coffee, and so on amounts to £31,200. Street sellers of ginger beer. The bottles of ginger beer sold yearly in the streets number about 4,798,000, and the total street consumption of the same beverage may be said to be about 250,000 gallons per annum. 200 street sellers of ginger beer in the bottle trade of the penny class take 30 shillings a week each, thus allowing for inferior receipts in bad weather. 300 take 20 shillings each, selling their beer for the most part at a halfpenny the bottle, while the remaining 400, in a small way, take 6 shillings each. Hence there is expended in the bottled ginger beer of the streets £11,480. Adding the receipts from the fountains and the barrel season continuing only 10 weeks, the total sum expended annually in street ginger beer amounts altogether to £14,660. Street sellers of lemonade, sherbet, nectar, and so on. There are 200 persons, chiefly men, selling solely lemonade and so on, and an additional 300 uniting the sale with that of ginger beer. Their average receipts on fine days are 3 shillings and 6pence a day, or, allowing for wet weather and diminished receipts, 10 shillings a week. The receipts, then, for this street luxury show a street expenditure, in such a summer as the last, of £2,800 among those who do not unite ginger beer with the trade. Calculating that those who do unite ginger beer with it sell only 1/2 as much as the others, we find a total outlay of £4,900. Street sellers of elder wine. 50 vendors clear 5 shillings a week for 16 weeks by the sale of elder wine in the streets, their profit being at least cent per cent. Hence the street consumption of this beverage in the course of the year is 1,500 gallons, and the outlay £200. Street sellers of peppermint water. Calculating that 4 pepperminters take 2 shillings a day the year round, Sundays excepted, we find that 900 gallons of peppermint water are consumed every year in the streets of London, while the sum expended in it amounts annually to £125. Street sellers of milk in the markets, parks, and so on. The vendors in the markets clear about 1 shilling and 6pence a day each for 3 months, and as the profit is rather more than cent per cent, there are about 4,000 gallons of milk thus sold yearly. The quantity sold in the park averages 20 quarts a day for a period of 9 months, or 1,170 gallons in the year. This is retailed at 4p per quart. Hence, the annual expenditure is £344. Street sellers of curds and whey. 50 sellers dispose of 12.5 gallons in 3 weeks. The other 50 sell only half as much. Taking the season at 3 months, the annual consumption of curds and whey in the streets is 2,812 double gallons. As regards the ingredients of milk, which is retailed at a cost to the purchasers of £412. Street sellers of rice milk. Calculating that 50 sellers dispose of 24 quarts weekly, while 1/2 of the remaining 25 sell 12 quarts each per week at 1p the half pint, and the other half vend 24 quarts at a halfpenny the half pint, there are about 3,000 gallons of rice milk yearly consumed in the streets of London, while the expenditure amounts to £320. Water carriers. The number of water carriers are 60, and their average earnings through the year 5 shillings a week. Hence, the sum annually expended in water thus obtained amounts to £780. Street piemen. There are 50 street piemen plying their trade in London the year through. Their average takings are 1 guinea a week. Hence, there is an annual street consumption of pies of nearly to £750,000, and a street expenditure amounting to £3,000. Street sellers of meat and currant puddings. Each street seller gets rid of, on an average, 85 dozen or 1,020 puddings. There are now but 6 street sellers regularly of these comestibles. Hence, the weekly aggregate would be, allowing for bad weather, 5,400, and the total 129,600 meat and currant puddings sold in the streets in a season of 24 weeks. This gives an annual expenditure on the part of the street boys and girls, who are the principal purchasers, and of the poor persons who patronize the street trade, of about £270. Street sellers of plum duff. Calculating 42 shillings a week as the takings of 6 persons for 5 months, we find there is yearly expended in the street purchase of plum dough upwards of £250. Street sellers of cakes, tarts, and so on. Reckoning 150 cake sellers, each taking 6 shillings a week, a sufficiently low average, the street consumption of cakes, tarts, and so on will be 1,123,200 every year, and the street outlay about £2,350. Street sellers of other and inferior cakes. The sale of the inferior street cakes realizes about 1/5 of that taken by the other cake sellers. Hence, it may be estimated yearly at £450. Street sellers of gingerbread nuts. 150 gingerbread nut sellers take 17 shillings each weekly, clearing 9 shillings. At this rate, the sum spent yearly in spice nuts in the streets of London amounts to £6,630. Street sellers of hot cross buns. There are nearly 100,000 hot cross buns sold every Good Friday in the streets of London. Hence, there is expended in 1 day upon the buns thus bought about £300. Street sellers of muffins and crumpets. There are 500 muffin sellers, each clearing 4 shillings and taking 12 shillings a week on an average. Hence, the Metropolitan Street sale of muffins and crumpets will be in 20 weeks about 120,000 dozen, and the sum expended thereon £6,000. Street sellers of sweet stuff. The number of sweet stuff sellers in London amounts to 200, each of whom, on an average, clears 10 shillings and takes 20 shillings weekly. The yearly consumption, therefore, of rocks, candies, hard bakes, and so on, purchased in the streets, is nearly 2.5 millions of halfpennyworths, or, at the rate of a halfpenny an ounce, about 70 tons weight per annum, costing the consumers about £10,000. Street sellers of cough drops. The earnings of the principal man in the cough drop street trade may be taken at 30 shillings a week for 20 weeks, that of another at 15 shillings for the same period, and those of the remaining 4 street sellers of the same compound at 5 shillings each weekly. Allowing the usual cent per cent, we find there is annually expended by street buyers on cough drops £130. Street sellers of ice creams. The sale of street ices may be calculated at 20 persons, taking 1 shilling and sixpence daily for 4 weeks. This gives a street consumption of 10,000 penny ices, and an annual expenditure thereon of £42. Total sum expended yearly on street eatables and drinkables, £203,115. End of section 34.